Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adebanjo. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adebanjo. Another Savior.
Well, this is MOPPING. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adebanjo. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adebanjo. Another Savior.
Well, this is MOPPING. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is, one name. There it is, one name. So one name to you want to know. Good day. So it's not good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, because that's tautology and an unnecessary language. Just good day. If you say good day, it covers from the break of dawn to dusk. So good day to you, one and all. Good to have you here. Always a delight in your company. Never take it for granted that you will join. So with gratitude, they are always received when you do turn up. So good to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing complicated. It's an open microphone, and that open microphone is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you do feel you have the voice that wants to be heard, click on that now. Don't wait till later, because the space can fill up sometimes fairly quickly, and then you might struggle to get in. So if you feel inclined to join us, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then we'll take it from there. So do that. And then, of course, invitations to tip towards the platform. If you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, you have several options. There's at the bottom of the comment section, you'll see a $sign in a rectangle. If you click on that, it takes you through just 3 easy step processes. But the preferred method of this platform is this link that says buy your host cups of coffee. So if you click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, it takes you to a 3-step easy process, and then you can tip towards the platform if you feel inclined. So all that. So holy as guys, I bring you this. Naira policy. Arewa youth attack PDP Atiku for allegedly playing politics with Nigerians' hardship. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. On just another platform, I was hearing somebody propose this as a possibility, and it looks as though from a possibility, it has now transmuted into a reality. Naira policy, Arewa youth attack PDP Atiku for allegedly playing politics with Nigerians' hardships. So there it is right there, and the full cycle of APC campaigning against each other, the good and the bad of APC, all of it in play. Now, still within that Naira note, there seems to be no other topic agitating the Nigerian space at the moment, and RUFAI at the forefront of that space. RUFAI, so the quotation attributing to him, of course, RUFAI, a governor collected 500 million Naira new Naira notes from one bank. So the scarcity, somewhat artificial, is what a lot of people have been hinting at. We've even seen those banknotes extend as far as the ISWAP space. So we've seen the terrorists and the bandits putting out video clips displaying the new Naira notes. But the person that is not able to display the new Naira notes, not because it doesn't have the resources, but he cannot access it, is the average Nigerian person. So any and everybody, including their cats and dogs, they have the new Naira note, except, of course, the downtrodden Nigerian person. So there it is right there. And RUFAI blows the whistle again. RUFAI, a governor collected 500 million new Naira notes from one bank. So if it's collected 500 million new Naira notes from one bank, how much has it collected in totality from all of the banks it has access to? So they're stockpiling, of course, for the vote buying. What Tinubu said about Tinubu, not what Tinubu said about Tinubu, because that down then, although he has that penchant for me speaking, which I just did now. What Buhari said about Tinubu in Nasarawa. So what Buhari said about Tinubu in Nasarawa. So now, what we are seeing now is the yielding of the, what we are seeing now, hold on. I might just be able to, all right, brilliant. I might just be able to grab a clip of him saying whatever it is that he had to say. But what we are seeing now is a pivoting of position by the presidential space, by the Buhari space, because Buhari has been standoffish towards the Tinubu campaign all the way through. But that outburst, that outcry from Abeokuta, which was then backed up by RUFAI traversing the media spaces, that seems to have now forced some activities out of the central space. But what level of sincerity, we will find out. But as it stands, Buhari comes out now to back Tinubu. Let's see. What Buhari said about Tinubu in Nasarawa, so exactly what he said, we might well be able to get that in Technicolor, because I've been able to purloin, I've been able to grab the video clip. So I'm just talking slowly so I can upload it onto the system, and then we can have a listen of it. Just stay where you are. Yes, there it is. So let's grab that. Okay, so that's that. So to the next headline. Anti-people Tinubu responsible for economic woes. So this is the PDP's PCC saying this. So many acronyms. PDP, People's Democratic Party, PCC, Presidential Campaign Council. So the PDP, PCC, or Tinubu responsible for economic woes. So I'm only really bringing you this because this is just a standard this is a standard back and forth fair normally in a political campaign. But with this coming off the back of the backlash for the Naira notes that Atiku is getting, this now headline is to counterweight that narrative, because Atiku, of course, came out recently to say that there should be no changes in the date of the Naira notes because he wants to use that against Tinubu. So he misstepped, and that misstep now backfiring on him somewhat. So they are now trying to recapture the central ground. Anti-people Tinubu responsible for economic woes, a headline attributed to the PDP's PCC. So there it is. So we contend with that. Stop fooling yourself. Northerners won't vote for you. Adebanjo tells Tinubu. So this is play it against Sam. Play it against Sam. This is the regurgitation of an old narrative. Adebanjo, of course, always occupied that space. He's not saying it out of any love or goodwill towards Tinubu, of course. He being one of the foremost proponents of Peter Obi. Stop fooling yourself. Northerners won't vote for you. Adebanjo tells the Jagaban of GBT, the Luther of Lagos. 2023, we have learned lessons from OSUN Yakubu, INEC chair. So the last outing of the electoral process has ended up with something that does not vest the space with confidence. We saw overvoting to the level that the result of an election was upturned. So that makes a nonsense of all of the song and dance that we've been hearing about PVCs and XYZs. So that makes a nonsense of the totality of that narrative. So everything changes but remains the same is where we are. So you substitute ballot snatching for overvoting, but the results still the same. The voting does not represent the will of the people. So INEC moved very quickly to try and seize the central stage, but is it too little too late? 2023, we have learned lessons from OSUN Yakubu, INEC chair. So we find out exactly what lessons he imagines he has learned. Bank hides new Naira notes in vaults. So this is one that has been making the rounds all over social media. We've been able to grab it as well. So we'll present it to see what our audience is making of it. It's the clip, of course, of a bank being busted through by officials, only to find then that Naira notes or new Naira notes were hidden behind old Naira notes for whatever purposes. That remains a mystery, but we'll unravel that mystery together. Of course, we'll unravel. So I've grabbed the video so we can watch that together. Bank hides new Naira notes in vault. So exactly what is in play there. Artificial scarcity, of course, nothing new to the Nigerian space. So artificial scarcity, then we land on this. All stories, of course, wrapped around the new Naira notes. Vote out supporters of Naira redesign implementation. This is Yemsin Wike now. And the supporter, of course, of the Naira redesign implementation, the formal supporter, Atiku Abubakar. So there it is right there. A rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, make sure you have clicked. The like buttons are not looking anywhere near the viewership. So click on the like button to encourage the platform. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into the studio, you know the rest. So as I said about, and of course, if you want to buy the platform coffees, do that with the link. So as I said about doing all that, let me take another micro musical intermission before we delve straight into it. I'm looking for the music to play you. Of course, you know we're going to let's have K guys. The K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. That's what that means in Yoruba language. Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Can you think of a singular prayer more important than that? So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe. So Iku, where am I starting from? So Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Let me bring this to the front. Let me bring this to the front. Yes, let's do that. So Ikuko Neriwa Agweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Article backs Emefiele, insists Naira swap deadline should not be extended. So we kick it off from here. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has aligned with the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, over the February 10, 2023 deadline for Naira swap. Recall the Apex Bank had on Sunday, January the 29th, 2023, announced a 10-day extension of the deadline to allow more Nigerians, especially those in the rural areas, to exchange their old Naira notes before they cease to be legal tender. But many Nigerians, including influential members of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC party, have raised the alarm over the continued scarcity of the redesigned currency and called for further extension of the deadline to avoid the wrath of the masses who have been feeling the biting effect of the new currency policy. Although the CBN governor, whilst appearing before the House of Representatives Committee on Tuesday, January the 31st, 2023, gave the assurance that holders of the old notes will still be able to lodge them with the CBN after the deadline, many people are still skeptical about the entire situation. Reacting to the development via a statement by his campaign team in Abuja on Wednesday, February the 1st, Atiku explained why the CBN should not grant a further extension after the February 10 deadline. He, however, charged the Apex Bank to immediately review its measures geared towards seamless circulation of the new notes, the statement reads. So this is article statement now. Let's just speed through it. The additional 10 days will enable our people in the rural area and ordinary people across the country to take the Naira in their possession into the bank. It will also enable the CBN to further circulate the new currency notes amongst banks so that people can have easy access. Within these 10 days, I urge the CBN to initiate measures that will alleviate the problems being encountered by people in exchanging their old Naira notes for the new ones and getting more new Naira notes into circulation. The CBN may have to consider printing more currency notes to eliminate the current scarcity amongst ordinary people, especially rural dwellers who need them for their daily transactions. If the CBN thinks its officials and banks must operate at the weekend in order to address the needs of the ordinary people and rural dwellers, it may have to consider this option. After all, the amount of these people After all, the amount these people require is not huge. The essential element here is ensuring that the new currency goes around and is well distributed to the point where people can easily access them. Every good policy must be people-centered and must not bring avoidable difficulties. However, the CBA, I'm only going to read it up to the point that he lands the point that we're looking to here. However, the CBN should be wary of elites whose motives for crying out about more postponement of the deadline for the tenure of the old Naira notes is sinister and far from being altruistic. I am totally in support of the building of a cashless economy and reducing the amount of cash in our economy. The cashless policy and reduction of the cash in circulation has many advantages, and every patriotic Nigerian should support the CBN. So I'll leave it there. But it is not a cashless policy, by the way. So what is driving this is not any cashless policy positioning of the central bank. What is driving this is predominantly, almost exclusively, wholly, if not solely, political. It's a political move looking to sideswipe the Naira bag politicians, and that is the space. And Atiku, of course, feeling that he is not caught up in that mix, he's moving now to back that space, but that backing has proved to be a misstep. Let's go to this. Naira policy. Arewa youths attack PDP Atiku for allegedly playing politics with Nigerians' hardship. So the backlash begins here. The Arewa Youth Consultative Forum, AYCF, on Saturday urged the People's Democratic PDP to stop playing politics with the new Naira policy and challenges Nigerians faced in accessing the new notes. Alhaji Yarima Shatima, the national president of the AYCF, in a statement on Saturday in Lagos, frowned at Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the PDP presidential candidate, over his comments on the new Naira policy of the CBN. The campaign office of Abubakar on Wednesday, I don't know what they wrote here. That's why I paused. You know, sometimes they write in all this gibberish English or a misspell. The campaign office of Abubakar had on Wednesdays, I think had was what they meant. They wrote Hay, Hay, that's why I paused. The campaign office of Abubakar had on Wednesday in a statement advised the central bank not to extend the February 10 deadline for the exchange of old Naira notes for the new one. The former vice president said any further extension would destroy the purpose and objective of the policy. The deadline for the validity of the old Naira notes was initially January the 31st, but the deadline sparked controversy as Nigerians could not access the new notes. And on Sunday, the CBN announced an extension to February the 10th. Meanwhile, Shettima said that it was wrong for the PDP reportedly opposed. Shettima said it was wrong for the PDP to reportedly oppose the opinions of many Nigerians, including the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Saud Abubakar, National Assembly, and others, in favor of further extension of the deadline of the old Naira notes. He said, former VP Atiku's call was out of place because it is coming on the heels of growing complaints about the kind of sabotage that is causing untold hardship to Nigerians over this policy. Pardon me, I must have some water. Atiku stands alone in his call on the CBN not to review the deadline. He is against prominent Nigerians who made passionate appeals for the deadline review, notably the Sultan of Sokoto, the Senate, and the House of Representative leaders and experts. What purpose will the current difficulties people are facing serve Atiku? Why would he rather identify with the need to let the difficulties faced by especially the rural folks continue, and for how long? Shettima said the group was in support of an extension of the deadline for cash swap policy due to difficulties citizens are currently experiencing. We are, of course, aware that the economy has suffered heavy avoidable bruises, he said. According to him, it will be suicidal for this nation to consider any advice against the review of the CBN cash swap policy. He said that for any policy to succeed, it must have a human face. And we believe the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele won't turn against overwhelming public interest. The AYCF boss advised PDP not to turn the policy into a weapon of political manipulation or political attention-seeking opportunity. We advised the ex-VP to concentrate on his political campaigns by showcasing what he has done to merit the vote. So this now is a dig. This now is a dig at Atiku. So this is an invitation, of course, that a lot of Nigerians have extended to Atiku Abubakar. What exactly have you done in your 80-something plus years on this planet that recommends and recommends you to be the president of this country? So that's where the question is. And Atiku, of course, has never, because the whole of Atiku's CV is under the Obasanjo administration, and Obasanjo gets the primary credit or blames for whatever happened in that space. So Atiku doesn't get anything. We advise the ex-VP to concentrate on his presidential campaign by showcasing what he has done to merit the vote of Nigerians and stop playing politics with our economic policies and associated challenges. We thought the ex-VP would tell Nigerians what he has to offer in fighting inflation and weak national currency. However, News Agency of Nigeria recalled that Abubakar had earlier urged the Apex Bank to immediately review the measure in place for ensuring the seamless circulation of the redesigned Naira notes across the country. So, pardon me. So, pardon me. So, there is the backlash right there. So, there is the backlash right there coming swift and fast against that. It's a misstep by Atiku Abubakar. And this mistake, when Tinubu came out in Abeokuta and had that outburst, a lot of people thought it was an attack against the presidency, against the sitting government, which it was in some sense. But by that attack against the sitting government, Tinubu, through the course of this narrative and saga, he has now positioned himself as a champion of the people. This is what has happened. Tinubu, via that outburst in Abeokuta a couple of days ago, has pivoted himself as a champion of the people. Because when he made that outburst, a lot of people concluded that that was the final nail in the coffin of his political ambition. But like a phoenix, it rises from the flames again. So now, when Tinubu had that outburst, his pushback was against the squeeze on the Naira and the squeeze on the petroleum space, and he was inviting that was an attack on him. So now, a lot of people would argue that when Tinubu had that outburst, it wasn't altruism, it was self-interest, because he was, of course, talking about how that impacted on him. So it wasn't altruism, it was self-interest. But whether altruism or self-interest, it was directly at the pain point of the moment for the people. And the people, they rallied to that. You are seeing the rallying, of course, from the Arewa youths now. The people are rallying to that. So by that outburst, it may well be some three-dimensional chess being played by the APC to set APC against APC, in order that APC is the man of the people and APC also the space that the people are weighing against. It's a convoluted thing. But ultimately, Tinubu now emerging out of this as the man fighting for the people against the sitting government. And Atiku Abubakar, the opposition guy, he's now with the sitting government. This is what we're hearing from the Arewa space. So that's my interpretation, though. I invite yours, by the way. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join me, because there's a different interpretation, but that interpretation that I've just given now, for me, is probably the one that coheres the most. It's the one that coheres the most, but if you have a more coherent interpretation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join me on the screens. RUFAI, a governor collected 500 million new Naira notes from one bank. So the gift that keeps on giving, the new Naira note. An unnamed governor got 500 million Naira worth of the new Naira notes from a bank, according to Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State. In an interview with BBC Hausa Service, El-Rufai said politicians who are targets of the Naira redesign policy already have their way. It is not wrong to change currencies. Every country do, but you cannot change it at a season of election and give this limited time. Where in the world has that ever happened? Politicians and big men who are targeted by the policy have their ways of accessing new notes. Some of them own banks, but what of the poor, petty trader? All APC governors met on the issue. We saw how people suffer. We support the change of currency, but the time should be extended by months. We said let the CBN, bank managers, and we governors sit down and discuss the issue. Let's work together and get a proper plan on how to go about it. We should have plans to follow people to their homes, villages, and change the notes for them, but not forcing them to go to banks, which takes some of them 100 kilometers. I tell you, this change does not affect politicians. They have their money and they are prepared. They know how to access the new notes. It is the poor who don't have ways. Even yesterday, we were told one governor was given 500 million Naira of the new notes. El-Rufai's thoughts aligned with that of Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, who also said the policy would not affect the rich. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So Atiku, a big misstep for Atiku, but what price will he pay for that is the question. What Buhari said about Tinubu in Nasarawa, so I have that on video, so I'll just skip that and then play you the video after the readouts. What Tinubu told Buhari at APC rally, so I'm not quite sure. Let me just get to where he had something to say, and then we go straight to it. Tinubu thanked the president. So I'm going halfway through the piece because I don't want to label the whole thing, just to get to where he actually has something to say. Tinubu thanked the president for being the poster boy of his campaign, fighting and working hard for the survival of the country. He said, those who think there are cracks in our friendship and relationship will continue to be disappointed and have their short time of joy dashed. Ours is not about individuals. It is about integrity and nation building. For us who joined hands with you 20 years ago to reshape Nigeria, to fight corruption, to fight destitution, to fight failure and hunger, we are proud of your achievements. Our President Buhari faced the challenges of Nigeria courageously and squarely. You fought hard and worked hard. Nigeria is surviving as a nation, and we believe because of constitutional democracy, we would have asked you to stay on, but you said no, you are going back to Daura. You said there is more to do, and you will allow others to continue. There are few leaders who have faced so much challenges and crises like you did, and continues to build infrastructure. Likening Buhari to the 16th century President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, Tinubu praised him for remaining focused amidst distractions. So there it is right there. The loving has begun. The loving has begun. So what you're seeing essentially is Tinubu bringing Buhari to heel. Tinubu bringing, and that's the second time, by the way. That is the second time. So in the first instance, of course, was in June 2022. When Buhari was trying to sideswipe him for the presidential primaries, and Tinubu brought him to his knees. And this is the second time now. Buhari tried to sideswipe him off that presidency. Tinubu again brought him to his knees. So brought him to his knees. So we carry on. Anti-people Tinubu responsible for economic woes. PDP, PCC. The Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization of the People's Democratic Party has said that the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, set the stage for the national economic setback of the nation and must take responsibility for his actions. The PDP campaign recalled how Tinubu led a campaign against gradual removal of fuel subsidy, which had accompanied palliatives that was cushioning the effect of the subsidy on Nigerians. So I suspect this is a throwback to that Obasanjo phase, accusing the presidential candidate of the APC through a statement signed by the spokesperson for the campaign, Kola Olobodinyo, on Saturday. Also recalled that Tinubu reportedly engineered and masterminded the increase in the subsidy payment by the President Buhari administration without evidence of corresponding increase in the volume of fuel consumed by Nigerians. So Tinubu is now responsible for oil bunkering, oil smuggling it across the border, over inflated bidding from NNPC and everything in between. When their daughter coughs, it's Tinubu's fault. Ologbondinyo said, the APC presidential candidate has looked the other way on the problematic crude oil theft in which our nation loses more than 400 barrels of crude, amounting to over 23 billion naira every day, and a staggering yearly 6 trillion, higher than the federal capital budget for 2023. Our campaign is already aware that Nigerians know the fact that Tinubu is not worried about fuel or new Naira note scarcity, but concerned that the situation was affecting his life ambition of turning Nigeria into his economic empire and fiefdom. If Tinubu was ever concerned about Nigerians, what efforts did he make to get the government, where he is the national leader, to address the worsening economy, the abysmal living standard, and our national descent as one of the fastest growing economies of the world under PDP to the poverty capital of the world under his APC. So it goes on to give us the usual retinue of our predictable nonsense. So we will not be reading the totality of all of it anymore. We'll get to the salient points and we abandon it so that we come into the room quickly and kick off the conversations. Stop fooling yourselves. Northerners won't vote for you. Adebanjo tells Tinubu. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has been asked to stop deceiving himself, believing that Northerners will vote for him. The leader of the Pan-Yoruba social-political group, Afenifere Pa Adebanjo, on Saturday, said Tinubu was fooling himself, saying Northerners will never vote for him. Adebanjo advised him. You see, this is where it always gets ridiculous because they always land on this. So what is the purpose of this next statement that I'm about to read you? Is it on the landing of the hearing of it, the person that you're sending the message to then acts accordingly? What is the purpose of this? Listen to this. Adebanjo advised Tinubu to withdraw his candidacy for his counterpart in the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, and save himself from the shame of losing at the polls. So upon hearing that advice, is it Pa Adebanjo's understanding that Tinubu will then do the Dobalea Eshe Odadi, and then he will call a national conference to say, I am no longer wanting to be running for president because Pa Adebanjo has advised me to withdraw. I am now backing Peter. What is that's just total, I cannot say it's nonsensical, of course, the seniority of the person that is saying it, but it's just, it befuddles. Why did they even utter those words is the question. Adebanjo advised Tinubu to withdraw his candidacy for his counterpart in the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, and save himself from the shame of losing at the polls. The Afenifere leader stated this at the presidential campaign rally of the LP in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. what sort of reception would Peter Obi have gotten in Abeokuta? I suspect they would have been pelting him with rotten tomatoes. I don't expect that. The sort of reception that Peter Obi gets in Abeokuta, I suspect will be the sort of reception he got in Osun State when he went to campaign for the Labour Party governorship candidate. It was about 300 people. Adebanjo, who was accompanied by another leader of Afenifere, Senator Femi Okunromu, said Tinubu would be disappointed by the North at the polls. So, pardon me. So Tinubu will be disappointed by the North at the polls. So, setting aside the advice for Tinubu to withdraw his candidature, the one thing that can, the one space that remains undefined until we get there is how the North will act regarding the Tinubu tickets. So are we seeing some convoluted act of theater that will land in betrayal? Tinubu's victory on North is entirely dependent on the North. If the North move to favor him, he becomes president. But if the North, if they move against him, he will cry in his breakfast. So the entirety of this particular political phase is entirely dependent on how the North moves. Tinubu has the Southwest locked down. Peter Obi has the Southeast locked down. Atiku, he doesn't have the North locked down. We saw what the Arewa youth were saying just now. And the sort of feedbacks that we hear about Atiku routinely in the North is that it's not especially favored. So it doesn't have it locked down. And then you have the element of Kwakwanso as well that adds to the mix. So there's a lot of that. And then you have the weight and substance of the APC party as well, with senior functionaries of the party being senior people in the North. So a lot of that is in the mix, and how the North moves decides this election. But what Pa Adebanjo is presenting is that there will be treachery, as always is the tradition with the North. We have learned lessons from Osun. This is the INEC chairman. I was going to call him something else, but let's call him the INEC chairman. So this is the INEC chairman making these comments. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has exonerated the Biomodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS, of any blame in the mix-up that now pitch Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke and former Governor Boyega Oyetola, stating, however, that the commission has taken away vital lessons from the entire saga. Professor Yakubu said it was wrong to attribute. Let's do that again. Let's have a proper gulp of water first. Okay, let's go. Professor Yakubu said it was wrong to attribute the mix-up in Osun State governorship now before the courts to the BVS, insisting the machine did not fail and has never failed in the election. So now let's see now how he explains what happened. Though he said the matter now before the court is sub judice and would not warrant any commentary, the INEC boss said valuable lessons have been taken by the commission and has already been applied to ensure success of the coming general election. Professor Yakubu, who spoke when he led INEC chiefs to monitor Saturday's mock accreditation exercise in the Federal Capital Territory, said one of the critical lessons from the Osun State gubernatorial election is that accreditation figures would now be transmitted simultaneously with results from polling units to the result viewing portal. The BVAS has never failed anywhere. And obviously, as you have seen here, the machine actually never failed. I wouldn't like to comment on a live matter in the court. It is sub judice. But in every situation, the commission learns and carries over the experience from what has happened so as to improve the process for the next election. We have learned some lessons from what happened, and one of the lessons is to be able to transmit the accreditation data. We have a sample result sheet here that will transmit accreditation data, but there is no result sheet because people have not voted. So on the IRVEV portal, we have created a new URL for those of you that are on the result viewing portal. And if you go home after 2:30, you will see the result of the mock transmitted from the 437 polling units nationwide. So actually, it's worth reading this a bit more just to be clear on what lessons he feels he has learned. Right. Where were we? Let's take it from here. So on the IREV portal, we have created a new URL for those of you that are on the result viewing portal. And if you go home after 2:30, you will see the result of the mock transmitted from the 437 polling units nationwide, including the details of accreditation, and we're going to transmit both the result on election day and the accreditation figures. So I think there was a chasm between nobody still. I say nobody. Let me speak for myself. I'm still not clear as to why that Osun State election was pardon me, as to why that Osun State election was overturned. So the only thing we know is that there were elements of overvoting. But how did that overvoting come about? It's a space that has not yet been fully cleared up. So the tool will run. So let me just leave that there. Did you say anything else? Yes. So it's essentially telling us that they're tightening up the system. But if you believe that, then more fool you. If you believe that, then more fool you. So this one, this next headline, there's a video clip that goes with it. So I'll read you just the short little caption, and then we'll watch the clip. I've got one more readout, and then we'll come into the room. Hopefully there are people there. Bank hides new Naira notes in vault. A bank hid new Naira notes in their vault whilst customers could not get access to their money. The new notes were hidden behind old notes in a video shared online. In the video, bank workers were seen bringing out the new notes from where they had started behind the old notes. An official can be heard in the video demanding that the new Naira notes that she had seen be loaded in the bank's ATM, automated teller machine, so that customers can have access to the money. This comes as many Nigerians battle with cash unavailability. So there it is right there. Everything changes but remains the same. Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. So Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. This now the final readout, and then we come into the room. So this Yemsen Wike, of course, is never complete without some nonsensical nonsense from Yemsen Wike. But this one is pushing against the article, by the way, this headline. Vote out supporters of Naira redesign implementation, Wike urges Nigerians. Nigerians of all walks of life have been urged, irrespective of political affiliation, religion, or tribe, to vote out anybody that supported the Naira redesign policy, which has caused so much hardship to the common masses. Rivers State Governor Yemsen Wike, who gave the advice, urged Nigerians not to vote for any candidate supporting the manner in which the currency redesign policy is being implemented in the forthcoming election. Governor Wike spoke at Opodo Town Hall Sandfield during the Rivers State People's Democratic Party campaign flag off for Opodo Nkoro local government area on Saturday. The governor explained that such candidate is an enemy. The governor explained that such candidate is an enemy of Nigerians who are already plunged into inexplicable economic hardship with non-availability of both the old and new Naira notes to enable them buy food for their household and fuel for their cars. Wike said he is convinced that President Buhari, who may not have been properly briefed on the hardship the Naira swap is causing Nigerians, is already getting feedback on the ill-advised policy and will review the implementation. Anyone who claims he loves Nigeria and is contesting election but is supporting the CBN policy, will you people vote for such a person? It is only the enemies of Nigeria that are supporting this anti-people policy. I believe President Buhari was not properly briefed about this policy. Governor Wike insisted the policy is being implemented to provoke the civil society into embarking on public protest that could be used as an excuse to postpone the forthcoming election. The governor pointed out that there is already a cabal behind the policy implementation, and they are pushing to install an interim government which will prevent Nigeria from using the permanent voters card to determine their next leader. The primary target of this policy is to provoke Nigerians to embark on civil disturbance, which they will capitalize on to say they cannot conduct election and push for the enthronement of an interim government. No matter the provocation, I urge everyone to be calm. This election must hold because nothing will stop an Opodo man to become governor. So there it is right there. The push against, of course, against Atiku Abubakar. The push, of course, against Atiku Abubakar. So here it is right there, and here they are right here. So Kulata, I suppose you've come to claim your victory, really, just as we were rabbiting on Rudolph's, and very quickly it has now come to pass. The backlash entirely against Atiku, a misstep again, just like it did with the Deborah story, and now again. But can you survive this?
Atiku, Atiku is clumsy. He's very, very clumsy. I was expecting he's a more intelligent human being to do things in a better way. You see, it's obvious now that he's behind all these things, and it's easy now to just show the world that, hey, this is what you're doing. So he should have been patient. He should have feigned some concern. Initially he said, they should extend it. Then he now said, it's a good policy, don't extend it any further. Because he knows now, he knows that may ruin his strategy. So it's easy for any politician to pick up on it. And now look at how they're going to use it against him. So at the end of the day, he's going to be the loser. Because I predicted that, today. And it's happening so fast, so fast. And I'm shocked it's even happened this fast. So Atiku, let's see how it goes though, because he's already gained some support. So not until this thing settles down, because it's not going to end there. They have to do something about this stupid policy. They have to get the old notes back. People need money. This cannot continue.
Kulata, you said he has already gained some support, but those supports they came quickly, but can they not reverse quickly? Because you want to know. Are you at the party?
No, it's my kids watching TV. Hold on.
All right. So you have to note the people that actually pushing back against him. What really struck me, Arewa youths are the ones, and then of course any group can be Arewa youths. So you want to find out who the Arewa youths are, but it is the Arewa Youth Consultative Forum making the headline this time around, and the one headed by Shetima Yerima. So that's the authentic gold standard Arewa youth, and they are placing the blame squarely on Atiku Abubakar. Arewa youths attack PDP Atiku for allegedly playing politics with Nigerian hardship. So he's made a miscalculation, though. But does he have?
He made a miscalculation. Yeah. I don't think he expected the pushback from Tinubu and RUFAI. I don't think he ever thought they would be able to do that. I think he thought they would be scared of Buhari. So even Tinubu's handlers were trying to pinch him that don't say. And when he blotted it out, he gave everybody an excuse, starting from Ganduje telling Buhari. I think when Ganduje told Buhari, don't come to Kano, Buhari probably was thinking like, what the hell? What do you mean? I don't think Buhari ever thought about this policy not going well. So at this point in time, can they reverse his momentum? Yes, they can. 2 days is a very, very long time in politics. 2 days. So because now that they have the narrative, now they're feeding their support groups. I mean, it's just going to be, they're just going to decimate I said decimate. They're going to share the message through their channels, and it will go around. Because see, RUFAI has gone to every popular TV station, including BBC, which also includes BBC Radio. So they heard it. So they heard it.
And if there's one space that the North listen to, is BBC Hausa service.
Exactly.
Yes.
He went to BBC Hausa. And one thing they also did, they dragged Buhari to Nasarawa rally, and I'm sure they blackmailed the man to frontally now support Tinubu. So there's no, like Thomas would say, there's no equivocation. He has to frontally support Tinubu. He's not the one like they shot his mic in Bauchi. You know, in Bauchi, they shot his mic when he was going to endorse him. But in this case, he's endorsed him. So now they've successfully framed the narrative now that Buhari is clueless of the policy. Emefiele sold him a bag of goods. Emefiele is working with the cabals. And they narrowed the cabal to Tunde Katina. I call him Tunde Katina. I can't remember the hell of his name.
Yeah.
And Maman Daura's brother. That's the brother, because there are two Maman Daura. I don't know if it's young, the one that's 85-year-old.
Yes.
That one is an Atiku Padi guy, and is a PDP guy. So the guy just moved after Buhari became president. That's when the guy moved towards APC. So they fingered those two. Is that Tunde guy? That's the guy closest. That's Buhari's minder, kind of. So he passes all the message to Buhari. So Buhari coming out now is now saying, okay, I'm aligned with my party now. And I'm sure the governors, when they talk to him, they're watching out for 1 week. I will not be shocked. Actually, I'm expecting it that they will do a big retraction of this policy. A massive retraction.
No, they have no room to maneuver. Because I'm sure you've been seeing the images streaming in.
Yes.
People, they are busting through ATM machines. They are breaking through branches, not to rob it, but to retrieve their own money. I mean,
exactly. Are we Lebanon? I mean, it's Lebanon that this kind of nonsense was happening. We're not Lebanon. And I mean, your own money, they're telling you, I deposit 1 million, then you're telling me I can only withdraw 20,000. And that 20,000, I cannot withdraw it in the bank. I have to go to some ATM. I've been even thinking, banks, how do banks take money to ATM? They load money from the vault, put it to ATM. It's based on trust. So if that money is going from on the bullion van, supposed to go to ATM, and they divert it to a politician's house, when will they know whether the money went to ATM? Isn't it some audits that they will do later on? When will they find out? The money is already with the politician, and they can give fake fake withdrawals. They can give fake withdrawal slips as something.
ATM will debit, then we create ledgers now.
They can fake the ledgers now, but they will audit it later. They will catch it later. They won't catch it immediately.
ATMs will create the ledgers that will go into the accounts. All those ledger entries. You know when
what I'm saying is, it will take some time to reconcile the ledger.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
So the damage has already been done. The cash is already sitting there.
It has to be done with the management, actually.
That's what I was just thinking about that this thing may not be that difficult, actually, because if money is supposed to go to ATM, why can't you divert it and put some fake entries, and at some point they will reconcile it and then they can cover it up? I was just thinking that, because the bandits even have the new currency, and Des is here telling me, oh no, this is affecting politicians.
Des never knows what is going on. Des never knows what is going on. And between Des and Man of Prestige, I don't know who knows the least about what is going on.
All of us are obedient to, if that is what's going to make me like Dodoyo.
We're dissing you here, Des.
Make I go be Dodoyo because I support political candidates. Look now, the money is all over the place to the hands that need it.
Obidogo.
Kulata, I'm sure you've seen this, but let me play it for the benefit of people who have not seen this. You are talking about ledgers reconciling and monies going into ATM machines, but look at this. It will disappoint you, but not surprise you.
So they should go and load. Yes. Look at this. You have so many new notes.
Bring them down.
You have so many. See, new notes at the back.
Yes. I want to bring them down
so that load all your machines. I do not want to hear it because we'll keep continuously be checking.
Yes.
Make sure that your machines are working. So make sure, bring them out and load.
That's all.
And that's
this
So there it is. That's
exactly. Exactly.
So, talk us through that.
You see now, that money perhaps is supposed to go to an ATM. They are hiding it. Before, what I'm trying to say is, they will find out eventually, but it will take time to reconcile this. It will take time to find out. And by the time you are getting to reconciling it, they will fake it. So that money, if it wasn't for, I don't know if that's EFCC, if it wasn't for EFCC, it will go somewhere where it's not supposed to go. And every single, almost over half of the 3 billion naira new naira that they printed is in the hands of politicians. I can guarantee you that half of that cash is sitting in the hands of politicians and different kind of scrupulous people. And look at it, isn't it defeating the purpose? So immediately is just suffering the populace for nothing because they're not achieving the result they're supposed to achieve. All the politicians have the cash. Someone else was telling me that Tinubu had this cash almost as soon as they announced this stuff. How did that happen? So let's not stop kidding ourselves. Like, these guys have it, but now it's more like whose messaging is now going to favor, because APC has lost votes. Let's be honest with ourselves. They've lost votes because of this. It's now that they are getting control of the messaging. So it's more like, how can they claw back? How can they claw back all the votes? So,
I'm not sure if APC has lost votes, because the push through to open up that space that this is what is going on was led by Tinubu.
Yes,
so he must get credit for that. And if they harness that, is a campaign cancel. If they harness
trust Tinubu now. They've already released they released messaging called Tinubu Cares. So now there's a picture of Tinubu and they say Tinubu Cares. So they're flooding the internet now with Tinubu Cares, and then they're going to flood Lagos and all this Kano with poster of Tinubu. I mean, you have already seen it on Facebook. You'll see it. Tinubu Cares, Tinubu Cares, Tinubu Cares. That's the messaging. I mean, they're going to hire all these American political experts for messaging help, and they're already deploying it. So imagine everybody's going to now say, Tinubu went to Abeokuta, I blotted this. Tinubu is the hero. Tinubu cares, Tinubu cares. So you are bombarded now for the next 2 weeks of Tinubu cares messaging. And then they've dragged Buhari now to their rally. So everybody can now say, Emefiele is the bad guy. Emefiele and Cabal. Emefiele and Cabal.
Is Emefiele going to be the fall guy for all of this?
He's the fall guy. Are you kidding me? He's already the fall guy. Because they're going to tell him that, why did you advise the president for giving him a bad policy? I mean, not a bad policy, giving him the wrong implementation plan, promising what you cannot deliver. Because for Emefiele is the one that's going to say, okay, I want to do this, and take the president council. And president will ask him, okay, fine, you want to do it. What's the details? He'll say, okay, I'll do it in 3 months. We'll be able to curb kidnappers. Buhari will say, nice. We'll be able to curb, politicians. Nice. Even America said I should make sure I deliver a good election. America made me sign electoral bill. America, when I went there, Joe Biden said I should make sure I deliver So if this Naira policy is also going to prevent bad politicians, nice. America will like me. So everybody will sell the goods to Buhari. But Buhari will not know it's not possible to deliver in 3 months. And guess what? Buhari now told him, you have to use Nigeria security printing means to print this money. So the money is being printed locally. It's not like our old currency that they used to print in China. So there's a limit to how much money you can actually print from the security printing mint. So I think the last count I heard is 300 billion naira. So if you mop up 2 million, 2 trillion, and then you print 300 billion, and half of that 300 billion is with politicians, why won't the populace
Is that
suffer?
not just weekend money for Tinubu? 300 billion.
I mean, it's only 300 billion naira. Like in dollars, how much is that? That's ridiculously small.
It's loose change.
It's loose change. So
are we looking at the head scratching spectre of Tinubu now being the man of the people? Is that what we're looking at now? That Tinubu
that is it.
or now the man of the people. Okay?
Tinubu has been repackaged as a man of the people now. I mean, just watch out for Tinubu cares. If you think I'm joking, we are going to see Tinubu cares very, very soon. So that's the messaging going around, that Tinubu cares. Now the people first, Peter Obi that was quiet about it, is now come out today. Obedient to say,
at last.
He has come out at last, though. But later we'll tell you if he's still following his principle. That the policy is not good. It's affecting people. He's doing this because right now you cannot be as a politician. You can't be supporting this policy. You just cannot.
And you cannot abstain either and not have an opinion. You cannot.
Yes, you cannot have an Osinbajo has come out against the policy.
Yes.
So so this policy is like is an atomic bomb. Nobody wants to touch it now. You will see now Atiku has to come out. Now that it's caught, he has to come out and say, no, it's not good for people. So you see at the end of the day, they will just make sure they release money for everybody. And who wins in that case? Tinubu takes the credit because he started the war. So he takes the credit. The messaging initially was terrible. Tinubu's messaging initially was, it's all about me, it's all about me. But RUFAI came out to help him fine-tune that message. And he did a good job fine-tuning it with every given opportunity. And then it landed in the BBC. By the time that message landed in the BBC, they had already removed all the chinks out of the message. So now
if Tinubu ever becomes president, do you think he should go on his knees in gratitude to RUFAI?
No. I mean, you should say that free of charge.
No, because at that primaries phase, it was RUFAI that championed that power must transit to he almost single-handedly got in that ticket. He was the northern voice that pushed the hardest, that power must transit to the south.
Well,
and then again now.
Even long before the primary, he has been saying that now.
I think it's the vocal one.
He has been saying it.
But it's the vocal one. But there's Ganduje. Ganduje is not a talker. So, I mean, he's one of the Irokos. Let me put it that way. He's one of his support system. Ganduje is a strong one. RUFAI is a strong one. And the vocal one, because RUFAI is a smart guy. He's the one you can put in front of the press that will talk around the press. So I agree. And then there are additional northern ones too. Even Yahya Bello that's reluctant. You see Yahya Bello coming out to campaign. You see him running independent rallies. You see these guys have not left him. So it looks like Tinubu is going to beat the cabal round 2. He's going to beat them again.
Do you think the North will betray him at the final decision, Tinubu?
I don't think it's going to be enough. If there's any sort of betrayal, I don't think there's going to be enough. Actually, what has impacted him the most with the North is, I think there was a rally or something, and it was supposed to quote something in the Quran, and they just messed it up. So when they saw that, the religious North were angry that this guy is a fake Muslim. That is the one hitting him the most. I don't know how I'll be able to reverse that, because that showed them like this Muslim Tuesday ticket is actually a fake Muslim ticket.
There was another religious misspeak that he did. I think it was in one of the Yoruba scams. He was saying if Atiku said "Wallahi talai," people should respond "Na lie, na lie." I thought he shouldn't have said that, just for the religious sensibilities of the North, the way they are.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said that. There's some sensitivities, like when you're talking to the North, you don't talk like you're in control of your destiny. You have to say like Allah is in control of your destiny, and you don't. Wallahi talai is like Wallahi talai is have my word or whatever. You don't mess with things of honor or things like that. Anything with religious connotation, you just have to respect it or act enough or pretend enough like you respect it. So he messed up. That was like a lie. I mean, Tinubu has verbal diarrhea all the time anyway. But he needs to fix that religious thing. That one is killing him. And I think that's what made people start looking at least Atiku will not mess this up. I don't know what it is. It's some Islamic stuff. I don't know. I'm not a Muslim, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the Islamic stuff. Atiku is pushing hard towards that religious space in the north. Let me show you something on his Instagram page. When I saw this, I thought this guy is a sly fox. So here is Atiku. So my team and I just made a visit to the tomb of Shehu Uthman Danfodio. May Allah Salah, let me not say what I don't know. May Allah continue to bless his memory. Amen. Atiku Abubakar. So there is Atiku now going to the heartland of North and then doing the religious thing. So what's the signaling of this? What do you think? You understand the signaling that is sending?
I understand the signaling. You see, here's the thing. If Atiku blows up the North, I mean, he has to blow. I mean, we did analysis yesterday. Even him winning all the entire North wasn't good enough for him. So he has to blow up the North. And then he has to suppress the Southeast, suppress Peter Obi's vote in the Southeast a lot. If he can do that, the election will be either go his way or be very, very close enough that they're going to drag it in court. And he may win. And then because of the way they rigged in Osun State, it's very, very, very likely that if I'm a politician and Peter Obi being strong is going to affect my numbers, what I'll do is I'll go and corrupt the INEC people in the Southeast where Peter Obi will be strong, and I will further inflate Peter Obi's numbers, and then I'll take it to court. So that means if it goes to court, they will cancel all those areas, and then that will drop Peter Obi's numbers, and that will help Atiku. So it's possible to cheat that way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go and pad the votes in strong areas of the person that is affecting your votes the most. And so you can take it to court and get it cancelled.
No, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? Is that the Adeleke strategy?
Yeah, so it is Adeleke strategy in reverse. Adeleke did it to win. If you know Peter Obi's strengths affect your win, then I'll do it in reverse. I will go and buff Peter Obi's vote without Peter Obi's knowledge so that I can get it cancelled. So Atiku can do that. If it does it extensively across the Southeast, and then the areas that are weak, he does okay. Maybe, I mean, he can deploy cash into weak areas so he wins those votes. But from like maybe city votes, or all the places that Peter Obi will run up the numbers, go and pad it further so you can get them cancelled. And then the rural areas that will normally vote PDP, it will stay for him. So he will now have the votes in the Southeast while they cancel majority of those votes. That's a devious strategy that they can pull off.
Do you think Atiku is still committed to this election to that level of deviousness? Because I think he's just throwing his final hand and then they'll let. I think mentally it's already considered.
This is his last hurrah, so he has to give it what he can. He's not as committed as 2019 from what I'm seeing. In this case, he's basically using Okowa's money. Okowa is a fool for information. He's basically using Okowa to finance all this, and that's it. So it's a very simple strategy for him. Work with the cabal, try and convince the North. What else? Work with the cabal, try and convince the North. And then litigation and maybe try to hack. Those are his options. So that's why he's not running all over the country pillar to post. Because if this cabal strategy was working because the country was getting pissed off and then they will have shifted their votes to him. So now that has been caught and that's been dealt with, that cabal strategy is not working well. The next thing is going to be, they're going to try and hack. INEC is already saying that they're finding people trying to hack them from France. And I mean, who goes to France that we know? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to drop
Is
conclusions.
it not the Jagaban? It is the Jagaban now.
Okay, Jagaban goes to France. Atiku too goes to France because it wasn't there a picture that he went to France. I'm not sure if it was in a hostel or somewhere. I was taking pictures. Maybe it was in a hospital. I don't even know. But they're saying they're trying to hack. They said they're trying to hack from France. So I mean, those are his options. And if the election is closed, then litigation will go to court. Those are his options right now. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. Do you think it's worth the effort for him to try and reverse position on this Naira policy to say that, given the feedback that he's getting from the masses, he too feels that they should extend the deadline? Do you think it's worth him doing that, or is it too late?
It depends. It depends. If Tinubu is gaining traction with this new Tinubu cares messaging, if it's gaining traction, he will have to join the bandwagon because Nigerians cannot be suffering, and you insist that the CBN policy is the right thing to do, and then they should keep to the timeline. Nigeria, I mean, you will look insensitive. It will be obvious that you're one of the people engineering it. So is kind of like it's a tricky situation for him. Because he initially played that card and say, no, CBN should extend it. And when they extended it by a week, he said, don't extend it again, don't extend it again. So now, if people continue to suffer, can he still continue to insist that they shouldn't extend it again? They shouldn't extend it again. While Tinubu now has pivoted, Peter Obi too has pivoted, and even they'll get the president now to say, I acknowledge your suffering. So he won't want to be caught alone, still saying CBN should not extend the date. So I think it will be forced if the suffering continues. If things don't improve, it will be forced to join the bandwagon. I won't be shocked if he joins the bandwagon tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Kuloto.
Yes.
I think the bandwagon is facing a different direction from where you think it's facing.
Let's see.
Did you hear me?
I heard you. I said, let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, it is facing the bandwagon is the idea of the bandwagon is there is a policy designed. I'm telling you the word on the street. There is a policy designed not against APC or PDP, but against politicians that buy votes. So it's not either APC or PDP. So they're joining it together that this is against politicians that buy votes. So now,
okay, you've not caught up. You've not caught up to the latest narrative, then.
No. Forget the Tinubu care. Don't worry.
No, not Tinubu care. I'll understand. I'll let you land. I want to wait till you land, then I'll talk.
Okay. Let me just land. So, for me, whether Bat is gaining, was losing, is gaining. Atiku was gaining, is losing. I think the ultimate gainer is going to be Peter Obi. And he has been very strategic. Wait, now let me finish.
Yeah,
he has been very strategic.
Yeah,
Wait, listen. Yeah. Do you know Obi intentionally? Why haven't any Labour Party person made a statement about it? Labour Party is taking a strategic position on this. You see them calm, Abi. It is strategic. It's not by they could have jumped on it and tried to make either a positive political capital or
they were caught off guard. They didn't know they didn't know the potency of that space. They were caught off guard.
No. You guys, this is the problem why a lot of people have high BP. A lot of people are. You know, Obi is working with one of the most sophisticated political strategists ever in this continent of Africa. But a lot of you in this... wait. A lot of you don't know it.
Is that Oshetoko?
No, I'm not telling you about the people you see on TV. That's the problem you guys have. I'm not telling you about the Oshetoko people on TV, on Arise, on TVC. That's, I think, the biggest undoing of people in this election is underestimating the fact, thinking that Obi is riding on the air and does not have a strategic room and does not have a strategic team. That is anyway. That's been the biggest undoing for the last 8 months. It is still playing out. But I'm telling you that his position is very strategic. He knows Obi is going to be the ultimate gainer. The thing, whether Atiku added is reducing, Tinubu
No,
reducing.
no. So sorry.
That one
Explain how Peter Obi will be the gainer from this by not coming out.
He is the gainer. See, this whole thing happened right now. You get what I'm saying? This whole thing happened originally, if not for what Tinubu raised to make him look like this is against me. Originally, this should be a purely APC Buhari problem, especially Buhari. You are the president. There's fuel scarcity, there's money scarcity, and we blame Buhari. And then by extension, we blame APC. That's how it would have ended. It wouldn't have been this complicated.
Later, what's today's date? Later, what's today's date? Later, what's today's date? What's today's date?
This is 5th.
Right? February
5.
Okay. Obi, yesterday, I just posted an article in the chat section.
Yes.
Obi, yeah. One man, you can read it. You can see Obi has come out. And that's why I said I think
it's too late for him, though. That's just the thing. It was caught off guard. He didn't know what was happening. As ever is the case with Peter Obi, he thinks it's just it is consumption to production.
But I like you. You know I like you, but in this case you are behind. Because let me later let me respond now. See, initially when this thing happened, many obedients were happy that this will pay Peter Obi because then politicians will not be able to bribe, they won't be able to go to the bank.
That was the position of obedience. What was the position of Labour Party?
Wait, now calm down. I said obedient. I didn't say Labour Party. I said obedient. So now, when an average obedient is now finding out that they themselves personally can't get cash, they're now pissed off. This is not even. This is not even about buying or voter whatever. Because they're saying. Wait now, cool down. They're now pissed off now. Even this money that they think it will not favor politicians. They are seeing unscrupulous elements and politicians having access to those money, and they themselves not able to go to the bank. So they're like, "What the hell is this? This is supposed to help us. The politicians already have the money; they have a leg over us. So what's the point of this? They can't get money from their banks. They can't go to the bank to withdraw. There's no cash in the ACM. They see a lot of politicians handling this money. Now they're now pissed off at the policy."
They can't be pissed off at policy, no.
That's why I say you're behind. That's why I say you catch up. You catch up. You're still behind.
Playtown, there's a lot of graining coming out of your system, but what's happened is Obi has come out. I can share the headline with you. In fact, I'd even looked it up before Kulata even sent it, and it's the same article, by the way, about Obi has come out, but he's come out outside of the loop of the narrative. Tinubu has seized the first march on that space because the weight of that Naira scarcity and the fuel scarcity is weighing heavily upon the Nigerian nation. And Tinubu, he went to that space and he positioned himself as the champion of that cause. So a lot of people, Atiku tried to jump on and then he jumped back off. But Peter Obi, he has jumped on, but he's a pro-people person anyway. But Peter Obi latterly, he has now meandered into it when all of the spoils has already been shared. So that's that seems to be the reading of it, Playtown.
One more, let me repeat myself very clearly again without being ambiguous. What Tinubu did at the beginning of this policy, it was clear, and the message on the street is clear. One man, I am tuned into 31 radio stations. The message is clear that Tinubu was ascribing it to himself, that it was an attack to his political
Did you listen to me? I said they fine-tuned. The initial message was terrible.
No,
because
nobody's interested in fine-tuned messages.
Calm down.
That's what you don't understand.
Brother, calm down.
Kulata, stop with your spinning. Jesus Christ.
Calm down. You too, calm down. Join Playtown to take ice cream. Take ice cream. Let me land it.
Okay,
ice cream, guys. Ice cream. When Tinubu said that message, he said it in a crass way. It was self-serving. And then they saw that, but there's potency in the message. And then they deployed their messaging. They deployed RUFAI. That's what I said. And RUFAI has been constantly fine-tuning that message, starting from channels to TVC and then to BBC. So right now, the way the message is they
No,
calibrate. Wait
Kulata.
till now, let me finish. I
Okay.
finished.
Finish.
Ice cream. They've now successfully calibrated the message now to now Tinubu cares. They have professional messaging people. They turn. Don't let a. What is it said in America? Don't let a good. Don't let a good.
Who believes that? Who believes
Don't let a
Tinubu
good.
cares?
Don't let a good disaster go to waste. Or don't let a disaster. I can't remember the.
Even you don't believe Tinubu cares, and you're saying people are going to buy into that.
It doesn't matter whether I believe, but that is the message.
But
that
people
is
are
the
not
message.
going to start coming in on the street.
One voice. Yeah.
Can I speak
I said
now, Kulata?
that is the message. Yeah, go ahead. You can speak.
Yeah, coming
Kulata,
up. Yeah.
Messaging is one thing. Reception to the message is another. That is why I keep saying, please, somebody should try to be on ground. Let's try to be having less headache on the platform. Messaging is one thing. You could have the best tailored message from Chicago strategic messaging unit. Fine. What is the response on ground? How many Nigerians do you listen to in an hour? You get what I'm saying? That's it. What is the response? This is not the first time the APC PCC is fine-tuning a message Tinubu dropped on his rally. In fact, it has become almost like the tradition of this thing. Tinubu says something that is gray, and then they come back and say and start fine-tuning it to be blue, actually, not gray or. It has happened.
No, that's politics, though. That's not unique or peculiar to Tinubu.
That's what I'm saying. That so it has already blended into that Tinubu space now. So if you listen to some pundits online now or on some of these radio and TV stations, they now say, please, what next is Tinubu going to say tomorrow that his handlers will come out and say, no, it's not really like this, it's like that.
Play town. Before you go too further, that's why I said let's wait for a week, because they just crafted. RUFAI has done his rounds. Now they've landed on Tinubu cares. So if Buhari now makes a move to improve things or the reverse course, then the messaging is going to permeate very well. They just crafted it, so it's just going out. That's why I said when I was saying it initially, I said watch out. I did not say the messaging is already working.
Let me tell you why we don't have to wait for 1 week. Let me tell you. We don't have to wait for 1 week, Kulata. I think, Kulata, please take it.
Are you just new to politics? Things change, and this is the beginning. They just sow the seed.
I know.
Do you think messaging will come out tonight? Then all of a sudden, I said he's lost the this whatever. If you notice what I said he lost momentum. Atiku has gained on him, and they ran polls and they saw that the direction has tightened. And then that's when Tinubu went to Abeokuta to go and blot that stuff out. And then they've been calibrating. And then they landed here. So let's see now, because they're now going to push Buhari, and Buhari is going to cave because of what he's seeing on TV. I don't think he's liking what he's seeing on TV. So Buhari is going to cave.
Kulata, is he going to call off the Operation Stillwater in Lagos?
What's that? I was one that brought the news here now. See, Buhari is doing some things to satisfy America. I hope you guys know that. When he went to America, he promised free and fair election. And that's why whatever he feels is going to make him look good. From a free and fair election perspective, he's going to do it. But now he's now finding out some of those things may be too draconian for the Nigerian space.
So is he going to call off the Stillwater operation?
Stillwater is a red herring now. What does he have to do with what we're talking about?
No, they've been arresting.
It's a straw man. That's a straw man.
Sorry, gentlemen, for the uninitiated, what's this Stillwater something?
Okay, so Buhari last week initiated a military raid in Lagos called Operation Stillwater.
Right.
And it's running concurrently across all local government, and they are arresting people in their numbers, like the people that is likely to be used as electoral violence, the thugs on the street and all of those people with positions of arms and drugs and all of that, and it's running concurrently across all local governments.
Is that
I'm going
soldier
to get
stuff
you
I
some
sent
videos
to
though.
you? I
No,
sent it way to one man.
I think we played a clip here just the other day when they were
Yeah.
arresting people in Oshodi, the army.
Yeah, but play it down. That's a straw man. With Operation Stillwater is different. Let's compartmentalize. We are talking about we're talking about rescuing. We're talking about rescuing a bad situation where they've now calibrated it to look. First of all, APC upon APC. Now they've successfully, or they're almost. Let me put it that they're almost successfully calibrating it to be Emefiele, Cabal, and Atiku. And if that permeates and percolates throughout if that continues to permeate, then they've reversed course.
I think you are overstating. You are contorting over yourself on this. Because
let me Let Tunaja come in.
Because all the headlines, what it is showing is that there are Nigerians actually sabotaging the process. We are talking about anti-graft police arrested a bank manager for preventing ATM from dispensing new currencies. They arrested another businesswoman for selling the currency. It's just on and on and on and on. And the Nigerians are the ones, for whatever reason that they are doing it, we don't know. While some of them are holding currency from people that actually need them. And if this thing carries on, if you look at what Efele is saying, he actually says he's kneeling down to Nigerians. He's begging them to be patient. He's even telling the banks to they need to create queues. They should put tarpaulin and treat those people properly. But this is a panic that has gone into the system. And to be fair, Emefiele has to take responsibility for that too. Because when you want to do this sort of things, you know that you're dealing with Nigerians. They are always going to be saboteurs. But that said, even Emefiele was about to be arrested himself. It tells you that there are powerful forces in Nigeria that are trying to sabotage everything that this government is trying to do. What they are trying to do is that they want to pull all the money in and let's see how much you draw out from the account. Because then you can track all the people that want to spend money on the election. That is what is going on. And that's why it looks like the Tinubu can feel like this is personal to them.
Okay, now, now, what's the result of all this stuff? Suffering, right? Suffering. People are suffering. Whether bank manager carries money or whether politician carry money. People had money before. All of a sudden, they no longer have money.
Okay,
then
so
it's going to be... now, you won't even let person talk. Then it's going to be... Whose policy is it? It's CBN policy. Buhari's government. If Buhari now watches around like, hey, people are suffering, reverse cost, it's going to turn to who blew the whistle. Tinubu blew the whistle. RUFAI amplified it. And that's going to be the narrative.
Tinubu was crying for himself. You know that full well. So stop acting as if Tinubu blew any whistle.
Are you listening to message calibration? Do you understand calibration?
I know message calibration. That's why it's not going to apply.
So wait, let me land. Then you guys can respond. At the end of the day, if Buhari calls this off, APC has enough money to percolate that message in all nooks and crannies, and they've already started it. You guys go for it.
They're campaigning against APC. APC campaigning APC. That's how they're going to win the election. Good luck with that one.
You don't get it tonight.
People are not seeing it that way. People are not seeing it as APC campaigning.
Carry on, Patrick. Okay, I think we temporarily lost Patrick. So yes, man of prestige, you wanted to come in?
No, I'm here.
Yeah, carry on then. We lost you for a moment.
I'm saying is people are not seeing it as APC campaign against APC. The people that are seeing it as APC campaign against APC are the politicians, or the people who have their own political interest. The normal people on the street are seeing it as, so some people are the ones causing this problem. So these Tinubu people are not part of them. You understand? And that's the message that we are trying to get across. Like I said the other time.
Mr. Patrick. Sorry. Let Patrick land. Yeah, carry on.
I said something the other time. I said, people say, who is the Minister of Petroleum? Who is the government? I said there are interests, like the oil marketers, like the bankers, who can they can hold the petroleum product. They can also hold the cash. And we are beginning to see that. You understand? And I'm surprised that people are not remembering now. You understand? People are the ones making this to happen, and it looks like It looks like Tinubu is the one. Oh, this thing is going to cause him pain. That's why he's doing this. That's not the issue here. Now we have seen people who are working against the Nigerian interest, who are working against free and fair election. You want free and fair election? Yes, give free and fair election. It is the duty of INEC to give fair and fair election, not the duty of Buhari, a member of a party, the presidential, a reciting president that belongs to a party, is not capable of giving free and fair election. He's not, because he already has his political interest. So all those free and fair election is mouth. It is the duty of INEC to give free and fair election. Let him give INEC a chance to do the election. We are not stupid. He can't be playing us. I'll give you. How can he say he will give election? Is he the one to give election?
It's also the duty of the president to protect the election. It's not only INEC. INEC doesn't control the police or the military.
It is not the office of. It's not the duty of president to do that. It is the duty of the government. It is the duty of the government. The government does that. It is the duty of the government to provide money for INEC. It is not the duty of the president. The government is beyond the president. The government protects the president, the Senate president. It is the government.
Who is the commander of the armed forces?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Commander of the armed forces. We are looking at government here. You understand? It is the duty
the
of
head of government is the president.
No. What Patrick is explaining to you is that it is not the decision of the president whether the election is free or not. It's a function of governance. It's not at his will. It's a function of governance.
It's a function of a government institution.
Yes. But that is what Buhari is saying. Buhari is saying that he's going to protect it from being maligned, from bugs, and try to use the example as
Hold on to Nigeria. What Patrick is explaining is that's a misspeak, because it's not in his purview to protect the election or not. It's the function of the government.
And the point is that I think we're having this mentality because we are coming from a military government. So we see everything as president. You understand? The president does not have power to stop the INEC chairman, to tell the INEC to postpone the election. He does not have such powers. But somebody said yesterday, what if Buhari said they should postpone? He doesn't have such powers.
If he declares a state of an emergency, they will postpone.
In the whole country, then he should be displaced. If he declared a state of emergency in his country, that means the constitution is suspended, then he should be displaced, because the constitution.
Do you accept that the president is the head of the government?
The president is the head of the president.
No. Do you accept the government? The president is the head of the government.
Now, the president is the head of government to the limit of keeping within the constitutions.
And that is what he is doing by saying he will protect the election from thugs and corruption and money politics.
He can deliver the constitution, which is what he has sworn to protect, but he cannot say, I will deliver free and fair election. He does not have such powers.
Listen.
He cannot even practically he cannot even do it now. Look at the problem that is on the ground now towards the election.
It's not even
and he cannot unilaterally declare a state of emergency. There has to be extenuating circumstances. The circumstances, how can he just say, wake up in the middle of and say, I declare? That's a military coup now.
No, that's far-fetched. He's not going to do that. I'm saying that the president does have powers that they can shift anything if they feel that there is any extenuating circumstances. But I don't understand why this is a controversial point. It's clear he also has a role, just like the chief of police has a role in ensuring the election goes smoothly. Everybody has a stake. So does the president. He's the one in charge.
And Nigerians too. And I want to say something on a lighter note. Sorry. Uptown, you say Obi has strategy.
Yeah.
Even failed companies have strategies now. You understand?
No, not the point.
No, it's not the best strategies in Africa. No, it's not just strategy. The best one in Africa.
They are the best.
You
can laugh about it.
Hold on, Uptown. I recall what you said. You said he has the best strategist in Africa. And I chuckled to myself.
I said he works with some of the best political strategists in Africa. Yes.
Yeah. So that means he has them. But I chuckled to myself because those are hired guns that goes to the highest payer. and I'm not sure that Peter Obi is the highest payer. So whatever strategies they have, the Atiku and Tinubu's team, they will have better strategies because they have deeper wallets. So that's just how it works. So
I mean,
Can I have my input?
sorry, let Des come in. Des, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Kolata is just basically making excuses and all that. But the far truth is, anybody that is in Nigeria, if you've lived in Nigeria, right, and the fuel price is high, what goes in people's mind, no matter what you're trying to sell them, is which kind of useless government is this? That's what goes in. It don't matter how you want to twist it. That's what goes in people's mind.
No, what goes in people's mind is who is fighting to put it right.
No,
They don't care.
They don't care. They don't care who is fighting to put it right.
I was on the first station today.
People don't care.
Jesus.
This is just the truth.
Nobody cares. All those things to them.
No, one at a
is
time.
lying. Everybody's lying.
One at a time. Let us carry on. So Des.
Yeah, carry on. This.
Yeah, whether you want to twist it from far left to far right, they don't care. When I remember during the time fuel was like 75 naira, they were praising the government. Fuel hyped up to 150 then. You're like, which kind of useless government is this? No matter what is going on, it's still gonna boil down to which party is leading them. That is what it's gonna boil down to. Nothing you are selling them, they're not listening to it, because most of them not even listening to news.
But this electoral, hold on, this electoral cycle is more personality politics than party politics. This is what we're saying.
To whom? To people listening to news. Yeah, to people that are more those people they are more obedient those people that are more what would I call it, media inclined. But people that are not even listening to all that news, what they are seeing is what they believe. What they see is what they believe, not what they hear from whatever. What their situation is at that time. That is what's gonna determine where they're
but is what they're seeing not Tinubu fighting against the fuel scarcity and scarcity of Naira?
I said those people that are medially inclined, most of them are basically tweeting towards obedient. That's just the fact. But the people that are not medially inclined, they're not truly listening to news. They don't watch. They probably haven't even watched when Tinubu did his campaign in Abioko. They haven't even seen it at all. But what's happening in their life?
They have their channels of information, and they are already passing them across to them. Their own channel of information is even more authentic and faster than the fake news you hear outside.
All right. Patrick, let Man of Prestige come in. He wanted to come in. Man of Prestige, come in.
Yeah. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I think in this platform we have kind of two perspectives. Of course, it's dominated by the obedience and the backfires. So everybody's having their own perspective. But what I'm seeing in the Nigerian space, the cake has already been baked. We are here talking about what RUFAI orchestrated, and Tinubu plan to sell us all these like they're against the party. Now that Buhari has come out and supporting Asuwaju, publicly, completely endorsing. There's no difference. People in Nigeria are not stupid, because whether you like it, the way they started in fuel scarcity and Naira designing, try to make it like there's some cabal. The ordinary Nigerians are not stupid. They are all suffering. It's going to come down to the APC. APC is Buhari. Buhari is APC. So that's how ordinary Nigerians, my own opinion, okay? That's how ordinary Nigerians are seeing it. Whether you are the one who started, like Kulata and some of these people here try to paint a narrative because Asuwaju started this thing. So everybody is going to switch to Asuwaju, or he's going to gain the momentum. That's not happening, not in Nigerian space. Like this, properly stated. It's only few people that are on the space, thinking that maybe Asuwaju started, then he's going to favor, he's going to gain some momentum. That's not happening, not in Nigerian space. And moreover, those people in that space are pretty much divided, and it's more of obedience, and that's not going to change them. Like somebody was saying that Obi has come out and speak about it. I've never seen anything Obi speak. Do you have a proof that Obi has spoken about it? I'm not saying he shouldn't speak.
They just showed you newspaper article now. Jesus.
What? Okay, let me see it where Obi has spoken about the reversal. I've not seen it.
Doesn't matter.
All right, there it is on your screen.
Okay, let me see it.
It's on the screen. So there it is.
Okay,
that's
a good statement.
Perfect response. Blame it on poor leadership. Perfect.
Yeah, that's a good statement. That's a good statement.
I thought you guys said they were
was
strategically keeping quiet before.
What is the difference? What is the difference between
what did he say? Did he say it was sabotaging
He
him?
painted all of them as bad leaders. Simple.
Yes.
He didn't even think. He said it's all of you that is bad leaders.
Okay. Last.
Uptown. All right, let Solomon come in because Solomon is in Abuja. So Solomon, how is this playing out? Because of course we're speaking from far away from home, but you have the foot on the ground understanding. How is this narrative playing out in Abuja and by extension Nigeria?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, one man. Are you talking about like this money redesigning of this currency and
Who is getting the credit for the pushback against the pain that the changing currency is inflicting on the populace? Who are they? Who do the people feel is fighting for them in this fuel scarcity, Naira scarcity?
The thing there is that everybody has people that people have already taken stand on who they are going to vote for, and anything that happens encourages, like for instance now this currency, the designing of this currency is encouraging the obedience more, those who have chosen to be obedient to as in P2B's followers. Yeah, it is encouraging them. It has sealed their mind totally that they are going to vote for Obi. That is Obi that they are going to support. Then in terms of who is fighting for them, nobody. They know that everybody are politicians and nobody is fighting for them. They don't see Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta as something like somebody fighting for them. They don't see Tinubu as that kind of person at all. Then for one thing, why I even called up Tan is this thing Obi wrote now, this article is the same thing with Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta.
No, Obi didn't say that sabotaging his elections.
Excuse me, let me say something, guy. He's campaigning. He's a politician. He's for his own selfish interest, for him to get into office. That is why he wrote that thing. Look at what he's saying, calling them bad leaders.
But that's not what he said.
Relax now. What are you saying?
But that's a very clever response from there. He's like playing on all your houses.
You people should stop all these things you're doing. I don't know why we in Nigeria should be hypocritical. We see somebody that is playing the politics. The people are trying to justify his action.
We all know all of them are playing politics. I just call Emefiele out for not organizing this very well. Just call Emefiele out for not organizing this very well. That's exactly what Peter will be saying.
Let me tell you something. Even the Emefiele, if you get to understand that what is happening in Nigeria right now, you know that it's not even at times, it's not even about the government, it's about we Nigerians, the way we even behave towards our own fellow citizens. Look at this money. There are some people like this, like I said in this platform, that there are people in Nigeria, even if you know your way in Nigeria here, that you can do anything you want to do and you go scot-free. This money now, there are people who are in their house and they are getting this money. Look at if you are on social media, you see how people go to club. They just arrested one actress that took that money to club to a party, marriage, a wedding party, and she was praying it there. EFCC had to go arrest this lady. So this is money that she used her connection to get this money, and now there are people suffering to get money to do their to meet up with their daily needs, and somebody is going to party and spend this money. So what am I trying to say here? We should not blame on the government. Emefiele has done his own, certain things he did were not right, but he still tried to even though that they were there is politics that was played in this scenario, in this whole thing that has happened. There are things. If the cabal is real, anybody that would doubt this thing is just here or trying to. The cabal is real in Nigeria. It's very, very real. Then people that are getting that Obi now, this thing has sealed his supporters, their mind. It has sealed. Everybody has already taken their stand. Nothing is changing. The only thing there that is happening now, like, is in fact the people changing now from PDP and APC. The people in APC are now going the camping to PDP. That is in fact what is changing. It's not like obedience, Obi's camp. Their mind
True,
is already
Solomon.
sealed up.
You're 100%
Yeah,
correct. You're
yeah.
100% correct.
Their mind is already sealed up. Like they are not going back on anything again. So but for PDP, like in Abuja now, APC, we see the crowd of the number of APC people that decamped to PDP. You'll be like, wow, that's
What part of the country that's happening, north or south?
I'm
I think it's majorly not.
I'm not come here to say if it's south. It's in the north. Abuja is middle belt. Is in the north here, but it's not by. It will still happen the same thing. Look at River State. There was somebody that was even that one week is saying River State this, River State that. Let me tell you, PDP will get good percentage of votes from River State. Mark this thing. I'm just telling you today. A guy came out and was. It will sound funny, but it is a fact. A guy was saying something.
No, it's your opinion, right?
You need to be logical in the way you contribute here. You don't come and be saying somebody is stating things. Do you think it's only you that come here to? You feel like what you just state is bad. I'm saying you're saying it's by opinion. I'm telling you something that is real.
Solomon, forgive them. Just continue.
No, I think there's beef between Solomon and.
No, I don't have a beef with him. I don't have a beef with him.
Solomon, calm down. Calm down.
Say is the opinion. What do you? He said is a fact.
What do you even like? Yeah, I'm not.
Solomon, just continue.
You calm down and listen.
My brother,
You not just interject and say it's my opinion.
Don't be angry.
I'm not angry, but allow me to just talk. I'm saying
go
something.
Ahead, Solomon.
Yeah, talk.
Solomon, go.
So, woman,
carry on, Solomon. Carry on.
In River State, people are PDP are going to get their vote, no doubt. Without Wike or with Wike, even if they don't even campaign, they will still get their vote. But I know Labour Party is going to get more votes from Might, but I don't know. But I know they will get a reasonable number of votes. Their percentage in River State will be high. But PDP are going to still get their own votes. That's in this guy did for Tinubu. I won't lie to you. It's just to an extent waste of time. What Wike allowed Tinubu to come, the APC people to put their billboard and poster in River State is a very big waste of time because it's not really going to change anything. To be honest with you, it won't change, but they will get vote, but not
it's
like
helping. Solomon, I think it's even going to help people in the Rotimi Amaechi's camp to take credit for anything Tinubu gets there.
Sorry, can you recap? I don't hear you.
I say it's probably going to, if for anything Tinubu gets in River State, Rotimi Amaechi and the APC camp might take credit for that.
Yeah, of course. But the backdoor meetings Tinubu definitely have had with Wike. Tinubu will acknowledge it if they've really had backdoor meetings, and especially like last year of November where Wike met with Tinubu in London. So Tinubu will acknowledge it anyway, but people would always give the credit to Amaechi. That's just the truth about that space. So obedience have taken their stand and.
I've forgotten that I was interjected, but you don't go past.
Sorry.
Yeah, you don't pass the interjection. But I want to take a question round just to make sure all voices come into the conversation. But the question still around this Naira note space. So what I'm really wanting to know is who gets the advantage out of this little micro saga that's just been playing out. So the change in Naira policy, the public response to it, and people now try to jostle for the political front foot. So who has the political front foot in this Naira redesign saga? So let's kick that off with John. John, give us your assessment. John Smart. All right. Let's take it to Solly. So Solly, are you there? All right. So then Uptown. So Uptown. So the question, your response, Uptown.
Yeah, one man. Like I said before, I agree 100% with what Solomon just analyzed. It means he's on ground. On the obedience space, they have gained. Why? Because it has solidified that space even more. They now have more audacity. They now talk with their full chests more than they used to, because they now believe that, hey, I mean, in as much as we know these guys are not working for us, but at least they are fighting among themselves. So come on, guys, let's double up why they are busy fighting and all that. So that's added advantage one. There's two added advantage. Second added advantage is that any single thing, and I think Solomon made the point as well, any single thing that brings hardship to Nigerians today, it is government and politicians. Every single thing, especially government. Nobody wants to know what Tinubu said in Abeokuta, what Atiku said in Yola, what this person. For them, they are just there making their political statements. What Nigerians know is that they come out and they can access 5,000 naira of their money. They are frustrated. They are in the 4Q. I was at the 4Q today. Everybody was. If I dared mention APC there, I'm sure they would have stoned the car.
Uptown. If you are saying the people are blaming the government, then if they are blaming the government and they are looking to punish the government, then they will be looking for where they think the solution is.
Okay.
Do you think people find the solution? Do you think people feel that Peter Obi has the capacity for this level of situation?
One man, I think the situation on ground has already answered your question. A man comes out from a party and enters a non-existent party, and 6 months later he's he's a third force. So that tells you if people think he's the people are not even talking about him having the capacity. People are using things which I consider weird, words like messiah. So we're not even talking about capacity again. We're talking about messianic statement. So capacity is even below what people think. The people think this guy has a magic wand is gonna wave, and then these bad politicians is gonna clear from the way and take their knees off their necks, the necks of Nigerians. So that's the word on the street. And the more this government make more mistakes, whether it's policy wise, whether it's political wise, the more the other side, which is Obi, gains more strength. You get what I'm saying? So the more the government pushes these people, squeezes people even stronger, the more the other guy who is positioning himself as their messiah is more likely to gain. If not gaining out of people that are not obedient before, but solidifying even the already obedient
I think it's a round robin
space,
question.
which is
it's a round robin question. Yes,
obedient space, which is also a sort of a gain. One man.
All right, just one more, and just a quick, just a short little.
Sure.
Sorry. I've actually lost the question.
Okay.
Let me take it to Des. So Des, the question, predictable answer from you, I suspect. Who do you think has taken the front march in terms of political advantage from this saga that's playing out? And the question I was going to ask Uptown. If the country is suddenly awash with new Naira notes and the petroleum scarcity eases, who do you think gets the credit for that? So two spaces. Who do you think has who has stolen the front march in this saga that is playing out? And if the saga abates, who gets the credit for turning things around? Des.
Yeah. We definitely know who's losing, which is the APC. The truth is that there's no way the country will be a mess, and people think the politicians can just brainwash people not to think that is the government that is doing them these things. I mean, people are gonna believe it's the government, and the head of, in fact, they're gonna not just the government, they're gonna believe it's Buhari. The only blame is gonna be on Buhari. Whether you want to call Emefele's name, you want to call someone else's name, it's not what people in Nigeria is thinking. People in Nigeria doesn't think like that. Once they have a problem, who they are bringing their problem to is the head. That is how Nigerian is wired. Do you get? Anybody that lived in Nigeria can testify to this. Anybody having a problem in Nigeria blames Buhari. You get? Just like when NEPA takes light, you blame what? NEPA don't come again. NEPA don't come again. It's just how Nigerian system is wired. So they don't want to care who is in the middle of that whole, situation. Maybe they don't care. So if someone that is losing is gonna be APC, and they better start fixing something.
Are you making a distinction between APC and Tinubu?
No, because the Tinubu is not gonna suddenly change party.
No. The reason why I'm asking that question is it's a personality-led electioneering that we're having now. So there's that distinction between the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement, with the Obedient Movement being a standalone from that space. So if it's personality-led, why is it not personality-led within the APC as well?
It's because I would say it's not the only people bringing the personality led is the obedient. The people that brought this scenario of we are voting, the person we know, the person is the obedient space. If the OB is not in this election, there's nothing, you will not be here.
Why are people gravitating towards OB?
One man is obvious now. I mean, I don't want to start stressing people again about.
No. I'm only taking you there because you will say it's for reasons of his antecedents. So if people are looking at Peter Obi's antecedents, because his antecedents were under his membership of the PDP, so if they're separating him from that membership of the PDP and they're looking at him on an individualistic basis, why is it unique and peculiar to the Obi space and doesn't apply to the generality of the political space?
The reason I would think is, I think is because Obi hasn't been found wanting. That is the reason.
Well, he has.
No, he hasn't. I mean, like I said, he's come out and basically said if you have found anything on him, based on corruption, he's gonna quit. And no politicians has actually come out and debunked it or brought out something, except you, one man trying to bring up.
We've provided countless. What about the 250 million that they caught him red-handed looting from Anambra?
From where?
From Anambra.
Who brought it?
One man, even Keyamo have not even accused him of this thing. Accusing him.
But one man, it's not actually considered one of the. It's considered basically a political persona non grata. So that's why they won't even have a bone about his case. Basically,
problem.
Like so because if you see Atiku and Tinubu, they believe those are the main guys. So it's a waste of time.
Something we know about politics.
Can I come in here?
All right,
it's a waste of time trying to do that. Because that's
just quickly, who wanted to come in?
It's Austin.
Yeah, Austin. Before you come in, let me quickly bring this to the attention of whoever that was, Des and Uptown. So let me bring this to your attention. But before I bring it to your attention, is Vanguard, is it a credible newspaper, Uptown?
No.
What about the Tribune? Is it a credible newspaper?
I don't know.
What about the Punch? Is it a credible newspaper?
Probably.
All right. It's all over the news.
Is it a fact or allegation?
These are the commissioner. This is from July the 1st, 2009. Obi in web of 250 million naira controversy. So this was Peter Obi
In web.
looting.
Which web?
Don't worry about all that. If you want me to read it out, I can. But this was Peter Obi caught looting in raw cash and local government money. So this goes back to 2009. So this is nothing contemporaneous.
One month.
Please don't read. Let's just move
on. Let's move on.
Peter Obi is a gangster. We all know that.
Can I come in?
I thought it was a round-robin question.
No, hold on. Let Austin interject because I think it's new to the space. Austin, good to see you. I thought Rudolph didn't let you out of lockdown. Is he released you for the day, Austin?
That's no problem. Look, let me just assume that Peter Obi looted the money. Let me tell you, it came pretty late. Now, even if this was true, people will believe that it is because it's prior to the election. He has always made this statement. Bring out anything if you know you have against me, and I will stop. Now it is 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the election. You bring this. How do you think the ordinary person on the street will look at it? It was fabricated, even if it was true. And this, I've not gone through that. I'm sure immediately I go off this place, I will read that article.
No, I'll post the link. If it was fabricated, then it was fabricated in 2009 because I had to go to the archives.
When you brought that, when you brought that part, do you know what I checked first? The date.
Yes.
4th of February, 2023. And let me say it in. I just saw the publication. It's 4th of February 2023, except I didn't see very well.
No, you did not. It's the 1st of July 2009.
Let's go back.
It's 2009.
Please, let's move on from this Obi stuff.
There is the date right there.
Look at the top.
No. That's the date that I am doing this. That's the date that the article was published.
Now, besides this, what I just want to put here.
You know, you can do a timestamp search on Google, just going back in time. If you want us to do that, we will.
Is he gonna say he doesn't know about the Pandora stuff?
And then Peter Obi is a crook now. But he's no more or less crooked than anybody.
Let me tell you. One thing I always want is always to have one man will always say, I always like a balanced discussion. You look at everything. Sentiments is never nice to bring into national discourse or maybe to anything. The truth is that he has always pushed this to all of us that brings something. All through this while nobody brought anything. And even if you bring anything serious now, as Solomon said, most people have made up their mind. And even if you bring something extremely serious, they won't even want to listen to you because you even brought it and it seems as if it's prior to the election. And it seems as if now you are bringing it because you want to bring out something from somewhere or you are just trying to...
Austin, has Atiku been indicted for any crime? Anything for any crime at all, corruption or whatever in Nigeria?
Since 2019, since 20-something, he has been accused of crimes.
Indicted.
Even his boss, Baba.
Forget that. Those are innuendos. Indicted. Has it been?
Okay. Let's go back to Tinubu.
No, focus on Atiku first. I'm still going to that. Hold on.
Say something.
If we continue like this,
because that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let that conversation take place only for a moment.
We have a standard on this platform that we already have a standard that they are all pathological criminals, right? But at a point, we came to the conclusion that none of them has been indicted either in Nigeria or anywhere. Okay, now. Right, you are opening Peter Obi's space, and we are just maybe 20 days to the election. So it's a waste of time. We've done all these things numerous times in the past, and that's
you have done it because you are one-sided in your thinking.
Let's move on from this.
Okay,
because I just asked you a question: has Atiku been indicted of any crime in Nigeria?
Atiku has not been indicted. You know the Nigerian system how it works. You know the Nigerian system how it works. All of us know that. Even as we are talking, there are crimes which have been committed in Nigeria that can be linked to most of the presidential candidates. Even Abba Kyari's case, how many of them has gone to court? How many? Okay, the
until it's proved
that is
guilty
what.
of that
Okay,
charge.
take for example,
Then
the
Kyari's
ICPC have arrested some bank
they are
managers
still free. I
for
see
holding Naira, right?
Atiku as a free man.
And
Atiku is still a
Abakari
free
is in
man.
prison. Abakari is in prison.
Yeah.
But if
Now,
any,
let me see.
but if any of them have
Let's
been
try
proved
this
guilty
way.
now, they won't be
One
running
at a time.
now.
One voice
Let's
at a
try
time.
this way. The ICPC has arrested some bank managers for holding Naira notes, right? Tomorrow they'll walk out free. Abakari
Yes,
is in prison.
on bail, yes.
Now Abakari is in prison. But do you know that the first time he was suspended and he was still receiving salary? He was still receiving some allowances.
Because it's on suspension, he wasn't expelled.
Now, and apart from that, he was getting all the largesse he was supposed to get before the
because he wasn't expelled. He wasn't expelled.
No, he was suspended first.
Yes.
So to step aside. He was not expelled.
Yeah, but he wasn't expelled. So
yes,
he's entitled to his
suspension.
He was receiving the largesse of somebody on seat.
Okay,
sorry, repeat that, Austin. Hold on.
I said he was receiving the allowances like somebody on seat, not only the basic salary.
Yes, because he was suspended, not expelled. It wasn't sacked now.
There was
under the law, the status quo remains. It's just he hasn't done anything wrong in the eyes of the law until the law pronounces otherwise.
Good.
So that's what you need to understand.
That is very true.
So now, one man, this Peter Obi stuff, we don't want to open it. Let's move on.
All right. Let's move on. But
can you allow me ask a enigmatic question?
No,
it's not related to
before you ask that question, let me do a bit of administrative stuff so that the super chats they can fit into where people are pointing them. Ahizon, who has now discovered his wallet. I didn't even know Ahizon had a wallet. He's been on this platform for 18 months, but now he's discovered the super chat function. He says, why are you people talking like this? It is Buhari's duty because the institutions do not work. We have a history of flawed electoral institutions. So that is to that space then when Buhari promises to give us a free and fair election, and people were saying it's outside of his purview. It's a function of governance to ensure that, not at the purview of the presidency. But I use on super chats to say the flawed electoral process facilitates for that. Wima, he comes in. He says, one man, I once again salute your one man, I once again salute your bravery on Dr. Damage's show today. Please beware of man of prestige. It's full of bad belly for you, Kulata. I think it's all love from man of prestige.
Prestige is a sabo. Is a
total sabo, but then that thank God it doesn't have the Joel of Nashville, the government did not convict him, but one man did. I'm not convicting him. I'm saying, I just didn't want to open up the Pandora Papers. But in that Pandora paper, it's the most damning of all of the people that stand under the allegation of corruption in this cycle of election. The most indictable is Peter Obi. Because the evidence,
come on!
The evidence is so compelling. It's so compelling. The criminality. Let me just add two things and then I'll move on. The Pandora Papers. People were saying that it was an administrative stuff. But if you read, and I post the link to the document of the Pandora Papers, if you read through it was corruption 101, that Pandora Papers. You know that he set up all these offshore shell accounts in a known money laundering haven. He did it mid-term through a 4-year, through an 8-year tenure. So it wasn't something that he did to distance himself from. I have it on my screen. Or if you want me to read it, I will. Yeah. So there is that. And then, if you go and read through the document of his indictment for his impeachment, it's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. It's very corrupt. Extremely corrupt. Extremely.
We have to understand what Pandora is before we start saying people are just making all this sort of. I'm laughing. What do you think Pandora is? Pandora has been there for ages. Do
you know Tinubu is in Pandora? Pandora stuff. A lot of Nigerian politicians are on the Pandora stuff. Pandora, please. Let's conserve our time.
Just details of tax haven.
It's not a detail. That's a criminal. There is a prime minister somewhere who actually stepped down.
No,
a lot of people stepped down because of that.
There's so many rich people.
There are so many law firms, top law firms in Nigeria that are representing their client by virtue of those Pandora. Let
me just add one little bit and then we move on. On that Pandora space, he put the thing under his daughter's name, and then he used a Swiss national as a proxy director of that company, and all of that whilst is it British Virgin Islands is a notorious money laundering space. The only function, and then he hid that company under 3 layers of companies. That Pandora, I have it on my screen. Do you know that when he was the governor of Anambra State, he bypassed due process and then he was awarding contracts? Do you know who he was awarding the contracts to? He's a party man that they were running next organization that is using to build. It's a gangster. But Tinubu is a gangster too, and Atiku is a gangster.
One man. One man.
It's as
the rest of them. Mitt Romney in USA has an offshore account. All it is a way to for tax invasion. That's all it is. Mitt Romney has if you follow American politics.
That's not all it is. It's a multiple.
Mitt Romney has a Pandora account.
Why
don't you speak
as
to
if
what
tax
you know?
invasion is not a crime.
Why don't I speak to what I know?
Hold on, Prestige. Offshore accounts are not just for tax purposes. In a lot of instances, they are for money laundering. Especially in all those Seychelles Islands, Virgin, it is well known.
Not in that instance. I mean, there are some instances for money laundering, but not what P2B did.
All right, if you don't know and you don't want
to
know,
you don't know, one man. I know. I have more information than you in that area. You don't know everything.
I doubt that very much. Well, yeah.
All right. Sorry. When was the Pandora account opened? Was it when he was governor already?
Yes.
No. He's had. That's what I'm saying. He's had Pandora account before he became. That's why you have to understand a Pandora very well before.
That's not true. That's not
true.
Come
on, do you want?
Let's move on.
I don't want to go.
Let me tell you one thing.
I have it on my screen here.
Before we move on, Before we move on, the Pandora said the Pandora Papers are 2021 leak, nearly 12 million documents incriminating hundreds of global politicians and wealthy elite for tax avoidance and corruption.
Yes,
that's just the opening.
I know
stuff.
that,
but let's move on. Man. We don't want to keep talking about this.
He did not eliminate. See, we are missing something. He didn't incriminate. It just shows that they are stashing their money and
everybody, hold on.
Obi is a thief. Let's move on now.
When I say everybody, that includes you, Uptown. Gentlemen, it's going to be an engaging conversation, and as it always is, but let's not cascade voices over each other. It's not good for the listener experience. That's just it. Let me just give you a few paragraphs from this thing, just so we know. Let me just.
Can you just establish when he opened it? I'm interested in when.
All right. Peter Obi, his daughter, and a secret business. Mr. Peter Obi has 2 children, a daughter, Gabriela, Francis Obi, and his son, Gregory Peter Oseloka Obi. Sometime in 2010, more than 4 years after he became governor, the politician developed an appetite to set up his first discreet company in the British Virgin Islands. He named the company Gabriela Investment Limited after his daughter. To set up what has now become a convoluted business structure, Mr. Obi first approached Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, France, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious. Sorry, who's that? Sorry, can you mute yourself for a moment? You're crackling through. To set up what has now become a convoluted business structure, Mr. Obi first approached Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, France, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious tax havens, noted for providing conduit for wealthy and privileged corrupt political elite to hide stolen money to avoid attention. There it is. So there it is. So
4 years after he left office, 4 years after he left office.
Forget
No. He entered. No. Let's look at this let's look at the chronology of this. He entered office in 2006.
That's a bloody lie. Calm down.
And this is 2010.
Even
no.
Just go to Wikipedia. That will even debunk this.
He entered. He became governor. He became governor.
Listen,
Jesus Christ. He became governor. He became. Des, please. He became governor in 2006. He left in 2014. That's 8 years.
Okay.
That's what I said. He said, can you just hold on? You can't shout your way through being correct, you know. It's halfway through an 8-year tenure. So the money he looted in his first tenure, which we saw caught in Apapa, they even gave us the address. So which was his address in Apapa, number something. I can forget Peter Obi now. It's corrupt.
Okay.
Forget it.
Let me say something, right? Wikipedia carried the Pandora news, and it's there. It's even there in his Wikipedia page. Just anybody that is seeing this, just go there and read through it. There's
Wikipedia. Do you know you can edit Wikipedia as I can?
So this one you're reading now is not edited. It's manufactured from heaven. One man.
Oh my God! One man. Let's move on.
Let's move on. But forget. You know. We only deal in facts. Yeah, Peter Obi is a corrupt man. No? We all know. Now. But let's carry on. So
brought out Wikipedia the other day. I read it for us about Tinubu. So why you say Wikipedia? So I can say that Wikipedia is edited.
Yeah, but I'm bringing you premium times here. And you know, hold on. Let me just say this, and then we must move on. You know that Pandora Papers, it was an international operation by what I can't remember the acronym, but it's a body of international journalists, well in excess of 100 journalists. They were investigating the corrupt movement of monies globally. And I think there was a pastor in Nigeria that was caught up in it as well. So Peter Obi is just a footnote. It wasn't especially targeted at Peter Obi. It was just part of the corrupt people swept up by that. So forget it now. Peter
and
Obi
I will tell you that Jackie Chan's name is also among.
So there you are. So
there's
it wasn't.
So Jackie Chan is now corrupt.
It's not even just Jackie Chan. There's so many.
All right. Let's forget it. Let's forget it.
The Bless there too.
Russian president.
Blair is also there.
Yeah, but Tony Blair is corrupt. Yeah. But what's the point that you are making with that? That so many people.
The point I'm making is, see, that stuff I've read Pandora, as in I know I can probably tell you most of people that are there. There's a lot of names, and I'm telling you,
what's the point that a lot of people are there? What point
I'm
does
telling
that
you
make?
that
Hold on to Nigeria. Yeah. What point does that make?
Tax. Yes, it's for evading tax, and some people
money laundering and corruption. That's what they told us.
But not all of them, right? Some people are just there to evade tax because they are billionaires and they are taxed a lot.
So are you saying tax evasion is not a crime? Somebody who is evading the tax. Somebody is evading to pay tax in the country. He wants to become the president of that country.
Understand?
One man, that's what Romney did. And nothing happened to him during the election. He came out during the American election.
Wait, Des. You see, tax
too many voices. That's just why I put it. Sorry. Not you, but it was man of prestige. It was cascading over.
You see, a tax system is like doing a job. You know, this local job everybody does. We put the money together as one man's turn. He takes it. Everybody puts money together as my turn. Tax is like that. It's collective money of everybody. Everybody is putting money to take care of infrastructure, and you are enjoying the infrastructure. You now stylishly carry your own and go and keep somewhere. And you want to become the chairman of that group. What kind of hypocrisy and nonsensical mentality? It's treacherous. It is unscriptural. That kind of attitude. That's what it means. Tax evasion is.
If you're a billionaire, if you're the tax
is morally is immoral.
Oh my God, are you listening? The tax you pay, maybe you're earning maybe 5 or 6 figures.
There's nothing you can teach me about tax.
Okay.
That's what I do. So
no problem. But the tax.
All right, let's move the conversation on.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Peter Obi is
sorry. Code of conduct.
Answer the question.
Code of conduct. As a politician, there's something called code of conduct. If you don't declare all your assets worldwide, it's a crime, and it not declare that. So that's crime too. Anyway, let's move on.
You know what his excuses are. When I say the guy, when I say it doesn't have the full function, do you know what the excuse was? It said because other people's names were on that company, and therefore he could not disclose it because his daughter's name was on it, and because she's not part of our
code of conduct does not permit you to make those kind of silly excuses.
It's unbelievable, the guy.
But anyway, let's move on. One more.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Let me add this though. Peter Obi said, because we are trying to twist a lot of stuff here. Peter Obi said, if there is any place in Anambra that you can find the money missing, if there's any place they've given him land, or is there then any place that he mismanaged Anambra's money, or anything when he was a governor that leads to corruption, then he will resign. That is what.
Do you want me to bring you that as well? Do you want me to?
Forget that.
That's corruption now.
Forget that 250.
One man, there's no point.
No, not the 250.
One man, you are wasting your time with disobedience.
It's a waste of time. Because there's no indictment against him, so it's not corrupt. But there's what's it called, articles of impeachment that articulates every single thing is being charged on. But it's lucky they removed it because of technicalities in court. Anyway, let's move on.
All right. Yeah. Let's take the conversation on to.
Wow, call a dog a bad name to hang it. I offer to answer this question: the importance, the difference between what is happening with the Pandora paper and whether it's a criminal act or not. It's just tax avoidance. There's a difference between tax avoidance and evasion. Avoidance is, in other words, hiding your money.
You don't understand tax.
A lot of Western
immediately.
Brother, this is not Naija Watch. This is not Naija Watch, man.
Too many voices.
Can you let Naija Watch speak?
It's just a fact.
Guys, we can't do this now. I'm sorry. To Naija, are you a tax expert?
No, I understand this because I was very concerned about when it was happening.
Are you a tax expert? Was the question.
I know the topic.
No, that wasn't the question now. Are you a tax expert?
I'm not a tax expert, no.
All right, you said Patrick in the lower row, he's a tax expert.
Yeah, I've had a lot of experts talk. Sometimes they are tilted towards their own opinion.
So your lay view supersedes an expert opinion.
You know, because his view may be correct technically, but his judgment. Remember, he has opinion on it. He says something about because they use this to remove tax, it's not good and all the rest of it. He didn't say that they didn't break the law. He didn't make that clear. You see, that's the difference between when somebody's having an opinion. They didn't break the law. This is some leaders, even people that invest in the pensions scheme in the UK, they put money in tax havens. And it's a very big problem, even in Western economies, that's where a lot of money go and hide. But this is what happens is that when people want to invest, they go to these investment bankers or whatever they call them. They give them money and they will use it and obfuscate the money and hide the money on all kinds of places so they don't pay a lot of tax. That is what Peter Obi has gotten himself involved.
No, you don't have the expertise. You don't have the expertise. So that's just a subjective view. But a subjective view,
anybody can check it up.
By your own admission, you don't have the expertise.
One man. In addition, right? In addition, during the Channel TV interview, when they asked him that they didn't actually push him well about that, he actually he was deflecting to his daughter about his daughter being on the.
No, that's what I said.
That's the reason. But even even under the law, right? Even that form itself, I forget the name of the form now. There is one
code of conduct. Every politician, if you lie,
If you don't declare what you have, it's a crime.
It's a crime.
Bring out this fact.
And then even on that form, there is a checklist on that form. If any of your family member or even an associate, let's move.
The guy is a crook now. Is a verified. That's why I said it is the most indictable of the front runners.
It's a lie.
Excuse me for a bit.
Lie.
Just one
Yeah,
second.
let's hear from Austin and then we move on. Austin.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I want to go even towards to Nigeria's direction. If you make listen, I have attended tax seminars, a lot of them.
Right.
If you make money in the US, you will pay tax on that money. But if you are in the US and you make money outside the US, you are not taxed on it. Now, there is this person who wanted to buy Manchester United some time ago. He was accused by the British that he banks his money abroad in France just to escape tax in England. So this is a situation. I've even tried to read some of the things you are saying. This is a situation where somebody decides that I don't want to pay tax, goes and bank the money somewhere just to escape tax. Now, as I always try to put it straight, is it wrong? Yes, it is wrong. Because if you are making money in this country, somehow you should make sure that the people of the country benefit from the tax. It's true. That is how it's supposed to be. They are supposed to benefit. Even football players have been caught in this. Messi has been caught in it. Cristiano Ronaldo has been caught, and a lot of football players, just because they don't want to be taxed excess within a particular country. Is it wrong? Yes, it's wrong. But if you say
Austin,
that it's the worst
Austin, I'm sorry. Austin, I'm sorry
to
to interject your passionate speech, but as a political office holder, you have to declare your assets worldwide. If you do not declare properly, that's perjury. You lied, and that's that's a crime. And Peter Obi did not declare this as part of his assets when he knowingly had it.
Look, I always try to write it straight. I try to is it wrong? Yes, it is wrong. But
is it a crime? It is a crime.
That's the question.
It's not wrong. Is it a crime?
Is it a crime?
Now it is. That's what I said. When it's wrong, it's a crime. Yes, it is wrong. But if one man puts it that it is the worst of all the presidential candidates, it is a lie.
No, it's the most indictable. It's the most indictable.
Let's tell ourselves the truth.
Let me.
Sorry, just hold on right there. Let me bring this to you, Austin. So let's fast forward to the here and now. So that was 2010 when Peter Obi was parking Anambra State money in a Virgin Island offshore account. But this is now this month just gone. Why Peter Obi's UK farm Next International was shut down? The Labour Party, sorry, can people mute themselves just for the feedback? The Labour Party LP, the Labour Party LP yesterday responded to reports that the United Kingdom-based company of its presidential candidate Peter Obi was shut down by the authorities. It was reported that the UK government dissolved Next International UK, largely owned by Obi, over failure to submit its annual accounts. So there it is. The tax evasions. I'll post the link in the comment section too for people.
That's not tax evasion. One man.
Jesus Christ!
Don't come here.
You're just trolling now, man. What is this?
The guys are hard.
Let me just make a few comments, please, guys. So the premium time reportedly on Obi's investment in offshore company in tax havens such as the British Virgin Islands and Barbados. Obi appeared to have a shell company in the 1990s with the Barbados-based. I just want to clear that out. So you understand that he had this account, he had this offshore account in the 1990s.
Before
in Barbados.
He had this account in 2010.
We're talking about Virgin Island, not Barbados. So
4 years after when he was
I'm
already
just trying to tell you the offshore account has been something.
No. What are you? Can you hold on? Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Can you read what you just read again?
Okay, let me repeat myself.
Right.
The premium time reported on Obi's involvement in offshore companies in tax havens such as the British Virgin Island and Barbados. It's like a company, I think. Obi appeared to have made shell companies in the 1990s with the Barbados is the company Barbados-based Bishant Investment Limited and UK-based Nest International.
They are shell companies. You know what?
No, but that's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about his offshore account in British Virgin Islands, which is set up in 2010.
Okay.
Let's carry on. Let's take the conversation on to. Apologies, by the way, to the obedience, but you know the facts. You know the facts.
One
Solomon,
more, I wanted to ask enigmatic question. Remember?
All right. Are we abandoning the round robin? Because
Let's go to the round robin. We won't sleep. You know, some of us sleep early.
All right. Let's go to the round robin. So yes. So Solomon, then, who do you think has stolen the political march in this oil scarcity, Naira scarcity saga? And if there's suddenly an easing of the situation, Naira suddenly becomes plentiful in the system, and the oil plentiful in the system, who will get the credit for that? Solomon.
Yeah. Like I said before, everybody have already solidified their stand in whichever candidate they are going to stand with. The obedient have sealed their mind. In fact, this thing has given them more reason to vote for P2B. Then in fact, people that are even spoiling their market now is APC. APC, I don't know how. I still don't know how Tinubu, but just the power of incumbents that I'm just that is making me give Tinubu this as in still put him in the race, because the power of incumbents. If not, I don't see Tinubu in this race, but because of the power of incumbents and the kind of relationship he has built too with the North, what is his platform. Let me just call it his platform. The platform he has built over the years. But if you talk about the Nigerian cities, no. I would just say his platform that will help him. It's not about it should not depend on the masses. It's just his platform. Because APC and this platform is not even the APC. I'm just talking about like the network he has already. For instance, the people he has helped and his political wherever team. It's not even the APC as a whole. Because APC is a name that most Nigerians don't want to hear about. They don't want to hear APC at all. So I feel like this thing is even the marketing APC. But for PDP and the Labour Party, they've already made up their mind. And they've made up their mind. Then if let the money pour out tomorrow, that's why you say, you ask if everything gets good, like the fuel, there is availability of fuel, like when the fuel becomes available for the citizens and the Naira notes, it will not change anything. The APC must leave, according to the masses. That is in the south mostly, then in the north, not really, like, because this north, I don't even understand. If Tinubu goes to any campaign, you see the crowd that will come out. That one have passed mobilizing. I think those guys that are standing with him, those northern governors, I don't know, but I feel like they are truly with him, because the way they organize, they come out for this guy is so alarming. And I feel like, these people, don't you want change? Don't you want change? But that is where it comes in. Now they are looking at this as the individual differences. Tinubu is different from
Solomon, what do you think those crowds, or the crowd, what do you think the crowd, what do you think they tell us? Because a lot of people, very derisory, they'll tell you, oh, they are mobilized, they are bought and paid. Do you buy into that? Are you so dismissive of the sort of crowds that people pull at their campaigns? And if you're not dismissive of it, what do you think the crowds tell us?
Those crowds, let's remove money aside first. I feel like that is where the platform I just mentioned now. Okay, let me just say the structure as it is. That is where the structure is playing in. This is the structure that Even if, and it's with this structure now that people like him can bank on getting 24, or people like Atiku can bank on getting 25% each from every state in Nigeria here, without they will get their 25% each from every state because of this platform, with this structure they've so is these people coming out is based on, they are based on the structure, as in it's based on the structure, the people on ground working, like his youth Tinubu guys are really working. They are doing this for like gospel, people spreading the gospel, like this his youth guy won't die or something. The guy, do you know he crosses rivers to go to go and campaign in villages? Like yesterday, I saw a video of him going to, is it Nembe, from Nembe to, I think that riverside of USF, rivers that side, going to die on speedboat. I was like, wow. In that man group, that
Solomon,
guy
that
was,
receipt now, that receipt for Tinubu for the cash out.
no, this Israel guy is not. This guy is his boy.
He's doing well. I know he's doing well. I'm just saying that there has to be a receipt for the boss now that he's doing well as well.
So this normally everybody, even you now, you are supporting Obi, because I know that my mind has I've made up my mind towards you and Obi that either Obi is your uncle or your father's friend. Then they are from the same alma mater, like they attended the same alma mater. That is why there's and it's from other branches.
Solomon Falani.
So once Obi enters there now, you know that let us stop doing all these things that we're saying is coming to work. Like most of you are here saying, most of you,
Solomon, give us our credit. We are just patriots.
I beg, leave this talk you're talking. You're saying this. Most of you are just here, apart from some people. But you see, most of you are here because of your personal interest. Not that you might really gain that much, but because of the connection you have with him. It's not like so. It's the structure that is mobilizing these people out for Tinubu, but APC, they are really marketing them. I won't lie to you. And obedient have made up their mind. PDP have made up their mind too. So, but APC are the ones suffering this thing. But I know with the power of incumbents, they have and because of, if the North now, if they are able to settle their scores with the cabal, because Nigeria is not for, I don't want to say it's not for Jew men, but it's for strong men. So once they align their alignment well, then we'll know. Let us just see if truly the North are with him. If the North are not with him, we should forget about this election. That is just the
truth. You know, the election is entirely a northern affair.
Of course.
Whoever wins this election is the North that will decide it.
Of course,
and that's just what it is.
Yeah, if he resolves this is a issue with the North, and if they give him like RUFAI now, what they've, like we talked about the other day, the conservatives and the what they call them, progressives. The conservatives are the old men in the North, the old men, those ones that still believes in Usman Danfodio's policy. It's not like RUFAI, they don't believe, but you know, as life modernizes, orientation changes at a time, and they will factor in things, factor out things, and that's how it works. So those ones now letting these guys know that to come, you people, we are the old men, and you see the way he called Babangida called, so that's how that thing works. So if Tinubu rectifies his faults and they just back him now, let's just forget about this election. This thing is not just to for ESC. It's a fact. Yes, one man. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon, let's go on to Kulata. So Kulata, the question, your response, but add on to it, this Buhari now coming out to frontally tell us that he'll be campaigning for Tinubu, that he actually wants to, because he has been campaigning for, but they've pushed him out even further into the stumps now. So is this essentially, is what we are saying, Tinubu breaking the will of that cabal space to force Buhari back out in the public and to ask him to force him to be more vocal in his campaigning for Tinubu.
Yes,
Yes, and also I saw that you were bullied into submitting the spreadsheet to Rudolph. But are they not going to bully you out of the figures? Don't let them make you reverse.
Figures are figures now. I mean, anyway, figures are figures. But you see, here's the thing. They bullied Tinubu. I told you, everybody has their own power. Tinubu's power comes in House of Assembly, the Senate, and the governors. The governors have gone to bully Buhari now. And you can see the result of that bullying. Now, Buhari's spokesperson, his senior special assistant, Ajuri Ngelale, I hope I'm not butchering his name, very well-spoken guy. He's now coming out to tell the public, as under the capacity of Buhari, that Emefiele did not inform Buhari correctly on the Naira design policy. So you can see that they're throwing Emefiele under the bus. That's going to be your fall guy. Emefiele is going to be your fall guy. And from Tinubu's perspective, it's going to be Emefiele combined with the cabal, combined with Atiku. And then they've already roped the story that Emefiele tried to run for APC primaries. The court did not let him run. He's working with the cabals to help Atiku. That's going to be the story. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. That's the story that they're going to push. And the narrative, and Buhari is starting to distance himself from this policy. Adebanjo has come out to distance himself from the policy. Ajuri, Buhari's official spokesman, has come out to distance himself. Buhari has said he gives it 7 days. So I'm sure he's told immediately, 7 days, make this money available. If it's not available, they're going to walk this policy back drastically. So I'm not going to say one thing or the other. I'm just going to wait for those things to play out. Then I'll come and tell you, I told you so.
Is it your estimation that by tomorrow, no later than Monday, they will just release this? They'll give a 3 months grace.
It's not going to be the optimum. I mean, last week, when you and I were talking about last week, what did we say? We said max Monday, that by Sunday they should have said something, but max Monday. What happened? Emefiele spoke on Sunday. So, I mean, they're giving it 7 days. I'm thinking they're going to engineer all sorts of riots, all sorts of it's not fake outcry because people
that's why I'm saying that before Monday they would have announced that okay, the policy has they will release the old Naira
they will release natural, is it that they release the old Naira or they allow people to take the old Naira to commercial banks? Yes. And then they I mean, rather than CBN and allow that to go on, they'll allow you to keep spending the old Naira and allow you to take it commercial banks. I don't think within 7 days, because this is what I suspect. You know, I always suspect something before I confirm it. I suspect Buhari is embarrassed with what's going on. Buhari came with the right intentions. I think he immediately sold him a bag of goods, telling him he'll be able to deliver something in 3 months. That wasn't practical. It's not possible to do this. I mean, it's not even ideal to do this. CBN should not be injecting themselves into the political process because doing something before the election is political process. Even in the US, if you have a criminal, whatever, FBI will stop prosecuting you if you're running for election. So not to interfere with the political process. So the timing was just wrong. But Buhari probably thought, oh, I'm helping my legacy in doing this, not knowing this 3 months is actually going to wound people. Because why did even CBN wait till this late before they started releasing the money? Assuming they've been releasing money since 3 months ago, we won't be in this kind of situation. So it's badly implemented. And now it looks like Buhari is giving immediately 7 days, turn this ship around. So if he cannot turn the ship around, and if he sees things complaining, you can see Buhari has already gone now to identify with his party. He's not distancing himself with the party anymore after those governors have bullied him. So he's identified with his party. Adebanjo has come out to talk against this. His spokesperson, Jury, has come out to talk about it. Lai Mohammed God said, you can see him that we are avoiding Tinubu, walking to all smiling all over Tinubu in Nasarawa today. They're walking him back, and immediately, trust me, is going to be the scapegoat because he's easy. He's an easy scapegoat. And once this week is passed and they change it, you're going to see the narrative. So I will wait for the process to play out, but I've already made my predictions. And
Can I interject, please?
No, hold on, Solomon. But because this is a legacy moment for Buhari is what he has to understand, and I think he's coming to that understanding. You know that the
Yes.
last memory is the abiding memory, and the memory is coming out. We've played the clips. There was a clip that I played. It's still on it's still there, talks there somewhere. People actually breaking into ATM machines in order to access money, not looters, frustrated bank customers, people breaking. So these images, they're all over the place. So he's saying them. We saw what happened to him in Kano State. So his legacy, good or bad, or because they were trying to orchestrate a redesigned exit for him to rebrand him on his way out.
Yes.
But that rebranding is now falling short now. So he has to act fast. Do you not
he has to act
anticipate that
fast.
they will extend it till June, I suspect?
I think they will give it. It's reasonable. Honestly, this kind of policy is normally done in a year or two. It's something innocuous. You don't even notice it. How long did we start that old $100 bill? Yes. And they've been printed a new $100 bill. And I'm sure if I can find an old $100 bill, I can take it to a bank or somewhere. They'll take it from me. So it's not something you do in this kind of draconian manner. And again, you're printing the money in Nigeria. It's not like you're printing it where there's massive capacity. You're printing it with Nigerian Security Mint. So in 7 days, Emefiele will not be able to deliver, and it's going to be the fall guy. And that's going to be the narrative. Emefiele and the cabals. Emefiele and the cabals. And they're trying to help Atiku. That's going to be the narrative. And the narrative may not make sense now, but if they walk this back, trust me, in a week, the narrative will have shifted, will have changed. Things happen like that in politics.
Do you see a situation where Emefiele might be sacked?
Well, I mean, sacking Emefiele is not just a political issue, it's also an economic issue, because then your investors will lose confidence in your economy. So I think it will make sense just to let him ride this term out, or let him ride Buhari's term out. And when Atiku or Tinubu or Obi comes in, they sack him. They shouldn't remove him.
You know, there's a term they use in this country. As I don't know if they use it in America as well. They call it gardening leave. If they want to ease you out of a position permanently, they'll say they are putting you on gardening leave. So that is to say you can continue to collect your salary but stay in your own home. Do you not? Yeah.
Yeah, that's terminal
I
leave.
think.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know what it's called in America, but is from an economic perspective. I mean, I don't think it makes sense to sack him. I don't think it makes sense to sack him because I mean we already have him being called for charges like terrorism. I don't know where those charges are coming from. Yeah, calling for wage charges and all. So if you now sack him, it looks like what kind of country is this that your CBN governor doesn't know what he's doing and you guys are firing him? Investor confidence will be shot. I don't think it makes sense. They should leave him alone. It's only how many months till Buhari is there. The next person should get rid of him immediately.
No, I think he's gone. So whoever comes in is gone. Hopefully arrested as well after he's gone.
No, he will be arrested. He will be arrested. Too much.
That guy has been the worst of everything.
He's the worst. He's stolen too much money. He's unbelievable.
Yes. Thank you, Kolata. So up next, not Man of Prestige, but To Niger. So To Niger, we're looking at the winners and losers from this saga that is playing out, the Naira change and the scarcity thereof. So who has stolen the political march in this space? And if plentiful Nairas and oil is pumped now into the Nigerian system, who gets the credit for the pivoting to Nigeria?
I think generally the government gets good things and generally also for bad things. I think it's a little bit overstating it that Tinubu will steal a match on something that is happening under their own watch, as if Emefiele is not technically part of the government of APC. Also, and it depends on how the other politicians play it. And I think what P2B just did just now was a very clever move. And I think somebody said earlier on that P2B, the people that his campaign managers are, they are quite clever people. And I think you can see that many times when, sometimes when things happen like with the Soludo issue and the way P2B responded, you can see the crafting and cleverness with the way they respond. And you can see the way his campaign is crafted in such a way that they don't rile any, tribal line, religious line. They just try to coast clean of all these things. The fact that he just comes and says, plague on all your houses. Your leadership problem is what is causing this nonsense. It doesn't matter whether it's Peter, Mefele is causing it, or Buhari is causing it, or Tinubu is causing it. It doesn't matter. Accuse each other all you want. But if somebody comes and says, plague on all of you, all are the ones causing the problem, and that has been his narrative. So it's also consistent. So on balance, I think this will be a wash on balance. And given the headlines that Tinubu and the APC in the article has been getting for the last 2 weeks, Obi's campaign has just been moving forward. I say this is a kind of relief. Something that is a wash is a relief for them.
And you don't think that the Obi campaign has lost momentum somewhat?
Oh, no. I think, Jesus Christ, if this momentum had carried on and the Atiku campaign and this in the Tinubu campaign doesn't pick up anything, they don't have anything to bite on till the election day, they will lose in the first round. Because the momentum would have built so much. They will lose to Peter Obi. They will lose to Peter Obi because the momentum would have built on so much that it would be almost like an inevitable. Peter Obi is getting endorsement every day. He's moving and getting to the north every day. It's almost like every is good news for him. And the other parties, they are busy fighting each other. That's what has been happening for the last 2 weeks. They've been losing half a point every single day. Every day you fight, you are losing points.
They went from SPV now to fuel scarcity, this and that, dragging each other. That's what's been happening for the last 3 weeks.
Today, I think Kolada has a point. He has half a point when he said that for this is Tinubu calling out saying, "Oh, people are suffering," and even if he is clear that he was talking about himself at first, but to still be on the side of the people will lend a kind of political support. At least it will reassure some of his own voters that at least it's on his side. It's on their side. There is some merit there, but that's why I think what Peter Obi is doing is also he's still saying plague on all your houses. Now you are calling for this as if you are a different party. You are all the same people causing all this problem. It doesn't matter whether you are Tinubu or you are Buhari or Mefele. You are all the same people. So it's a clever thing how you play it.
Sorry to Niger. Obviously, you would have seen the RUFAI interviews as well, and some of the things that he said that Peter Obi has not even had more than a single digit, lower single digit insertions in places like Sokoto, Borno, etc., and certainly Katsina. Do you agree with that one?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe he has a point. But the problem is the fact that he's coming out sounding like that seems desperate.
No, leave him to one side for a moment. Let's go with the facts. Because there is no reason, and you're a reasonable man, there is no reason to imagine or to conclude that Tinubu, that Peter Obi rather, has any footprints in places like Sokoto. Yes, there will be some vague rogue Adebota elements that have heard what is going on in the south and they want to be hip with it. But the abundance of places like Sokoto, they probably don't even know that there is something called obedience. And you can transmute that to places like Borno, like Kebbi, like Yobe, like Gombe, etc. All of these spaces, they'll have satellite rogue elements, the odd student, wherever, but it doesn't have the insertion in those spaces. And then we've also heard reports, especially during the festive season. There was a reporter that said he traveled a vast expanse in the northern space, and he could not see any Peter Obi presence there in terms of posters, in terms of presence, in terms of show of face. And that report, it repeats endlessly from different sources. So can you see why people struggle to imagine Peter Obi being anything but a huff and a puff, and then he sits down back in Anambra?
I get the argument, and I was one of those people saying that Obi should be going to the north, and now he started showing his presence there. And
Right.
what I worry is that, and that's what I made it finding interesting, is that some people don't understand how dangerous Obi is. That is, I consider him dangerous because I was one of those people that dismissed him. I
He's going to
dismissed Obi
convince people
outright.
from a rally.
See, hold on now. I'm telling you. See, I'm telling you my own experience. When I saw B on the poster, I dismissed him outright. I looked at Wiki and looked at other candidates. I said, these candidates are the ones that are better for Nigeria if they come in. I dismissed Obi outright. Then Wiki even mocked him in PDP, mocked him like, oh, this guy would never win. When he went to B State, then later on, guess what happened? When the two parties chose their candidates, their papa candidates, then I said, okay, people started telling Peter Obi is a guy. Then I said, let me go and watch you. When I saw the way he was presenting, the way he came across, the guy is extremely likable. You guys, it's dangerous to underestimate this guy. And if somebody is likable in the north, it doesn't matter whether you are in the north or in the south, you will be likable anywhere. So to underestimate him is at your own peril, because he's going there. He's been there now for the last week or so, campaigning in the north over and over, and I'm seeing crowds. And to be fair, somebody's right, crowd doesn't matter. The question is whether the message breaks through. I spoke to John Abba the other day. He said, oh, Obi will never win the north and all the rest. But by the time I finished, he said, if Obi did this and this, Obi will win the north. What shocked me was that
you see, sorry to Nigeria, there are so many factors that weighs against Peter Obi having any showing at all. Never mind winning, no. Having and if we want to bring up some of the spreadsheets, I think you've seen our spreadsheets. There is nothing that indicates anything Peter Obi in the north. So many factors just tell you to the contrary. The structure that people hold on. I think Tunaija is capable. The structures that people talk about, one, those are foot soldiers on the ground. So the people are the structures and all of that, but it doesn't really have the people in the north apart from those rogue elements that we just described. So it doesn't have a face there. And like you said, it is campaigning somewhat, and it does pull the crowd somewhat to the point that he's not mocked. But it doesn't pull substantial crowd. And a lot of the understanding around the crowds at these political rallies are that and you can slice it halfway through and cast one to one side as people who just turned up to see the spectacle that was going on in their environment. So there's just Mogbomo branch, we call them in Yoruba land. So there's that element. But and then of course, I know you don't like matters ethnic, but there's an ethnic somewhat of raised shoulders north and east. So there's elements in that Inyamiri language and all of that. And then Peter Obi, he doesn't have the nationalistic, maybe now he's gaining some form of momentum, but it doesn't have a national reputation pre this this now fate. There are just so many things, you know. It just falls in the realms of wishful thinking to imagine Obi will have any food. There's nothing to indicate that.
I get your point that he doesn't have. He didn't. At least people didn't know he had a national presence. If you want to say something, as long as one man is fine.
No, carry on. Yeah, come in. You know, the interjection is the fun here.
Let me come with this. Let me start from this way. Now, I think a lot of people underestimated Peter Obi. He started by going to the Emir's palace. There are a lot of Emirs he has visited and talked to them. And generally, we'll call it the general way of speaking. But whenever he leaves those places, you will see the Emir will always congratulate him, nice, tell him good. For the first time, we have the Ariwa group saying on national TV or national papers that they are talking with Yohanes Ndibo to come to a compromise. This is also a case where some weeks ago, we heard you know how the Muslims respect the Sheikh. The Sheikh Association in the north endorsed Peter Obi. You can imagine.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go on.
You see, this is why they keep on deceiving us in the south here. That Emir went to do this and Emir. Who is the? At times, when there is things we need to talk about, and
Oh God, this guy make me laugh, man.
Now, let me tell you.
No, it's speaking to the reality. But
No,
I don't know.
you and I know.
Hold on, Solomon. Let me ask you. Hold on, Austin. Let me ask you a question.
Can I complete what I wanted to say?
No, we know where you're going, but carry on. Yeah.
Do you know how spiritual leaders are in the South when Christians are there who don't even respect their pastors? Can you talk of what a sheikh or maybe a preacher? You know how they respect the preachers in the North. That is one part of it. Now, apart from this, when RUFAI was saying, I like talking about people's body language. When you see RUFAI speaking, the recent interview, you see him talking and shouting and not comfortable. If let me tell one man, if you are very comfortable and that this is the truth, you'll be talking and smiling with me. RUFAI was usually talking and
these people, man, wow.
RUFAI was comfortable because they removed power from them.
RUFAI was literally talking and like almost raising up his voice.
Yes, he was almost crying himself.
That shows one thing that
he was crawling on the floor.
No, hold on, please let him. Yeah, carry on.
He was really uncomfortable with what was happening. I can remember the statement where he said that one local government in Katsina State is even bigger than the whole Southeast. So when you see people talk that way, it's like somebody smash your leg and you bust out in the whole thing.
It's getting jittery, Abi. Is it getting jittery?
Yes, that is what I can
That's the language of the obedience space. It's getting jittery.
That is now.
Can I interject now one more?
No, hold on. Hold on. Austin.
Yes.
Well, do you know the Nigerian landscape well enough?
Yes, I know.
All right. What moves the North? What two elements would you say moves the North?
We have the issue of their religion. The religion moves them so much. Then
yes.
we also have the issue of ethnicity, which are their core. Yes.
Yes, brilliant. So that's where I wanted you to go. So now, the religion and ethnicity is what moves the North the most. And do you know the voting patterns in the North? So let me just say what I want to say, and then you tell me if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
In the North, like you said, religion and ethnicity is what the foundation of that space. But their voting pattern is usually to instructions, and it's usually the instructions are usually from a respected religious person. That's often what moves the elections. So the politicians persuade that religious person that he wants them to weigh in his direction, and they move. They don't vote on individualistic basis as we do. They vote to instructions and they vote en masse.
That is very true. You are very right. But
Right.
there's one thing you need to
So
note
now
There's one thing you need to note
with ethnicity and religion and the fact that they vote en masse, are they going to move that vote to Peter Obi?
Now, very beautiful question. Excellent. The point is that we have diversity. Now, there is this I've forgotten his exact name. He mentioned one thing that was very beautiful. He said, when you want to talk of diversity, come to the North. That the North is very diverse with different groups of people. Even during RUFAI's interview, he made one statement which I really picked. He said that Peter Obi can fare well in the Southeast, in the South, take some pockets of Lagos, with a little bit of the Christian enclave in the North. That was the last statement where he ended that statement. So it therefore means I don't expect Peter Obi to go and sweep the whole of Katsina, Kano, and the rest. It's not true. It will not work. And I'll tell you the truth, he will not come first in Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, and the rest. It's not true.
So where would he come? Where would he come in Kano?
Now, he will just go pick up the positions like all those Gombe and this, with a little bit of 40%, 35%, and the rest. That's how he's just going to manage around the North.
40% of the voting. What are you talking about? Are you on the diet?
What let people interject now? Let's talk.
I asked to interject earlier though.
Can I just talk, please?
Let me
go ahead,
Solomon.
Percentages, and that is where he's going to make his name. You don't
my bros, wait. Let me ask you one question, please. Like, or let me say something. You see, this is the thing. Most of our Igbo bros that has left Nigeria for long, like they left Nigeria. They don't even know how the Nigerian space has always been, and how how the political stuff operates in Nigeria here. First, he has come here and say the emir did this, the emir did that. If I tell you this,
he's Igbo. I don't know why you're calling him Igbo.
Solomon, the question should be, even before they left Nigeria, what do they know about the Nigerian political space?
Look, look, let me tell you, if you want to go with the political space, don't even think about it. Because
you're coming here to say that Obi will clear Gombe.
And people will not question your political understanding.
I have been in the political space, and I've
don't worry, Sha.
And I've
followed
up
the election line, right? To have my opinion.
And moreover, don't think some of us left Nigeria.
Is watching.
These are our problem in the southeast, especially. But no wahala, Sha.
You know, you were doing so well, and you say it would clear like 40% in Gombe. That was where it fell apart. But that made me laugh. That made me laugh.
Now let me ask you a question. Does the Christian population in the north feel being cheated?
Let's go into that space, because we hear that space a lot, and we've seen the aggression that Peter Obi has used to pursue that space. He's the one that has campaigned the most on religious divide, by the way. I think everybody agrees on that. But he's been straddling all these church pulpits. But what you want to understand is those Christians, they will not necessarily go with him in the manner that he's anticipating. If you go to Yoruba land, for instance, I suspect that the Yoruba land, because they don't prioritize religion in perhaps the way they do in the north, and I don't think the Christian faith even prioritizes religion in the manner that the Muslim north especially does. So I suspect that those Christian votes that you think will be coming his way might well prove to be a disappointment. I'm not sure that it's going to switch those Christian
there is
votes.
one last thing I'm going to say. I think we'll always need to talk about this. Look, we'll always need to talk about this maybe after the election, where everything comes and goes. There is one funny thing we need to look. There's one last thing I want to tell you. You know that sometimes the teacher that teaches very well, or maybe a student that is being noted for one thing, anytime he wants to do his presentation, they always come. I had to evaluate the Chatham House experience. The first was Tinubu's experience. In the Chatham House experience, I'm not talking about what you said and what you did not say. I'm talking about those who came to see what you are doing. I looked at the Tinubu's experience, the number of people who were online to have seen that look at the presentation. It was nothing compared to what Obi had. Then I went to Kwankwaso's own, because I didn't want to listen, but I just went to see the number of people who were online following from the Chatham House. You will see that Obi had more than 2.5 to 3 times more than what all the other candidates had. That's to mean people came to see what is happening.
Austin, do you know why?
Hold on. What? Yeah, carry on. Land that point, Austin.
So that is to tell that people came to find out what is happening here. Even the day of the town hall for Arise TV and the rest, you check out the number of people who are online saying, okay, what are you doing? That's to tell you where the interest is.
Okay, Mama, can I go on, please?
Yeah, come in now, enigmatic.
Yeah, I think the question was who is gaining more on the with this furore that is going on in the political space of Nigeria and Nigeria as a whole, the currency issue and the fuel. At least what I would say is at least we've seen the candidates who have been able to say something out. At least article, negative or positive, he has made his point. He has made a comment, positive or negative, or regardless of how people want to read minutes to it. APC and their presidential flag bearer, they've said something about it. But we have a candidate who is basically a pseudo personnel, namby-pamby, not trying to say anything until probably, as we just read now, maybe today, and it's almost a week. So we have to look at it from that, angle first, right? And then we have to understand the fact that who is winning or who is losing. I wouldn't see it in that regard, because who is winning and who is losing? What RUFAI has come to do, RUFAI has made several media shots for the past few days since the first bombshell. And then um, a narrative was being curated by PDP. The narrative is being reversed now. And then there's a lap on that now to actually see what will happen, right? And like I always say over here, on a daily basis, we reach out to the base, because if people actually want to say, they say, okay, we are abroad, we are not really in tune with what is happening back home. But when we have candidates running, of course, you have to be checking every time, right? And it is not the optics of what is happening or what is not going to happen, or who is winning or who is not winning now, but the purpose of the people that actually come to say something to Nigerians, and they've kept it either negative or positive, and we know those people already. That's the way I would say it. And then on the issue that is going on in Asurok, there are three. There's this Tunde Sabiu, that young guy. I think Kulata was mentioning his name the other time. Tunde Sabiu Yusuf. There's Zangon Daura, the elder statesman. He was the former. He was a minister of agriculture and rural development under OBJ. OBJ actually swept him out during his when he was reshuffling his cabinet. And then there's one other guy, Saki Abba. Wherever you see, whenever you see Buhari, always look close to Buhari. There's a short man. I think he limps. He limps. That's the one that is called Saki Abba. Those are the trio. Those trio. They are one of those. They are one of the integral part of the cabal, and they have one or two folks in the cabinet. Emefiele is one of their errand boy in the cabinet, same as Minister of Malami, one of them too. So you ask Kulata if they're gonna fire Emefiele now. No, Emefiele is not being fired now, but Emefiele is gonna be the scapegoat. And there is a fight now even between the cabal, because Emefiele has said if they have to let him go, then heads will roll. He's gonna reel out fact and the figures that what has been going behind the scene. So they know automatically immediately after the election, whoever becomes president, Emefiele is not going to have an extension. If APC win, it's not going to have an extension. And then there's an agreement that they're going to save all of them, regardless of what happened. They're going to save them from prosecution, from EFCC harassment or whatever. But if Atiku becomes the president, of course, Emefiele will be left to complete the remaining few months of his tenure, and that'll be it. So talking about who won or not, of course, everything is still going to pan down to the old election. The election is now about 2 months ago now. It's just 2 or 3 weeks away. It's still between the APC and the PDP, and let's see how they actually fight it out at the end of the day. But I believe APC, they've taken control of the narrative, and they've been able to. They are back on the cushion now to actually be in the driver's seat. So 2 weeks, a week. This week coming is going to be a very good week. It's going to be a very instructive week in the political arena between PDP and APC. So we're going to see how Atiku will walk back his plan, or probably renegotiate his plan within the cabal and within himself. And then we're going to see how APC with the governors are going to push their narrative. But I know they already have a standard plan, a good plan on ground now to actually push the narrative. And Atiku is not backing down. So it's a high wire scale fight between the two of them.
Do you think Atiku misread the room in terms of his public pronouncements on the Naira space, inviting that the CBN should not extend beyond February the 10th?
Yeah, absolutely. He felt everything was going as planned. It's like a calculated chess game for him. But he never envisaged. Let me say that he never envisaged that Tinubu will bust out the way he did. I never envisaged that RUFAI will lash on almost immediately. So the APC contained the narrative, and they took the narrative from him. and then they drove the idea beyond what he can handle now. So now, either people like it or not, right? And we have to understand the demographic you are speaking to. If you're in Abuja, if you are speaking to a demographic of Abuja, Abuja is littered by mostly it's a PDP place. So you will see conversation and narration, going within the sphere of that angle. If you go to places where you see most obedient, it's probably going to be the same angle too. And when you come to the southwest, they are seeing Emefiele as a tool, as a willing tool now in the hands of the Cabal, trying to derail the project. They're trying to derail their own project. So people read minutes to it, by virtue of their political leanings and then the demographic they're actually representing. But the fact that what you can see on ground now is the RUFAI by virtue of what he's been able to do, and he had a BBC. If you listen to that BBC interview that he granted in Hausa language, he spoke. There are some statements that he made in the secular channels that he didn't include, that he did include in that BBC. That BBC Hausa program was explosive. He said a lot of things, and then this is a fight now. One man. This is not a fight of APC. This is a fight now between the APC governors, especially of the northern extraction, against the Cabal, because they've been having a silent issue for a while. Zangon Daura, right? He had like almost 6 candidates. All of them failed during the primaries, including Malami. They did not give Malami ticket. Nasiru Zangon Daura too, his son-in-law failed to pick up. So almost 7 of them, they never picked up a ticket in their state. So they've been having issues with the governors for a while. So the governor believed these guys are actually using the back channel to blackmail them, in Buhari's specs. So they've been trying to get back at them. So now they are more or less like, this is a political time. We're almost close to the election, and they can see they are not stopping, regardless of what we've done to actually get them into the fold. This Zangon Zaura is close, like 5 and 6 to Atiku. What really right then was that you've been in this administration for 8 years, because even before Buhari became the president, this guy did not support Buhari. If you listen, there was a statement that Shetima made. I think you should find the tape and play the tape. Shetima made that even during the primaries, all the people that were against Buhari's candidates. So during that time before he won the PDP primary, because most of them were supporting Kwakwanso in APC, and some were supporting Atiku against Buhari himself, including this Zangon Daura. But regardless of that, they brought him to the administration through Abba Kyari and Mama Daura, right? So they said, you've been in the administration for 8 years in the villa. You are supposed to support APC or probably be working for APC. You are still working for PDP and Atiku. We understand the fact that he's a close friend to Atiku, but you can remain neutral and just let us play our game. But now this is not a game of the governors sitting in their hands and watching the Cabal, take the chance. They are not taking the chance with them because they have few numbers. These people are less than 7 or 8, and they've been undermining the governors for a long time. So this is a long fight between the governors and the Cabal. And take it or leave it, the governors will win them every time. They won them during the primaries. They defeated all their primary candidates in House of Rep and Senate and gubernatorial primaries, including Malami that you are seeing now. So until after the election, this is going to be going on, but it's going to be behind the scenes. So now they will not give them access to APC because they don't have any candidate, and they will restrict their access working out their plans with PDP. Because if you look at Emefiele to himself, Emefiele is a PDP man right from time. So it's like the PDP guys within the Cabal now are trying to work with their PDP folks externally outside of the villa. So this is what is playing out. It's not an APC or APC. APC is solid on their own. The governors are solid on their own. So they tell that they are taking the fight back to the Cabal now within the villa. If you know this Tunde guy, Tunde should be 34, 35 years old. But the guy is a multi-billionaire. When I say multi-billionaire, he's even almost stronger stronger than the current chief of staff now, Gambari, because at the point Gambari had to reach out to some northern elites, including the emir, the Sultan and emir of Kano, the new emir of Kano, that they have to start speaking to Buhari. That this is an elderly man. Of course, we understand the influence Tunde wields, but you have to understand the fire still the chief of staff. So,
Enigmatic, you know, Emefiele got Tunde rich.
but you know he's even having a fight with Tunde now. Tunde was a Richard card seller now in Kaduna. He was selling Richard cards in Kaduna.
It was after this guy died that they brought him in.
They brought him in 2015.
Kyari.
So,
they brought him in, but when Kyari left, he left when he died.
That
he got more influential.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So one man, the Tunde, if you know the guy, young guy like 35.
Yeah, I know him. You know where these people make their money. They are gatekeepers to the presidency. So if you want to meet Buhari, you have to go via them. And to go via them, you have to bring your boot filled with endless dollar notes. And that's how they make their money.
Yeah, and then speaking to the chances of these candidates now, right? You know where my position already. I only discuss the consequential ones, right? Other ones, they don't really matter now because elections are around the corner. So do
you see the momentum that Austin was just explaining that Peter Obi will get 40% in Gombe and
I don't want to discuss Obi.
Can you see it?
I don't want to discuss Obi. It's like I said, it's already election time, so I don't want to waste my time on Obi.
Yeah, I've not finished my listening. I thought this was an interjection.
No, I thought you are.
The guy has eaten my interjection.
Don't worry. Let him land, and then we'll come back to you. Then go to Austin, and then we'll go back in the second. Sorry to Niger.
Yeah. So to be honest with you, I mean, the election is beyond the time or the era of computation or whatever. It's a straight shoot now between Atiku and Tinubu, and that's why you are seeing high stake politics between the two of them. So they are grandfather of the game. They are veterans. Regardless of what you call them criminal, you call them sick, you call them drug baron, you call them Omila or anything.
Do you think those two spaces? Do you think they've permutated the Labour Party out of the equation? Because I'm not seeing anymore that Tinubu, although he gives him a mention sometimes, but I'm not seeing anymore that Tinubu or even Atiku Abubakar they are still politicking to Labour Party or even Kwakwan. So they are politicking against each other and seeing Atiku Abubakar because he's having to catch up. He's trying to leverage Peter Obi and Kwakwan so to surrogate them to his campaign. But they are politicking against each other now and not to anyone else, Tinubu and Atiku.
Yeah, the only politicking you'll be seeing from that will involve Obi now in APC space is for them to keep praying that the guy does not drop out or probably step down for Atiku, which is absolutely impossible. It's absolutely inevitable that it's gonna go through. So as long as he remains in the race and he pulls reasonable numbers in those areas that they actually expect him to pull the numbers, especially in his core base of the southeast, right? And then if he can pull some good number in somewhere like Edo State, right? Maybe get his maybe 20%, and in Lagos State get his maybe 15%. If he continues like that, yes, that will be a very good one for APC. The only idea APC will have when they are thinking of Obi is he not gonna cave into pressure from PDP, from his colleagues in PDP and his boss and mentor Atiku stepping down for him or whatever, which I know for a fact that the politician in him, if he had the opportunity, he would have done that. But now Obi does not own the movement. The movement has never been of Obi's idea. It's been the movement is for the obedient, so they will never let him go. So of course he has to go through the race to the final line, and of course that will give APC that leverage that they have within their analytical books. Then on the other side,
if Obi goes to the ballot, as you are saying, but Kwakwanso collapses for Tinubu, how do you see that panning out?
Yeah, they've already factored Kwakwanso because there's a possibility that Kwakwanso at a point, like, is possibly or will possibly cave in for Atiku by virtue of one-on-one. He wouldn't do that because Atiku has actually betrayed him twice, and he doesn't even trust Atiku for anything. But by virtue of the northern, political space, when some leaders or elders or some ulamas come around to speak with him, he might probably want to cave in because of that. So there's a possibility in the APC camp that, okay, if, for instance, what's his name, Kwankwaso does that, what are the chances? They've already factored that, and it's not a big damage to them. Of course, Kano is still a toss-up between PDP and APC. So if Kwankwaso moving to work with Atiku, then it's probably going to tilt that scale a little bit in favor of Atiku, probably making Atiku have a victory there, or probably 5 points ahead or thereabout. And then maybe in Taraba State, maybe in Jigawa State, which is probably strong for him too, because outside of Kano State, it is only one state, I think Taraba State or Jigawa State, if I'm not mistaken now, that they're actually projecting for Kwankwaso. So that's why they don't really care about Kwankwaso, because they factor in the possibility of Kwankwaso at the point giving into the pressure of stepping down for Atiku. But
Enigmatic, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if I can ask you the question before I forget again.
Yeah, the only one they have issues with is if Obi not, which is not possible, because left for Obi would have done that. But because of Obi's movement, he does not own the movement, or the movement is not his idea. He just moved into Labour Party, and all of a sudden, he has all the Southeast behind him. He had all the NSAS folk behind him and all those kind of stuff. So basically,
all right, Enigmatic, take a question from Uptown. Uptown, you've been wanting to. Coming Uptown.
Okay. Enigmatic. I'm sure you listened to somebody I consider as Obi's single political enemy for the last decade. That's RUFAI.
Why would you consider him enemy?
I've been following Obi.
They are not enemies.
No. RUFAI is an enemy of Obi. I can tell you that with all.
And I can tell you, politics. If tomorrow, if they are political,
that's not what I'm talking about. You don't get it. You don't know their history. RUFAI hates Obi personally. It's not political. It's a personal thing.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
We can delve into that if you want, but that's not where I'm going to. So, I'm sure you listened to him yesterday speak about Obi. I mean, the video is viral. Did you hear what he said about Obi's chances?
I think he said Obi is a Nollywood actor. That's all he said.
That's not all he said. Okay, so this is what he said, because I wanted to ask the question because I think earlier, a couple of minutes ago, he said Obi was a persona non grata in the election. So I wanted to ask you a question of yes or no. So RUFAI, the one single enemy Obi has in the entire politics of Nigeria for the last 11 years, he was analyzing Obi's chances. I don't even want to go into the aggression or whatever it is. Let me just say what he said. He said that Obi will sweep Southeast. That was his word. He chose to use the word sweep, and he used the word sweep. So that is out of it. Obi will sweep Southeast. He said Obi will take South. That was his word as well. Take South. And then he followed by saying, where else? He's not polling so well in the Southwest, except from Lagos. And then he said, I name
a drop in the ocean in Lagos.
I mean, if you're polling well in Lagos, is a drop in the ocean in Southwest,
a drop in
not
the
in
ocean
Lagos.
Could be if Obi a drop in the ocean in Lagos, if he makes 20%, that's a good sweet victory for him in Lagos.
Exactly. So
yeah.
So that's it. He entered the north. He said he's polling very well in the Christian enclaves in the north.
Mm-hmm.
He actually used the phrase polling very well. He didn't just say he's doing fairly. He said he's polling very well. I'm using his exact words now.
Yeah.
Polling very well in the Christian enclaves in the north. But then he now followed by saying, but how many are they?
Well, yes, sorry, Uptown. Can you put a percentage to your understanding of that polling very well?
I'm coming. One man. Let me just land my question, then maybe I'll answer yours. If you don't mind.
Carry on.
So he now said he's polling very well in these Christian enclaves in the north. But then how many are there? That's what he said. Now, he now said, because the last time we polled, so that means APC is saying they are polling on a guy that is in personal non-grata in the election. So RUFAI is polling on him. So he said the last time
No. Let me correct you. Let me quickly correct you. APC had an internal poll in general, not polling against Obi.
Why are they? No. Why are they factoring? No, you don't get the point.
When you run a poll, you factor the top 4 leading candidates, and if there's someone else outside of those 4,
he's not in the election, you'll
see them.
Why factor him?
Stop being very funny. And the RUFAI is talking about that poll, and it's that poll that led Tinubu start shouting shouting in Abeokuta because Atiku was gaining momentum. So the poll gone. It was Atiku that was the main thing. Obi was just sideways.
All right. Okay, so let me finish what I'm saying later. So, all right. So, he said the last time we polled, which we didn't know exactly when, but it could be yesterday, it could be the day before yesterday. So, the last time we polled, he's getting 25% in just about 16 states. That was what he said as well.
So, what's the question?
He's getting 25%. It's just about 16 states. 16 states, 25%. According to RUFAI, I'm not expecting, no love lost. I'm not expecting the best scenario from RUFAI. So I'm expecting the worst scenario from RUFAI. And I was even surprised when RUFAI, I felt when I listened to RUFAI, I felt Obi have won the election. If RUFAI is saying this guy is polling 25% in 16 states, then Obi have won the election. So I want to ask you, even on RUFAI standard, though, I don't even want to talk about his antecedents, or even on his own reality of Obi is polling 25% in 16 states as at the last time they checked. And then Obi sweep southeast. Obi takes south. Everybody admitted Obi took south. Now to you, Obi outside southeast is nothing. That means that RUFAI is even more is more realistic on ground than you.
Okay, is that your question?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So, what do you think about RUFAI submission?
Okay, I'll talk about what RUFAI is a politician. He has made his own point, and I respect his idea too. Do not forget that on this platform, right, outside of Southeast, I have a wager already. So that's how confident I am, and I stand by that. Right, I'm not just going to speak into the air. I stand by that. Yes, RUFAI made some certain statements, but like I said, right, outside in this election, outside of PDP and APC, Kwakwanso, Obi, Shiwore, Adiwale, all of them, right, they remain absolutely inconsequential in my personal opinion. Because they are not those two folks. One of them will become the president eventually. So any and others, the remaining of them, they are inconsequential. That is my own point. So
your submission is that whatever RUFAI said is not really true.
Whatever anybody says, in my own estimation, if it's not Atiku or Tinubu, that one of them eventually will become the president, that is useless. So it's inconsequential to me. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one man, sorry, you asked the question.
No, I was asking what percentage of
what are you eating?
I don't know. I've lost the question now. It was just that Christian space that you were talking about. I'm eating raisins. What percentage of those Christians do you think are in the north?
All right, so one man. Let me answer your question in 1 minute, if you don't mind. Or 2 minutes. So let me be clear about what Obi is doing in the north. So what Obi is doing is very simple. Obi is forming a convolution or a gathering of all the marginalized spaces in the north. And I'm talking both ethnically and religiously. All the marginalized spaces. But the problem we have here is that we think there is only one north. No, there is not. In fact, there is a lot of people a lot of the voters that out of the 90-something million, and then about 50 to 60 do not vote. A lot of them are in the north, and a lot of them is within the marginalized spaces of the north who feels they have no deal in the whole Nigerian election. Now, what Obi is doing is a very strategic thing, and that is why you find him going to some northern states, and he's going to some communities that you reach that community and you see their kings and whatever saying, no candidate of any government has ever made it to our community in our lifetime. This is the first person we are seeing there. So it is strategic. He's going into communities, he's going into spaces, he's going to mop up all the marginalized spaces of the north. All those ethnic groups in the north, there are a lot of them, even in the north central, actually a lot in the north central, a lot in the northeast as well. He's mopping it up. Then also the marginalized Christian and other religions as well in the north, he's mopping them up. So he's trying to tell them, okay, divided you guys are, does not mean anything. That's why the political class don't really factor in your votes. But if all of you unite in a bunch, they are going to feel your impact. So that is Obi's single strategy. I'll probably get the credit for saying it in this platform. That is strategy in the north, and he's pulling it off. And that is why people like RUFAI is shaking, saying, playing tribal and religious politics will not take you anywhere. It's not he knows what Obi is doing. Very strategic man. He's mopping up the entire marginalized spaces, not just Christian. A lot of tribes in the north are being marginalized in terms of even things like admission into school, things like denying them roads. Federal government presence has never entered there. A lot of spaces in the north. Employment and even to some of the Christians, to get building plans to build their churches is a problem. So these are fundamental problems there. But these guys do not complain because they are in the minority and there are bits and bits scattered across the north. Now, Obi is saying, you don't mean anything to them because you are small enclaves here and there. But by the time all of you gather together, we are going to form a political bloc, and that's what Obi is doing. That is strategy is executing, and that's why you see them trembling up and down. So anybody telling you that Obi knows he's not going to go fight for, and somebody talking about Obi pulling 1% in Sokoto, please let me just add this one man to end what I'm saying. Good luck, Jonathan versus Buhari, and if you check past elections, Sokoto. The total, both the votes Sokoto gave to both Buhari and Jonathan and every other person that ran in that election was just about 800,000 votes. In that same election, Abia State gave 1.4 million votes. That means that the votes that Sokoto and Yobe State, which gave around 500,000, if you combine Sokoto and Yobe State, Abia State gave Goodluck Jonathan more votes than Sokoto and than the entire vote of Sokoto and Abia State voter turnout in the past election. So somebody coming to say, and then if you're even talking about Anambra, if you combine the vote of Bono and something like maybe Kebi, they are almost like what Anambra gave this Jonathan. So all of these things, when you start putting numbers to it.
So sorry, what year are you talking about? 2011, 2015?
The first one I made was 2011. I took from 2015 as well. But the first one I said Sokoto in 2011 gave a total of about 800,000 votes total. And anybody can go and be factual what I'm saying. Yobe gave just about 500,000 votes total, both to the two candidates and every other chunks of whoever that is running. So if you check, and then that's one, and anybody can go and confirm this and know if I'm lying or not. Then secondly, RUFAI is saying that one local government in Kaduna is more than the votes in Anambra, which is a big lie. Kaduna of what? 4.3 million votes. Let me even give it 4.5 million votes. Anambra is 2.5 million votes. Kaduna has about 20-something local governments. Split it. Come on, guys. You get what I'm saying? So it's very easy to come and just paint brush and all of that. By the time, I can assure everybody on this platform, by the time we create a particular a day dedicated to analyzing Obi's strategy, that is when a lot of people's ego in this platform will start coming down and start giving Obi his deserved respect. So let me end there.
Uptown, can I ask you a question? Do you
You
know
can.
that this, if no doubt Obi is campaigning around this Christian whatever thing, but do you know that even in the
Marginalized
South here,
spaces, marginalized
wait now,
spaces,
even in the
both
South here,
ethnic
there are
and
pastors
religious.
Hold
who
on,
are
let him
strong
ask you the
APC.
question.
They are
Sorry,
strong.
repeat
Do you know that
the
there are?
question. Yeah, you go on.
Do you know that there are pastors in the South here who are strong APC members?
Of
That
course,
are
now there
really
are now.
strong APC stakeholders. So anyway, I will just say I don't want to say anything, Sha. Let's just
Remember when
In
I'm
fact,
Solomon.
did the Christian Association of Nigeria not endorse Tinubu some time ago?
One man, the
Never.
northern Christians, the way they think is just gonna be. Do you know northern Christians? They have party affiliation. If there are most of those places they are taking, maybe they are targeting the northern Christian will go one way. Those folks, for instance, let's take Benue State now, Benue and Plateau State, right? They have Christians in those two states who have been voting a long time for PDP. And this is what you talk about election, election engineering now. Because on that very day, even if the ground is going to be shifting, it's just going to be a little, just a needle that will shift out of that. And what will actually happen when all these needles are shifting, it boils down to the definition of the structure that I'll speak to. But they say we should keep quiet about structure. Structure doesn't mean anything. But because you have to understand the fact that it's like you are in the Southwest now, you are talking about religion, Christian or whatever. You see Muslim marrying Christian, Christian marrying Muslims, and you see it in a family, right?
Southwest is different. I didn't include Southwest.
And then in the north too, right? This idea, and this is why we don't really want to talk much about this because it's just 21 days away, and then this egalitarian mindset that a certain sector of the country, because of marginalization, because of all these bogus ideas of religion, they are tired and whatever, will just go just like that. It doesn't work like that in politics. Things are very different, and this is Nigeria we are talking about. We are not talking of the US or Canada or UK or in the Western world. This Nigeria that we are still speaking about. Don't be surprised on that very day. People think that there are things that it's just an element of Nigeria's society as a whole. Vote buying is gonna come. Rigging is gonna be there. There's nothing that has happened in Nigeria's political system in the past that is not gonna happen now. It's just gonna be a different ways of doing it. And then people should understand. And like, of course, a lot of us, like Solomon said, right? People are taking position already. There's nothing you say about Atiku. Call Atiku the most the most
The bandit himself.
the bandit, the Boko Haram himself, right? You
Or
cannot change
Shetima.
that. You can't stop any PDP, any PDP folk, any PDP person. What can you tell Solomon not to vote for Atiku? What can you tell Uptown, right? That will change his mind against Obi. Let Tinubu be nude and be crawling on the floor. What can you tell anybody who believes in him not to vote for him?
Fatai.
Or Fatai. Or no. So what can you tell
or Patrick even?
What can you tell an average Kwakwasiya, right? That look, there's no chance for Kwakwanso, so just jump in. They will look at you as if are you okay? So look, and then the narrow space now is those undecided, and the undecided, I can tell you, undecided, they're already deciding now.
The
Right?
bulk of them is in the north, though. The bulk of them.
Forget the north.
The bulk
in
of
the
whom?
south, uptown.
Forget the north.
The
Uptown.
bulk of undecided is in the north.
It's in the south.
Hold on, enigmatic. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? What's the logic?
All right, see the logic. In the south has 3 regions here: the southeast, the south, and the southwest. Now, 2 of the 2 regions in the 3 regions are fielding the candidates: the southwest and the southeast. Now, if anybody tell you that undecided in the southeast, that percentage is so insignificant. There's nothing to decide in the southeast. If anybody tell you that undecided in the southeast, in the south, maybe a little bit higher than the southeast.
Uptown, don't say there are
it's
no
also
undecided in
very
the
little.
southeast. In the southeast, there are undecided PDP who are still thinking that am I going to vote for Obi or
That's
for
what I'm
Atiku?
saying. It's
There are still few of
insignificant.
them.
Maybe some loyalists, party loyalists here and there.
It cuts across the whole spectrum of the country. Okay, and in the north,
let me tell you, one man asked a question: why they are more undecided in the north?
Yeah, but take it to the north, though.
So that's why I want to take it to the north. So in the north, they are fielding. They have 3 options, and the 3 options are all Muslims here. That is why, in fact, this logic is even behind why I think Kwankwaso will do far less than one man you think is going to do, and it's going to play out on February 25. Now they are going to adopt the method of scale of preference. They have 3 Muslim candidates. A lot of them have not made up their mind, and that is why an article can suddenly start gaining momentum.
In the north,
of them, in the north, yeah. A lot of them have not made up their mind. Are we going to go outrightly tribal with our brother, or are we going to try this other Muslim guy from the south, APC and whatever it is? Are we going to leave party leanings and go tribal leanings, or stick with party leanings? There's a lot of are we gonna, and their elders are yet to speak. Imams are still keeping mum. They're still playing underground. A lot of undecided people in the north. And I speak with my northern brothers.
Let me ask you another question, because you're taking the long way around to that. Who do you think a northern Christian feels a natural sense of affinity towards? A Christian southerner like Peter Obi, or a Muslim northerner like Kwakwanso or Atiku? So who do you think a northern Christian feels a natural affinity towards?
Whose ticket bears equity and justice in it? Because the typical northern. Yes,
do you even know the typical north? That's the first question. Do you know the typical north?
It doesn't.
You don't know the typical north now.
A typical northern Christian right now. There has been some harboring of agitations, but the camel's back hadn't been broken up until a couple of months ago, when a leading political party in government decided to tell them that, see, we know you guys have been hammering marginalization of appointments, of a higher cutoff mark, of other things on whatever it is. But then, look at this one. I'm going to choose a Muslim ticket. So the Muslim ticket was the final straw. The Muslim ticket was the final straw.
I beg your pardon, but when the conversation gets interesting, I just let it flow somewhat. I'm trying to see if we can
too long, man.
Get into to where logic is, but it's still lost in that space. But
yeah, because look, when you are talking about the north, like in America here, let me just tell you what happened yesterday in the Juma service. in the Juma service here, right? What happened there? Like they will ask you who are going home for the election, right? I'll just put it like that. Who are those going home for the election? You know, at the point when we speak over here that the what Peter Obi was doing, going to churches and then doing some certain things. At a point, if it goes to religion versus religion, he's gonna suffer for that, you know, because they will see it as jihad, like you are preaching against Islam. It's already happening in most of the mosques, and the ulamas during the wasis, they are already saying it. So the election in the north, right, is gonna be between. It's still gonna be the normal natural vote, the normal natural election pattern. So all these people are agitated and It's means people don't really know the North. Because the way those people... Do you know... If I say certain things now, they will say, "Oh, it's bringing tribal stuff."
No,
Because
don't say it enigmatic.
yeah,
Just
but
I
you
don't
know
even
what I
want you
want
to
to say,
talk about this
Abi?
thing again. Just leave it
Because they will say it's
because
tribal. They will tell you we remember, we are remembering. That's what you know what I mean, right? They say we remember and we hold it. We hold it in our left. That's what they are remembering them, and that's what they say. So when you are talking about this, it means you don't know the North, and that's why people have been telling this man, right? Do you know how many times Atiku has gone back and forth to certain locations, to certain places in the North? Do you know how many times Tinubu, Shetima, Tinubu's son, Tinubu's wife have gone to several locations in the North? Then you are going to the North 2 weeks to the election or a week to the election. You want to go and preach to people who already have... Do you know what doctrine and tenet is? So they've been indoctrinated into a certain position that they have a mindset. So, and the mindset is what I wanted to say that Solomon told me not to say, because he knows, he understands. They will tell, they will
Enigmatic, I know
where
exactly
they
what
are.
you're talking about too.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to open that chapter. Let's leave it.
If you've been in Abuja SFA, that you see that Abuja here is the FCT of the country. The kind of thing, this as in like if I assume you've had practical experience of these people, you know that almost at times when they agitate that we should divide this country.
I have had
You've not, guys.
In
You have
analysis now. In all my analysis, you didn't hear me. You didn't hear me say.
I don't understand. That's what do you say, Dex?
You are not. You say these people. You are not part of them now. So
I don't.
Well, it's more part of them than you, though. But
I don't understand. What does it mean by I'm not part of them?
It means you are not in their confidence, so you don't really know. They only tell you what they want to. They speak to you as a southerner, so you don't know the inner workings of the mindset.
Norman, let me ask you this question. Maybe you can ask anybody on the platform, right? Do you think an average northerner think about Muslim ticket? Do you think they care about that?
They do.
Okay, all right.
They do. Don't worry.
All right. End of discussion. I'll soon be going. I have some other things to take care of. So,
this is the truth.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. Okay. Have that insertion, and then we go back to Tunaja, who was in the middle of our narrating before we hijacked his spot.
Well, yeah, this is the truth. Why voter apathy is reducing in the South is drastically increasing in the North. That's just the simple truth.
Thank you very much, Des.
Sorry, what do you mean that's just a simple truth? You have to expand on that now. Is it
I
the
don't
truth?
have to expand.
Because you said so, that makes it the truth.
What I know. That's
Wait,
just...
let me ask you.
So can you hold on, please? That's not how it works, It doesn't become a statement of fact because Des says that's just a simple truth. That's not how it works. So, what is it predicated upon, this statement that you are making?
Oh man,
yeah. Take it or leave it, Abby. Take it or leave it.
Just take it or leave it.
Take it or leave it.
I don't know what else to tell you. I can start explaining and we start driving into all this argument again, but this is just the simple truth, okay?
All right. It wasn't the simple truth in the last elections that we had. In the last election that we did have, the voter turnout in places like Borno, which was then a war zone, it was in the 80-90%, and the voter turnout in the southeast, it was below 40%, and that was the last round of presidential elections. I've got it on my screen here from the BBC. So I'm not quite sure. You can't just randomly. It doesn't. There's no fact to back it up.
I know where you're going. You want me to start explaining where I got this, but I really don't think I want to, so that I don't rile people up. It's just what I simply know. Just believe it like that, okay?
All right, believe it like that. It's right because you say
it has
so.
A lot to do with Buhari's absence, but they'll continue though.
What do you mean Buhari's absence?
I mean, he's been present since 2003.
Right.
This is the first time the North is fielding one candidate they're not so comfortable with, and then another one from Lagos that they're also
No,
not very
but
comfortable with.
that's in the realms of speculation, though. It's not been tested empirically. So
Exactly. That's why this
that's
election.
no.
Don't
But
worry.
no. Don't worry about. Don't worry. You can't say something categorical that has not been tested. You are saying the voter apathy in the north will be greater than the voter apathy in the south. And I'm asking you why. Because the figures don't tell us that. And you are telling us because
Can
Buhari
I
is
give
not
you
in
an
the...
example, a response with an example?
Right, go on, but shorten it, yeah.
With my whole energy now, if Obi has been contesting elections since 2011, I will be voting for him till today, even if he has contested for 5 times. The moment Obi stopped contesting election, do you know in my list of people I will vote for in election, do you know there's no other Southeastern on my list apart from Soludo? Any other Southeastern politician that ever come out for election for presidency, I will stay in the house. I'm not going anywhere.
No, but that's an incomplete thought. Because yeah, but even if you've been voting Obi all the way through, and Obi is not contesting anymore, but there is somebody. Hold on, but there is somebody of equal weight and measure that you have admiration for
from another tribe. Yes, I will.
No, or from the southeast, you will vote for him.
There is none. They're not going to come from the moon.
No. Well, there may be none by your understanding, but that doesn't apply in the north, does it? So that's peculiar.
No.
To you.
Why I can use it as this thing is a science. So this is almost like a chemistry lab. We are in a chemistry lab like this.
No, the psychology of the northerner is different from your own.
Wait. Let me tell you.
The social psychology of the northerner is different from you. Can you stone a politician? Can somebody give him and say go and stone politician? Can you do it?
Can I give you a simple?
Somebody give you 100 naira and say go and stone president car. Can you do it?
No. You need to
so they don't think like you.
No. Listen. When I'm telling you about science,
that something is true about you. No, this is not pure science. Social science.
I just used myself for example. I want to. Let me remove myself now. Maybe you think because I'm involved. This is the people that voted Buhari are Buharists. Now they are ideologically attached. Most of them. I'm not saying in anything I'm saying. I'm not saying all. We are talking about a large majority. It's not all. Are ideologically attached. What are they attached to? They mean that integrity toga that Buhari has been wearing since the military days. Now their idea is why they are Buhari's. That's why they can fight for Buhari with their full chest. Now these guys have chopped breakfast, probably the first breakfast of their entire life after Buhari's 8 years, and then he messes up. They've chopped breakfast. The initial psychologically. Now we're going from psychological people fanatics that adore somebody that has tried to put that person in where they think they're going to do something, and after years of trying, they succeed. And that person
just going to some wild spaces.
And that person
uptown.
Yeah.
Uptown. So those people now is to be the vote for.
Let me see.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm buttressing what there's.
Yeah,
I'm buttressing what there's.
We share that space.
One voice.
Psychologically.
Yeah.
No,
Can you prove it psychologically or psychologically?
No, it's not an OB analysis. I remember when I started talking, what I interjected was I wanted to add to buttress. Des didn't want to explain what he said. I wanted to put just one thing into that space. What is going to trigger some apathy? Not too high, but a little bit higher than the past elections, just slightly higher than. So why the South in this election? And this, I'm so happy that all one-man section is being recorded and a lot of reviews will be done after election. Why? I'm predicting to you, adding to what they say that why election apathy is going to reduce in the South in this election. Apathy is going to increase in the North. Mark it down. So let's continue.
There's no empirical proof to this analysis.
No. That's why I say mark it down. Let's continue now. We always
it's taking you the long way around, Patrick. But what he's saying essentially is that Buhari was the golden fleece in the North. Now he's no longer on the ticket. The voters will not turn up.
But
Peter Obi.
Northerners turned out for Jonathan in the
it's a somewhat watered down logic, but there it is. Nevertheless, logic of some sort. But to Nigeria, are you still there?
Yeah, I am.
All right, brilliant. It's unlike you to be so quiet. We thought you left us. But
no, I was just listening. There were details being shared, and the original question was about if there's anyone that is going to gain from the currency change issues here, isn't it? Yeah. As I was saying, I think it's going to be a wash, and I was also highlighting the potential of what P2B is doing in the last days of this campaign in the north. And I think Opta made quite a powerful point that is quite telling. That RUFAI himself is giving P2B 25% in 16 states. I'm not even sure Konota has given him that much.
I was shocked, my brother. I was shocked.
If RUFAI, you know what that is foaming in the mouth. If that is what is happening, because when I'm looking at the map here, see, we forget we are talking about this as if it's just going to go the first round. If it goes to the second round and Atiku comes third, Tinubu is in big trouble, because I believe Atiku is going to endorse P2B, and it's a toss-up what Kwakwaso does. If they endorse P2B to Kwakwaso endorse P2B to, is done. The election is done.
Sorry. If you say if it goes to the second round, that is to assume that P2B will make it to the second round. Is that your assumption? It's
a serious one. Why I said so is because if he sweeps the south, because I'm looking at some of the states Jonathan took, and I believe that P2B is even a stronger politician than Jonathan in the south, and southeast. If he takes that and takes the states, the middle belt states that Jonathan took, I think that he's going to make it to the third round. And if the polling that this is his name, RUFAI, is saying that P2B is going to get 25% in 16 states, yes, he's going to come second, because he would have denied a lot of people chances to get even up to 20. His number of votes for one, and number of states in terms of the state that they got 25%, he would have denied a lot of people that chance. So I think he's going to. Don't be shocked. This election could be a total It could be total madness if this in Kwakwaso performs well and Peter Obi perform exceedingly well. You could see a situation whereby what's his name, Tinubu comes third, because if he's locked in the north and Atiku performs well, where is his vote coming from? Only southwest. Most of his votes will come from the southwest. So the election is very fluid.
Tunaja, I'm sorry. It's easy to say, but when you look at the numbers, it does not add up.
I'm looking at the map here where Jonathan won in the south.
One man can bring up my spreadsheet and you can put whatever number you want.
You probably know more than RUFAI now. Okay.
My numbers tally with RUFAI, surprisingly.
Yeah, it tallies with giving this in P2B 16 states, and yet
RUFAI has it in 16 states. I have it in 15 states. If I had Abuja, that would be 16. So I have it in 15 states. If I had Abuja, that would be 16, making 25%. Exactly.
You don't know whether RUFAI has in Abuja, and RUFAI.
Don't worry about that one. We're close enough. And it was getting those 1% in the far north. I was also getting those 1% in the far north.
See, you were saying this is what makes you very, very partisan. You were saying you were being generous to Peter Obi, but you were not, because if RUFAI is giving P2B even more states, and
okay, now
complaining about P2B.
The numbers are up. To Niger, the numbers are up. So you said Tinubu may come third, and I ask you how?
How? Because if Kwakwaso and Atiku performs very well, the only sizable area Tinubu will get large votes is going to be from the southwest, because Kanu is a major block in the north. So if Kwakwaso sits there and takes it,
and I'm trying to explain to you, in this situation, Kwakwaso, Atiku is performing exceedingly well in the northwest. Kwakwaso is performing well. Kwakwaso and Tinubu are neck to neck. Atiku is greater than them in the northwest. in the Northeast, there's some things that just has to happen. The Canary states are going to be the Canary states. There are just two of them, Yobe and Borno, and those who are always going to go for APC. Always. There's no Atiku or Kwakwaso in those states. So that's where I'm like, do you people even understand Nigerian map, really? Anyway,
How
let
about
me not
you? How
digress.
about you
But
like just giving people states and say there's
so
no way?
that's why I'm
When there are
asking
four
you.
candidates there.
Hold on. Kashim Shettima, and by the way, Austin, I hope you are still there. That is the collateral sheet
Yes,
that
I'm
were.
here.
That's the collateral sheet, the spreadsheet that
Yes, I'm going through the numbers.
is a well worked. Anybody of a detached of emotion mind cannot quibble it so much. But to Niger, Kashim Shettima is a Kanuri man, and those spaces they've traditionally voted APC. So there's absolutely nothing for Peter Obi in Borno and Yobe. Just cancel that off the list.
We are talking about to get to the second round, and if win enough, because we know now that PDP, APC, they are going to struggle in the south and the southeast. It depends. All these arithmetics we are doing here, there's a lot of variables that are going to go around. We can pretend as if that is not going to be true.
Who told
but
you PDP is going to struggle in the south?
Okay,
it's
now
a fallacy that PDP is going to. It's a fallacy that PDP will struggle in the south. It's a big fallacy.
El-Rufai told you that Obi takes south. So El-Rufai is like.
He didn't say he takes south. He did not say that.
Go and watch it.
No, I listened to it. He said he does well in south. He didn't say he takes south. He did not say
he does
so.
well. Okay, fine.
Does well, and I factored he's doing well too. So I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Are you telling Jonathan took south?
In the south, Obi is coming second.
Okay, good luck with that one.
Obi is coming second in the south from my list. Atiku is still taking the south from my list. Tinubu is coming a distant third in the south.
You know what you are saying. You know equivalent of what you are saying. No, sorry. Let me add this.
No, because I don't like when you guys just throw imaginative numbers about and not look at the numbers.
Calm down. See, do you know what you are saying here? It's equivalent of saying Peter Obi is going to go to the southwest and win a state.
How can he win a state in the southwest?
All right. That's why I say
it's not from the south. It's not from the south.
Nobody's going to pick anything up Peter Obi in the south.
Jesus Christ!
It's you feel like banging your head against the table.
I feel like biting my anyway.
Yeah. To Niger, let me just rattle through this because Kolata has broken it through into the geopolitical zones. I'm not going to give you the figures. I'm just going to give you the names of the states, and then you tell me if you concur or not. So it's giving Kano State to Kwakwanso his home state. Do you concur?
Yes.
And it's giving Kaduna to Atiku Abubakar. Do you concur?
I don't.
Who would you give Kaduna to? Who would you give Kaduna to?
I simply don't know. That's my problem. I don't know who winning, whether it's Kwakwanso or this year. I don't know.
All right. And it's giving Katsina, Buhari's home state, to Atiku. Do you concur?
Buhari's home state to Atiku.
Yes.
I dispute that strongly because this is home state.
Who will get Katsina?
I would like to think that that's a tricky one. It could be APC, but
all right.
I don't know.
All right. It's giving Jigawa to Atiku. Do you concur?
Probably. Yes.
It's giving Zamfara to Atiku. Do you concur?
Okay, if he's giving it to Atiku, yes.
It's giving Sokoto to Atiku. Do you concur?
Yes.
And it's giving Kebbi to Atiku. Do you agree?
Kebbi is in the northwest or central. Anything in the central
is in the northwest. Also, all these states are in the northwest.
Okay, Atiku.
All right. So in those states, in Kano State, is giving Peter Obi only 4% of the votes. In Kaduna State, 10%. In Katsina State, 1%. In Jigawa State, 0%. In Zamfara State, 1%. In Sokoto State, 1%. Which tallies, by the way, we went through this spreadsheet before El-Rufai came out in public, consistent with what El-Rufai said. But you may think differently. And in Kebbi State, 0%.
I'm thinking that in one of those states, Peter Obi is going to
hold
perform.
on. To Niger, yeah. Go on to Niger.
I'm thinking in one of those states, Peter Obi is going to perform a lot better than he thinks. You don't be surprised that Peter Obi keeps 25% from one of those. Yes, don't be surprised.
You see, this is why people say a lot of the Peter Obi narrative is vested in wishful thinking. Let's go to the Southwest.
I just said don't be surprised.
Well, yeah, that's wishful thinking, isn't it? But let's go to the Southwest. In Lagos State, is giving Lagos State to Tinubu. Do you concur?
Yes.
It's giving Oyo State to Tinubu. Do you agree?
Yes.
It's giving Ogun State. It's giving all of the southwestern states to Tinubu. Do you agree?
Yes.
All right. So let's go to Peter Obi. In Lagos State, is giving Peter Obi 30%, 30. Do you agree?
Peter Obi 30%. Yes, that's reasonable.
Yeah. All right. In Oyo State, is giving him 8%. Do you agree?
I don't know. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, why not?
Because Peter Obi could get more in the Southwest than 8%.
No. This is Oyo State, not the whole of the Southwest. Oyo State.
Yes, that's what I mean. In Oyo State, he could get more than 8%. Okay, let me look at it. How many states in the Southwest? If it is about 6 states that is in the Southwest, and he didn't give Peter Obi over 25%, he gave over 25% in one state.
Don't worry. That's why I'm saying it. A lot of the Obi narrative is in the realms of wishful thinking. So now we're looking at numbers. Because you have to understand that Oyo State is predominantly Muslim, and PDP, they have a strong base there. But Tinubu has the advantage of Yoruba and Muslim. So he most likely to take that. Atiku Abubakar, he has the advantage of Muslim and a strong party. So he's going to put up a performance. So there's nothing to suggest more than 8% for Peter Obi. So in Ogun State, he's giving Ogun State to Tinubu, but 14% to Peter Obi. Do you agree?
I don't buy that. I think Obi will get more than 14% in Ogun State. Very close to Lagos.
All right. And in Osun State, Tinubu, Obi 9%. Do you agree?
That I don't know. I don't know a lot about Osun.
And in Ondo State, Tinubu takes it, Obi 9%. Do you agree?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. I will agree that Obi will get probably below 25% in Ondo State.
Right. And in Ekiti State, Tinubu, of course, takes it, Obi 10%. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, I don't know about Ekiti State. But you see, what had just happened is that in Southwest.
Let's do it to the end, and then you So let's go to the North Central. In Kwara State, so he's giving Kwara State to Tinubu, Peter Obi, 5%. Do you agree?
No, I don't believe it. Peter Obi will get 5% in Kwara State.
Do you know what Kwara State is? Kwara State is predominantly Yoruba, but hold on. What dominates that Yoruba even more is Islam. It's a steeply Islamic space and a very Yoruba space.
Yes, I'm very convinced of that. That this in Kwara is like that, but you see, Yoruba people are not also that close-minded. They do. Listen to campaigns.
These are conk Yoruba Muslims.
These are figures, so not wishful thinking. But let's go to Kogi State. Tinubu takes it. Peter Obi gets 8%. You know, Kogi State was cut off Kwara State. So do you agree, Yahaya Bello?
I don't know. I'll grant him that. Yes.
All right. In Niger State, Atiku Abubakar takes this one, but Peter will be 5%. Would you agree?
No, I don't agree with that. In Niger State, no, I don't agree with that.
Why not?
Do you know
Niger is almost bordering, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Abuja, and at the same time, we know that some senior Niger citizens actually expressed support for Peter Obi, and Peter Obi is showing some presence there, so I don't think it's going to be that low. The question is whether he mix up to 25%.
You answer that question.
I don't know, so I'll give Kolata his number. Let him have that.
Okay.
Niger State is just like Northwest.
if you want to know the equivalent of Niger, you can plug it into northwestern Nigeria. They have the same kind of population, the same kind of religion. Niger State is as good as Northwest.
So in Nasarawa State, it gives it to Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi 5%.
No, Nasarawa Obi is doing better. No, Obi does better in Nasarawa.
Oh no, sorry. Obi 18%. So that's Kwakwan. So Obi 18%.
18. Yeah.
If Kwakwanso give Obi 18%, that will give him Obi over 25%. So I disagree with that number.
With Nasarawa State.
Yes, because by statistics alone, it tells you that plus minus 4, and in terms of the election, that's the polling numbers. So the errors is plus or minus 4, and that doesn't indicate. For me, I think it's going to be over 25%.
All right. In Benue State, or Tom, Atiku takes it just marginally, but Obi scores 30%. Do you agree?
I believe Obi will win it. Benue State.
On the basis
Obi will
of
win
what?
Benue State.
Right.
On the basis that it's the middle belt, and what's his name? Jonathan won it, and generally Obi is more popular.
Jonathan of the PDP won it. The incumbent president.
One man, a moment ago, you are saying this election is about personalities. So let's keep it 100.
It's also about structures. But
you can say one because it's just 2 points between him and Atiku. So margin of error. Okay, fine.
Okay, so Obi takes Abuja. I'm sure you agree.
Yes, I agree with that.
All right. In Plateau State, Atiku Abubakar takes it, but Obi 30%. Atiku takes it, but Obi 30%.
I believe Obi Plateau too. So I disagree.
Margin of error. Atiku is like 32,
exactly
30.
Margin
it's
of
the
error.
same margin of error, 32-30. Fine.
All right.
But do you realize that let's take a look at Benue State. Do you realize that even the governor of Benue State is sympathetic towards Obi?
Right.
Yes. That's why it's getting that number. Why did you think
it would have got zero? It would have got zero otherwise.
From the ones on top. Sometimes you try to make it look as if the wishful thinking means they are throwing the votes to you. It seems as if we forget to factor the fact that this election is filled also with emotions.
Which election doesn't have emotions? I'm trying to understand.
Even from every election has emotions. This one, this one, we have seen the insurgency in the north. Then we have also seen some of the farmers headers.
Just hold on to that thought. One man, just scroll to the right. Let's look at 2019 because insurgency was heavy in Benue in 2019. Well, Buhari had election. So just hold on to that thought. Just scroll to the right. Let's look at it. In 2019 in Benue State, when insurgency was at its super highest, APC actually got 48% in Benue State. PDP got 52%. So it was almost a draw with high insurgency in Benue State in 2019, one of the highest rates. That was when they were filling up IDP camps. APC still got 48%. And I'm dropping APC numbers. I'm dropping it by close to 20 points. And then you have to throw away the structure of Sushram, David Mark, and Sushma, David Mark, and Ayu, PDP, that got this 52%. You have to throw it away because I'm saying with emotions and the current governor, Obi is almost equating the PDP structure. And APC, as lawful as they are, they're almost getting out. And then in this cycle, APC has a popular Reverend Father that is going to win the governorship race because they're tired of Autumn and PDP. And I'm giving Obi 30%. You should be glad you'll be able to pull that number.
Why? That's your own summation. That's your summation. This is the problem. This is when you go into the detail, you find that Kolata is all the way inside the numbers. So
No,
let's not pretend.
okay, give us a contrary view to Nigeria.
Because I'm looking at a map that shows that Jonathan won this state handily. Yes, it's under PDP, but it's also a southern leader with far less charisma than Peter Obi. And if you tell me that, I'm not trying to badmouth Jonathan here.
Jonathan is incumbent president.
yes, he's a southerner in a country where they felt that
he's an incumbent president.
So are you saying that Peter Obi's personality will surmount the fact that Goodluck Jonathan was the president that has the instrumentality of state and was from the biggest party in Africa at that time, all of which played out in that election? Peter Obi
let's say they cancel each other out.
Okay, they don't cancel each other out now. It's a ludicrous. I don't want to like to use the word ludicrous, but it's far-fetched. It's far-fetched thinking. Far-fetched.
Yeah. A lot of what we are saying here is completely a lot of wishful thinking, I have to say, because even I have to say, because this election is quite unique. This election is quite unique. It's not like it's not going to be like any of the others we've had. It's not going to be like the other ones we've had.
In 2015, Buhari versus Jonathan in Benue State. You know, Buhari beat Jonathan in 2015. He beat Jonathan in Benue State.
I'm looking at 2011. I'm not looking at 2015.
Now, you are very right with that, with Buhari beating Jonathan. And you know the presidents before that. You know how when the insurgency started and nothing, let's put it this way, nothing was done about it. You know the anger in the minds of many.
But the herdsman crisis was when Buhari got in, that Benue experienced the herdsman crisis between 2015 and 2019. And Buhari got 48%. While PDP got 52%. So Benue has always been tight. And I'm saying in this case, Benue is no longer tight. It skews towards PDP and Labour Party because now APC has messed up. And so you cannot tell me Peter Obi will ride over PDP structures that is strong in Benue State. It's just not going to happen.
PDP is divided, and the governor supports Peter Obi.
And the votes are divided. That's why you guys need to realize Peter Obi came out of PDP. Peter Obi is basically winning PDP votes.
Peter Obi is going to win by now, I believe.
Win.
There's a lot of strong presidents.
But it's just 2 points. I don't know why you guys are fighting over 2 points. They're just 2 points.
It's not about. It's not even the 30% you talked about.
You have to understand that Peter Obi is coming from ground zero, and also it's coming from ground zero. And then you are from his personality and the thrust of his campaign. You are saying that it's going to surmount the biggest structures in Nigeria, the richest structures in Nigeria, and all of that, just because of the will of the people are swaying in his direction.
And the will of the people is also being, you know how when the people side with somebody,
and that is also speculative, by the way. It's speculative that the will of the people sway in this direction. You know?
No. With this, I mean, the people that with the structure will use it to support some other candidate instead of them to support their own.
Please, I don't know. Have you tried to factor out the issue of the beavers here? Do you realize that in those days there were incident forms where you can write the names of many people and stamp? Now, when you stamp the,
let me answer your beavers. I have a quick response to your beavers.
Wait.
You guys, okay?
Wait.
Yeah, carry on.
We have seen elections during the incident form and the card readers. There are cases where they thumbprint too many forms and write the card readers. Now, let me tell you, when they thumbprint like that, when they want, they will always, maybe in court, they will say, get us the materials that were used. Sometimes in the polling booths, especially the ones I know I have seen, they just throw the papers anyhow, and the ink goes into all the papers and just maybe rubbish them in such a way that getting these documents is a little bit difficult from the primary source. You don't need to use the forms that were signed by the returning officers at the polling units.
Got you. Yeah, I know all that stuff. Now, Ekiti election, beavers or no beavers?
You mean the recent election that was held in Ekiti?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
The recent one. They used beavers.
Yes.
Right? What was the result? APC domination. Okay, fine. OSUN election. What was the difference between current OSUN election and the last one? The current one, beavers. The last one, no beavers. Any difference between both elections?
A lot.
No, not a lot. No, not a lot. Both of them were nail biters. And with beavers, without beavers, nail biters. So beavers is not making that massive difference you guys think. Because I can point to Ekiti election, I can point to OSUN election to an extent, even they do elections. So let's not belabor these beavers. Look,
anyway,
Nigerians behave one way, and you guys think we're innocent people.
Kulata, calm down. Calm down. Hold on,
Okay,
Kulata. Let me ask something. Let me ask you something.
Do you think
How many of these
beavers
states
is
do
going
you
to
have?
change Nigeria?
Hold on, Kulata. Let me ask you now. How many of these states do you have P2B behind or ahead by 2 to 3
Let's
points?
continue. Let's continue.
Yeah,
Let's
flip it either way.
Hold on. Let's continue. So let's go on to River State. So River State, Peter Obi takes that by 40%. Do you agree? River State, James Wike.
I believe he's going to take it more than that. Peter Obi will take it way more than 40%.
I'm
going to get over 50% of the vote.
52%.
Yes, it's going to get way more than that.
All right. And Akwa Ibom. Atiku Abubakar takes Akwa Ibom. Do you agree?
Oh my God!
No,
Peter Obi will take it. Oh God!
Why will Peter Obi take it? Why?
For one, Peter Obi is a beloved son of the South, and he's a very likable fella, and I think he's going to win it.
Yeah. So just to Niger. Sorry, beloved son of which South?
Of the Southeast, and he's a very, very likable fella. He's not any other.
Talking about this, Akwa Ibom is the South.
Yes, he's gonna win it. I grew up in the South, so I know the people there. The way they will look at Peter Obi is that they will compare him with the other people. They will think, this guy, even if he's man, I like the guy personally. He's more likely to win that vote.
You see, that's just wishful thinking.
Let me try this.
I'm from that area. You see wishful thinking.
Hold on. Are you starting to see how far-fetched some of your logic is? Hold on. When we try to marry your logic with or your thinking, let me not say logic. If we try to marry your thinking with numbers, do you see how far removed from reality?
Look, one man.
I'm from that area. I'm telling you, those people will have affinity with Peter Obi far more than they will have this article right now.
Can I say something? To Niger. To Niger. See, I have a friend that we both served in camped in Ogun State. He's from Imo State, but he lives in Akwa Ibom. This way just told me which day here that he was trying to ask around about this P2B stock, and one guy said that because P2B is an Igbo person, that the way he talked about P2B, the fact that he's an Igbo person, that he can't support him. I was like, wow. That the guy was saying that is how most of them, even undermining the fact that his wife is from that side too, they still say because he's an Igbo person too. The usual you're not saying that he's the son of, I don't know where you are bringing
See, what you are saying, I recognize it. I know that myself. I'm from the South.
Then why are you not saying that it's the South people say, even in like Delta State? Let me say something. Even like in Delta State, I know Obi is going to get good number of votes there. But you see, most people there will be like, Igbo people. Even me say they discriminate here saying Igbo. Do you understand?
What of this case?
You don't need to take out this factor. You need all these factors.
I took that factor into account already.
You know one thing I've just stretched my eyes to my just talk say close shop. I just wanted to stretch my eyes to see what you even have in Edo State. Now I just see that one saying this one we don't close shop. Now let me tell you one thing. You see, you talked about talking to somebody in South. I have one friend in South, and I asked that person, what do you have as the feeling in South? She told me her own story. I asked another person, what is the feeling around Akwa Ibom? He told me the own story. I like asking 2 or 3 people so that let it be, what are you thinking? Not what I am thinking. So when you ask 2 or 3 people, this thing you are telling me is not the truth.
Wait, you asked, wait. You are giving me your personal narrative, and then I should make that empirical data. And I know you're a professor or something. Does that cohere? Like,
you know what?
Calm down. Wait. You are drawing from what's the English word I'm trying to get? You're drawing from not even random sampling. Is your my brain is tired. You are drawing from your personal anecdotes. Anecdotes. You're bringing anecdotal data and then you want to just project it around. It doesn't work that way.
Projecting. Look, one thing you see, Kulata.
You said you called 2, 3 people or 4 people. Even you called 20 people. Is
let me tell you. One thing, as I've always said, you have always heard me say this. It is. I always try not to use my standard, what I think, because I know that my standard may be biased. So what I normally do is I try to push it to others, which I know that let them think on their own. When
that's not
7, 8, 9, 10. When they think on their own, it can now act as something you can act as a baseline for the sample.
Okay, let's just go to the numbers. What do you think Edo numbers will be? That's why I don't want to. People start getting emotional. I talk to this person, talk to that person. It doesn't mean much
because, sorry, Kulata. One thing that you also understand is that South is not a monolithic group
at all.
Every state in South is so distinct from the other. Edo is completely different from Rivers, from Bayelsa, from Rivers, from Akwa Ibom.
Patrick, please, you are from Edo. Patrick, you are from Edo. Please explain Edo voting patterns to my friends.
Even
explain Edo North, Edo Central, and Edo South. Let them understand how
even
the
within
pattern.
Edo, you see, the Edo North is APC. That's where Oshomole and the rest are from. And Oshomole is going for Senate, and Izeyamdo is from South, but they are guarding Edo North strongly. The Edo Central, which is the ASA group, the ASA group is supposed to be strongly PDP, but it's controlled by Wike. Because the Anini boys are loyal to Wike. They have issues. At the point Wike had issue with Obaseki. So the Anini boys in Edo Central are in alliance with Wike. So what they are doing is waiting for Wike to give go ahead. The Edo South, that's where Obaseki is now. That's where PDP have some strong ground. And that's where Obi is struggling to also gain something. What you have in the South, that's Benin, that's already Akwedo and all those areas, is some noise there. That noise will not really make up the number, except Wike tell the people in Central to support to be. You understand?
Patrick,
So it's
I want
not
to
really
ask you a
going to
simple
make so
question.
much. And
Who
let
do
me
you
just
think
finish.
will win Edo?
You see,
it's very simple.
is a part of Edo North, a large part of Edo North that are strongly Muslim. They are almost more Islamic.
That's Auchi sort of.
Not even there's a town there they call Warake.
Do you remember that time
Patrick,
that
let Patrick land.
Warake, Agbede. That's where you have all those that's where you have all those Suleiman, like this Apostle Suleiman, you have Momodu, you have Momo, all those Muslims. Warake, Agbede, you see a town that you have almost 90 or almost 100% Muslims. You understand? So those ones will also vote along religious line. And mind you, in I don't know of other states, but in Edo State, you will discover that this obedient noise is in these urban centers, like maybe Benin. In Ogun State, it will be like in Abeokuta, but in a place like Ayetoro, Ikpokia, Oja Oke Odon, they might not even know him. If you ask them, they'll say, which is that one?
Patrick,
That's my challenge.
They will think it's a chemist. They will think it's a chemist.
They will not even know. They'll say, what is that?
They think it's a chemist.
Who do you think will win Edo? Very simple.
As it is, Edo will be fragmented. Edo is going to be fragmented between APC.
Let him answer now. You ask the question, let him answer.
Edo is going to be fragmented between APC and PDP.
Chai.
Okay.
When the same Obaseki said that.
Thank you.
When obedient movement started, that you should not take them serious because in every household there is an obedient.
You guys are taking statements. You are projecting statements into numbers. It's so funny.
There's something I don't
Kulata, that's why I said a lot.
Okay,
do you know?
Hold on now. One voice. I was just saying to Kulata. That's why I always say a lot of that narrative is based. If we are trying to marry the narrative against numbers now, you see how it just falls apart.
It's falling flat. If I don't give them the numbers, they're fighting for.
When I know
I'm not saying
you should try to take random.
There's something that people do.
One man, is this a new spreadsheet?
There are slight changes to the field now. Okay, see one thing I showed you. Okay, see now in Anambra.
Okay, let's just continue. Then you can talk.
Let's continue. Can you hold on? I just want to disabuse Nigeria's mind of some of the notions that it holds. So in Bayelsa State, Atiku takes it, but Peter Obi gets 27%. Bayelsa.
I don't believe so. Peter Obi will take Bayelsa. Peter Obi will take Bayelsa.
Where is the vice PDP?
The reason why I say that is based on the fact that if Jonathan can take Bayelsa, Peter Obi will take Bayelsa. That's what I'm saying.
Jonathan is from Bayelsa.
I know. That's what I'm saying. If I see the only time these other Buhari and the others come and start trading states in the south is when no south person or southern person is in the race, especially somebody from that region. If anybody from that region is in the race, they will all put in unison.
You have to understand that a son of the south is on a ticket, by the way, as a vice.
That doesn't count. All they care about is the main ticket holder. All right. With Jonathan, it was clear. It's like a block of black.
There is one factor we fail to look at here. If you look at all the southern states here, do you realize that from the normal man on the streets narrative, they want the presidency to come to the south rather than the north?
Yes,
exactly.
They're giving
it's playing in their mind.
All right. And then in Borno State, Tinubu takes it. Peter Obi scores 2%.
That's very ungenerous. I think to be that is awful like that.
They cannot be fans of Peter Obi. I mean, they cannot be fans of Peter Obi.
It's very ungenerous. 2%. What is that?
Wow.
See, I don't know. I think that you are correct. We are all doing some level of wishful thinking here. Until a lot of people are going to have red faces on that election day. Because when the result comes out, people will be surprised. Let's
do it to the end, because if you pay attention to the numbers, you need not be surprised. But in Yobe State, which is another Kanuri space, Tinubu takes it. Peter Obi, it records his usual 2%. So I'm not sure there's too much equivocation on that. In Bauchi State, Atiku takes it. Tinubu, Peter Obi 5%. In Gombe State, which I was enjoying Austin until he told us 40%, and that was when we departed. That was my bus stop with Austin. In Gombe State, Atiku takes it. Peter Obi gets 3%. So you could see.
I don't believe that. Peter Obi will get more.
Alarmed.
Peter Obi will get more in Gombe State.
Right. In Adamawa State, Atiku takes it. Peter Obi 10%.
Peter Obi will get over 25% in Adamawa.
In Atiku's home state.
In Atiku's state.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I didn't know that was his home state.
No, he will get it. He will get it because he will get 25%.
I don't know about that.
Because
if
of
it's his home
the rally in Adamawa, and he went to the village that Atiku has never been to.
Look at that.
Solomon, then go beat you. Solomon,
Atiku takes Taraba. Peter Obi gets 27%.
Oh, no. I think, let me confirm the map again. Let me confirm the map just to be sure. I don't know. Peter Obi will take it.
It's a Christian Northeast, so he's getting
exactly. Peter Obi will take Taraba.
He's getting 27%.
He will win it. He's not going to get 21%. He's going to win it.
He will win it.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go into your comfort zone to Niger. In Anambra State, Peter Obi gets it 67%, 65%. In Imo State, Peter Obi squeaks through with 47%. In Abia State, Peter Obi still holding the Southeast, 54%. In Ebonyi State, Peter Obi still the champion with 50%. And Enugu, Peter Obi rounds off the Southeast with 55%. So you see the numbers tell you the story.
What makes this
there is nothing that suggests Peter Obi anything other than the Nollywood actor that RUFAI said.
Oh God. Okay. See, the election. The fact. Okay, the election day, they are only voting for the president. They are not voting for anything else, are they?
They are voting for. That's the problem. They are voting for Senate. They are voting for House, and it's the same ballot.
Okay, you see, now that's the kind of stuff that throws a bit of confusion in the election. It could happen both ways, but I think in that the the southwest, southeast, that Kolata collated, I think he did that. He massaged a little bit of the numbers so that some people 5% that he wants them to get 25%. I don't think they will get all these states is going to get at least 60% in the southeast. No matter what.
Now we've gone through it. Do you think the numbers lent to a Peter Obi are even coming third in this election? Do you think the numbers lent to that?
It's clear now. In my numbers, from what I disputed,
I will tell you
very clear.
Okay, let's fix the bias. Let me create another copy and let's fix the biix. Do you want to do that?
See, look at the.
You can fix it. You can fix it.
I want Austin to fix it, and I want to see Peter Obi.
Kolata, is this a new spreadsheet? Sorry, let me ask.
There's a new spreadsheet. I updated it to reflect the article.
I've been calm and been listening to one man.
I'm sorry, I was only sharing that spreadsheet with you to Niger, so that when you go to the usual places that you go to, maybe you try to start
put a dose of reality.
You know, all this wild stuff that they say, although the numbers don't tell us that now. The numbers don't tell us that.
These are not what was gotten from the field. And apart from that, I will say one last thing, please. I want to go and do something now. If you check these numbers, I had to follow the numbers. Even you were a little bit biased towards Atiku because I saw that even Tinubu was falling apart more. You don't push out Tinubu from
I was biased by Atiku because I felt Atiku was gaining some momentum in the northwest.
Where is the Atiku gaining? Which some of the polls that deals with
one that his party is divided in half.
In the north. I'm not saying the south. It's fractured in the south, but in the north, it's still okay.
Okay, Kolata, do you agree that if the momentum carries on the way it is carrying on now, your election result will be skewed? It will favor if you looked at it, because the momentum carries on with Obi getting endorsements and the other parties are arguing amongst themselves.
To Nigeria, you keep saying endorsement. It doesn't matter in Nigerian elections. I'm sorry.
A moment ago you were saying the northern elders tell northerners how to vote. You see this is what makes people call.
When you say endorsement, what kind of endorsement are we talking about? Is it Mieti Allah that has an association?
No, like northern preachers.
Let me ask you a question, to Niger. Which endorsement do you think has the higher electoral potency? An endorsement by Afenifere for Peter Obi or an endorsement by Mieti Allah for Tinubu? Which one has more electoral potency?
I think Mieti Allah, because Yorubas are a little bit of a wild card. They go in every direction. They don't always follow FNFRS says. That said, preachers of northern preachers voted for that's endorsed Peter Obi. That's Muslim preachers, and that has power. They are the ones that actually they are true believers.
Oh God!
It's like born again. It's like born again Christians endorsing somebody.
Austin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on, please.
Is Austin, yeah, okay. How can we fix this data?
Do you see why we laugh when we talk about? Sorry, carry on, Kolata. It's just
no. I want to ask Austin. Okay, what should I fix? What's so egregiously wrong? And then I want to see if that. No. Don't tell me go and poll people. Let's just deal with the numbers. Like at the end of the day, it's going to be numbers. So which states do you think I should fix that is so wrong that I can fix, and then it will show Peter will be leading?
Colata.
Now, let
there's allow us.
Yeah, that was to Austin. Yeah,
let's see the point we should factor now.
Do you want us to bring it back?
Now, look at the point we should factor first.
We need to
take into account
it up?
The new voters that just came into the picture.
That's very important.
They are factored in now.
It didn't factor.
Wait, that's factored in.
The new voters that came into the picture and assumed
that is factored in. Let me explain. You just ask me to explain. Typical voting in Nigeria, the voter party, we have 30 to 35% thereabout. Average is being bumped up to 40%. The reason being there should be high voter enthusiasm in this election, but there are a lot of prevailing conditions that is making the voter, that is actually towing that voter enthusiasm. Chief among them is insecurity, and then some of these economic issues going on. That normally depresses voter turnout. But I'm even saying with that, we're still beating the historical voter turnout by 10 to 5%. And if you want me to bump it up to 50%, it's a simple thing of adding 10% to it. The spreadsheet will repopulate the numbers.
Now, Colata, let me.
And the question is, where is that bump increase?
I want
most at.
You don't want me to talk.
I want Austin. I know there's you just be going back, boost. I want Austin.
You don't debunk immediately.
You don't debunk anything. You talk things that is out of this world.
It's fine.
Hold on. You know what Des does? He will make a random statement and say just accept it.
I can't deal with this. I cannot deal with this.
That's why
that is an emotional guy. He's very emotional.
I can't deal with this tonight. I defend you. I can't deal with you tonight.
Hold on for Austin. Austin, push
so
back against
Austin. Okay, now give me just Austin. Just pick states that I'm so wrong, and let's see if we can fix it.
Now, I just, as I said, there were some ones I just picked. Like Benue, I feel that you are a little bit wrong about it.
Okay, so let's give. What do you think Obi will get? Just give it. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be accurate. Just give something.
I think of about 53, 54, 55.
Oh God.
Okay, so let's say no, that's fine. So let's say 50. let's say 55. Let's just 55. So that means between APC and PDP, they're going to share 45, right?
Yes, somehow.
Okay. What else?
From ground
that 55
zero.
Is very small.
From ground zero.
Wait, and how much does that add to the data? Not much.
No,
it doesn't really add much.
I'm just picking out just one.
And continue. I like the line we're going, and I want to entertain it.
You know one thing, eh? You know one.
Then with the next, let's go to the next one.
Look, okay. See what we'll do. Maybe you send me your spreadsheet. Let me go through the numbers again.
Yeah, I would like to have that spreadsheet.
Yes. So that I will see all of them.
Let me check Kulata's numbers to pieces.
One man, see what is going to end all this discussion. 1 month.
It's not true. Okay.
Kulata, do you know what to end all this discussion? Do you know?
Listen, Kulata. One thing that I saw that I felt was not really captured well in this data, that if you look at all the Atiku votes, They are somehow this whole prediction are skewed towards Atiku.
I purposely skewed towards Atiku. By the way,
If you check,
this was
If you check what happened on ground during elections, you can have a pocket where this person is strong, this person is average, this person is weak, and that is how it goes throughout the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something? This is the second spreadsheet that we're doing on this particular. This is an updated version of the original spreadsheet. And even in the original spreadsheet, and even more so with this spreadsheet, what Kulata tried to do was to create scenarios where there is no gift at all towards the Tinubu space to see under the circumstances that somebody else will win that election outside of Tinubu. So if you are saying that it weighs towards Atiku somewhat, it's because it was extremely miserly towards the Tinubu space, just to not to, because all of the Buhari votes in the north, it didn't give him at all.
Scroll to the right so they can see it.
Yeah.
Scroll to the right. So you can see what I did to Tinubu numbers.
So this is an underestimation. Yeah, carry on.
I murdered Tinubu number. If you scroll to the top, that's 20 up. Yeah, just go up. 2019 versus what I gave him. Look at how much.
What you are doing is you are using
now.
Hold on.
Wait now. Just wait. Let's explain.
This is data.
Let's explain. So in 2019, Buhari was getting 77. Tinubu is getting 35. Buhari was getting 60. Tinubu is getting 36. Buhari was getting 79. Tinubu is getting 34. So you can see the slash of Tinubu Mora, and he's losing those votes. And even saying he's losing the votes to Kwakwanso and Atiku. Those are where. And in Lagos,
what you don't have.
Wait now. It stays neutral in Lagos. It's only the southwest where some particular PDP places have collapsed totally, like in Ekiti and Ondo State. There's no existence of PDP there. That's where it's gaining. Then in other places, look at, it's just bleeding Buhari votes, like anyhow, just bleeding Buhari votes. So I murdered Tinubu. I did not assume he's inheriting anything from Buhari. He's losing votes like mad. But it's a four-way election. And you guys need to understand the math and the fundamentals of Peter Obi breaking away from PDP. It matters that Peter Obi broke away from PDP, meaning it's cannibalizing PDP votes. And
but your problem is that you murdered Tinubu, but you spared Atiku. Atiku in a party that is actually divided.
But wait, let's scroll down. Let me show you something. Go ahead, one man, don't worry. I know where all of them, and I can address it. Just scroll down. There's some grids. So they can understand where Atiku is really winning. Okay, so you can see, scroll to the left a little bit. Now you can see, okay, for each region, where Atiku is coming tops. Atiku is winning northwest, north central, northwest, northwest, north central, northeast. And you can see where Peter Obi or Tinubu is runner up. The only place that you guys should be most contentious about is the south that I gave Atiku. And if I switch those numbers to even Peter Obi, it's still not going to make a difference in this election.
Peter Obi is coming third or fourth. His battle is with Kwakwanso in this election. No one else.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. This sounds
even the spreadsheet
but there's a scenario. Let me show you. Okay, there's a scenario that Peter Obi.
Shall I tell you what you are looking at? What you are looking at, do you know what they call it in English language? They call it reality. 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 Yeah.
Oh my God, reality.
One man
they will surprise you. They will show you. The people are
the people are the structure. The people are the structure.
All of us are going to have a red face that day now.
It is a reality.
Kulata, see what is going to end all this thing. All these things going to end on Wednesday, so everybody should calm down.
Playtown, what do you think? Playtown, what do you think about this?
Yeah, let me speak.
Can I come in?
So this is the first time I'm seeing this spreadsheet. That's why I asked, is this a new spreadsheet? And this is, to me, more realistic than the previous one. But even at that, now, everybody that is agitating, I'm calling on all of you to calm down. We are 75% gone.
Thank you.
presentation of a new spreadsheet, which is going to be the official spreadsheet of this platform, as far as I'm concerned. It's coming on Wednesday. I'm announcing it now.
You've been promising that for 2 weeks, you know.
We've been waiting. No. Don't worry. You know. Good things.
It will run to the village. It will run to the village and say no network. We know your game.
No. One man, schedule it. One man, put the timing. Schedule it. Wednesday, everybody across the world should tune into the platform. That is the day election will be decided.
All right. And just for the benefit, this is especially for the benefit of Austin. So this is for your benefit. Of course, Tinubu is your president. This is what the numbers say. The numbers. The numbers.
Let me explain to you.
I just pray that they will not.
Austin, calm down. Austin, calm down. Let me explain. Austin. Obedience. I don't think I can present this thing on Dr. Dami.
Oh my God, man.
I will not do it. They will murder me.
They will slaughter you.
One man.
Austin.
I just pray they will not call me to come and carry my president when he falls down.
Yeah, don't worry.
Austin, you can see that even with a scenario that highly favors Atiku, and that is assuming Obi is doing well, because in my spreadsheet, Obi is doing quite well. Let's not lie, Obi is doing quite well.
Let me
so if Obi,
you were too generous to Obi. You were too generous.
If Obi doesn't do well, Atiku will win. Atiku will win if Obi doesn't do well. Atiku is winning this election if Obi doesn't do well. But if Obi does well,
Atiku wins this election or Tinubu wins this election, Nigeria is going to be extremely unstable.
No, but the numbers.
I worry it's going to be very unstable for the next.
My only you can come in, Sake, but my only quibble is that giving 7.5 million votes to Obi, when a lot of the estimation was that Peter Obi they're estimating about 3.54 million.
I try now.
You were Father Christmas.
The guy gave me
Father Christmas to Obi. Just giving him votes.
I don't see the Father Christmas. There's something Jonathan could easily do. He didn't give it. He didn't even give anything that Jonathan did.
Jonathan,
why is that so generous?
Now?
No.
Come on. It's the South. He's a human being. They have voted.
Jonathan did 22 million in 2011.
Hold on. Let's just address what Tunaja is saying. Goodluck Jonathan was an incumbent president. That's usually an incumbent. It was an anomaly that he lost the 2015 election, which he would have won if he wanted to.
In 2011, Tinubu collapsed the structures for Jonathan again. It's not just Jonathan plus Tinubu. Do you forget?
And Goodluck Jonathan.
But not in the South and Southeast.
Hold on, to Niger. He was an incumbent president of a huge juggernaut country which controls everything. By the way, you even said that Buhari promising a free fair election and all that. So he has that as an advantage. He was also the candidate of the I want you to let me finish. He was also the candidate of the largest political party in Africa. That's what Goodluck Jonathan was. So you're not telling us that Peter Obi, from ground zero, who nobody knew until 6 months ago, he by force of personality, because he's so engaging, he will sweep past. Come on, man.
I believe that because it's about who people, and all of them know Peter Obi now. And it's human beings they are voting for. You acknowledge that earlier on.
Can I talk about Kolata?
Guys don't come. No.
Let me just say something. I can't say anything again.
Okay, go on, say, but we wanted to hear from Sake, but I go on that desk.
Oh, my father Sake talk about.
No, you go first since you insisted.
You don't have points. Let Sake talk. He has to.
Let him talk. Now this can be sensitive sometimes. So that's
no. I just throw simple words. Kolata, go and do this with your spreadsheet and come back. Throw in.
I'll do another one later now.
No, do this. Throw in, maybe let's say 25% extra voter turnout in every state. Then do it in the rich
in every state. Every state across the country.
Across it and.
But okay, if it's every state across the country, that's easy. One man just go scroll up and put plus 25 there.
let me finish. Then do it in the ratio of 7:2:1. Obi at Tinubu Atiku, and bring it and tell me what it goes.
What do you mean 7:2:1? Explain that.
The 25%. 7:2:1. You're a mathematician. I'm supposed to know.
I'm not a mathematician. No.
That doesn't
I'm
make
not done
sense.
maths.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Guys, your fellow leader say it
doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to understand.
25%.
What
Make
we
it
know
make
the
sense.
matter is that the 25%, 70% will be 20% to whoever, and then 10% to the other.
Actually,
That is what I said.
one man, I have that. One man, scroll down. I have it. One man, scroll
Yeah,
down.
you have
I have
it.
that number there. Don't worry. Obi scenario. Scroll down. One man.
That's your Obi scenario, right?
Hold on. Yeah.
Wait now. Let's look at it. Wait.
Yeah. Tell me when. Yeah. Is this Obi's corner?
Just keep going down. You will see. There's a special place for that scenario. Just go down.
No, we've got to the bottom. Obi's corner. We are at Obi's corner.
Obi's corner.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Where's Obi's corner? I can't see the full thing though. Obi's corner. No. Scroll down. That's Obi's corner. Yeah. So in Obi's corner, we have 93% voters. 75% of the voters, they are youths. Okay. So Obi is winning 75% of those youths. Then Tinubu is getting 5,000 votes. Kwakwaso is getting 10 million.
Stop that nonsense.
Are you getting 30 million? Obi is the winner. 70 million votes.
Stop that.
Now, I don't know. I'll please.
70 million votes.
I'll need to bow now. I'll need to bow out now, please. Please, I have something I want to do. But there's one thing I want to say. If you want to make the best spreadsheet for prediction, please try to remove yourself from the situation. Then look at it. That's just what I was saying. Remove every. For me, that's why I keep on saying. Anytime I want to do something, I'll always try to remove my emotions from it. Everything about me. So that you will be free and fair in everything you think of.
Austin, come around on Wednesday and see free and fair election happening.
And please, look, you know one funny thing. If I speak all through, if you ask me where do I want to lean, okay, let me make, as you say, wishful thinking. I want Obi to win. But the way Uptown look at it, maybe somebody said 7:2:1. It won't happen that way. Always try to remove yourself from every situation. Then look at it. Then, as I said, I always like taking try to listen to other people, what they think, especially those who are in the field. Then it will give you a little bit of flavor of what you think you can see there. It may not be the exact thing, but at least closer to what we are looking at.
Uptown is in the field. Uptown is working with Obi himself.
Yes,
Uptown.
That's why I told you that.
That is why
Uptown is a data analyst.
Uptown, please, if you want to make every data, I would like you to remove the cap of Obi and stay neutral. Then push
I guarantee you that.
It's not in his DNA. It's not in his DNA.
No. It's actually in my DNA.
Uptown, what do you think? What do you think about how I favored Obi? Be honest. I trust you. No, you are always honest.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've made the point. I think for me, this one, I'm just seeing it right now, actually. And the other one you made, I think this is more realistic. This, I don't know, like it's like every single day you are more in tune, but then you are still far from it. But then
Uptown.
All right, hold on. Let's. Hold on. When I say hold on, please. I think Austin is about to depart us. So Austin, a real delight to have you. If you want to stay to the end, you can.
I need to go now. I need to do some academic work. So please, I'm sorry. I don't use them more time before they will sack me.
All right, brilliant. Join us again because we do this. So this is what I was trying to explain to you, that we don't accept an argument just on the basis of say so. We push back, but then if the logic holds, then it takes the day. So that's what we do here.
That's
yeah.
scientific thinking. So I think you are right.
All right. Thank you, Austin. So that's Austin, one of the star names all over social media. So yes, thank you, Austin.
No, I'm not a star name, I beg. I'm just
don't worry, you're a superstar. We all know you for that. So thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin. Let's hear from Saki Fada, who's crossing quietly as he often does. Saki Fada.
Yeah, greetings everybody. I can see everybody. I would have loved I met Patrick here because I heard what he said when he was trying to analyze Edo State. I would have been very, very happy if I had met him here. There are certain questions I would have asked him. You know, it is very easy for people to come around and spin whatever they want to spin. You understand? You know, he has analyzed that here is north, here is central, here is south, and these are the dynamics. I think we are making very important mistake, which I always have always told Kulata. But let me begin this way by asking Kulata just a very important question.
Don't ask it in Latin. That's the only deal.
No, not
yes.
in Latin.
God.
Not in Latin, but to your projections, the fundamental problem error you keep having is what Latin calls disputatis alter feris.
We don't come.
It's always.
It's late at night, though.
I will try to explain later. But what I'm trying to say, the question I wanted to ask now is, let's go back to 2014. Before the election of 2014, before the result of 2014, you know, if a polling company had come out to tell you, we have polled, and this is our finding, we found that an incumbent president in the name of Jonathan is going to lose this election to APC. Would you have believed it?
A polling company, it doesn't matter. It depends on different polling polling companies have. Let me answer your question. You asked a question.
Let me use an example.
You know I'm going to give you a smart answer, so except you want to change your question.
Let me use an example because they actually did. ANAP Foundation, you know, they conducted a poll.
I know where you're going.
They conducted a poll before that result of 2014, and 3 times they did the poll, it was consistent. So given that poll, just go flash your mind to that 2014, given that very poll, let's assume that poll was presented to you in the 3 instances. Would you have believed that Jonathan, would you have believed that poll? That's what I'm trying to say.
Do you know if, okay, so let's talk about polls. Polls have different qualities and polls have different methodology. The methodology they used back then when insecurity was not too much of a challenge, apart from a certain section of the country, is different from the methodology they're deploying now. So when you tell me an poll of that time, an poll of this time, they're different polls in its entirety. Wait now, because I know where you're going to extend it. Calm down. Let me answer you. The methodology they used then was more in person to person. The methodology they're using now is more like a phone call. So with the phone call, you already built in bias. Then we have to look at what set of questions was fed to them in 2014 versus now, because the way you question people determines on how they're going to respond to you. And then when you're looking at the ones you have now, all of them are still bad quality because you have a higher number of undecided and people that refuse to answer, and they're including those in the poll. So if you put the undecided into those polls, it totally throws out the meaning of the poll away, because if you put undecided to Tinubu or Atiku, it makes them the leader. So how do you make sense of any of those polls?
No. You are making judgment I have not made.
I'm not making judgment. I'm going to where you're headed to. You're trying to tell me I should factor an poll in my projection, and I'm telling you an poll right now is bullshit.
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what. Have you seen it? You are making mistake. Allow me to say what I mean. I don't want to center my argument around 2023 elections. You know, I only want to center my argument around existing factors that you consider when you are making your own projections. These projections you presented, you made it on existing factors factors like structures, factors like ethnicity, factors like religious considerations. And that is why you believe that a P2B will win all the southeastern states. That is why you believe that a Tinubu will win all the southwestern states, right? So you are making your projections.
So what are the factors in Nigerian election? Let's have an academic discussion. Nigerian elections are very simple. You have structure, you have religion, you have ethnicity. Those are the primary factors. And then there are tiny other factors like economy, like all those things that don't weigh as much as those three.
No, let me finish. Now come to 2014. You know, before 2014, consider these existing factors you are talking about. If you had considered these existing factors, the factor of which party has the better structures, which party has the incumbency, what about religious considerations, what about all these things? Consider those factors before 2014. If you have based all your considerations on these factors, would you have believed that a Jonathan, an incumbent president, will be wiped out by an APC government?
Yes. I would have, because and I can explain it to you, and it's still the same structure. It's still the same thing making the election almost go Tinubu's way. Because in 2014, Buhari came with the block votes from the north. Tinubu came with the block votes from the southwest. The biggest booking blocks in the country, those were what Buhari brought to the table: the northwest, followed by the southwest. He brought those to the table. Then he now had the northeast too to give him extra jara, and it was competitive in the north central. Tinubu brought the southwest to him. So in what way will Jonathan have survived that? That massive chest of voters, that war chest of voters. Jonathan was never going to survive that. For a president that was weak, and then his party was fractured. There was G7. PDP people that left him. His party chairman was working against him. Those are part of structures. So I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
Can I ask you another question?
I'm listening.
In this projection again, you consider the fact that 6 months is a very short time frame, you know, for any party to be able to collapse a long-standing structures, right?
Who is collapsing what?
You in this election now, just like one man has been talking. How is it possible that P2B will come from nowhere within 6 months?
You guys just like to hype Peter Obi that came from nowhere and is now competitive.
Let me finish. In these projections, one man said, how can you believe that somebody like a P2B will come from nowhere and just within 6 months he's able to collapse his long-standing structures? So my question is, when you were making these your projections, did you characterize your projection on the basis of the fact that it is almost impossible within this short?
No, it's not almost impossible. You're just talking grammar. Peter Obi is playing 2 cards, the ethnic and the religious cards. On the religious cards, he's going for the Christian votes. That's why he has Christian clusters in the north central. And on the ethnic card, is strong. Let me land. On the ethnic card is strong in the southeast and Lagos, and then south because there are a lot of strong Igbo clusters in the south, and of course groups that are related to the Igbos in the south. So what else is different apart from those 3 main things I talked about? Those are the 3. Nigerian elections are very simple: structure, religion, ethnicity.
No, you don't understand. You don't even understand what I'm trying to say. You are taking this.
Make it pity because I think you're meandering too long.
Okay, no problem. All right. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that I have always argued this on this platform. There are pre-existing conditions before now. There are some dynamics that have come during these 2023 cycles. For instance, and this dynamic continue to evolve, you know. For instance, just 2 days ago, when what do we call it? When the short man from Kaduna State.
RUFAI.
The bottle-like sized man from Kaduna State. You know, when he come out to use the word, the Christian enclaves.
Which we captured.
No, wait. This statement he made that very day already activated some emotions again. Right? It already activated some emotions again. And I'm telling you that.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Where is Obi not getting? I mean, based on what you saw, where is Obi's votes missing that I'm not giving him?
States like Taraba
is getting it there. It's doing well in Taraba.
What was the percentage you gave him in Taraba?
27.
States like Southern Bono State.
The population of Christian in Southern Bono State is minuscule compared to the Muslim population.
Like
Sorry, but it's getting like it's getting
in Adamawa State.
It's getting 10%. That's Atiku State.
In Adamawa State.
Yes.
Do you know if you are even talking about ethnicity, do you know the population of Igbos that are living in Yola, in Adamawa?
It doesn't matter. It's
no,
not
you are talking
that
about
much.
ethnicity. You said ethnicity.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not that much. Do you know what 10% is of Adamawa?
Wait,
okay, one man scroll up. Scroll up. I don't like talking about the number of Igbos. Let's just scroll up and look at the numbers.
Whose vote in Adamawa?
No need to argue. Let's look at the numbers.
In 2019, what was Atiku?
Is one man still there?
Yeah, I am. It's on the screen.
In 2019, what was Atiku?
Yeah, scroll up. Sorry, scroll up. Let's look at Adamawa. I don't like all these. Let's just talk number of this, number of that. Let's look at numbers. That's what I care about.
Oh, okay, so we've got the Adamawa figures up now. Let me read them out. So we're going by 40% of the
Adamawa figures. Okay.
Yes.
So what?
We are going.
Where's Adamawa again now? Adamawa is row 33.
It's here.
Yeah. So Peter Obi is getting close to 90,000 votes in that state.
Kulata, my question is
close to 90,000 votes.
What was
so scroll to the right. Let me tell you what Atiku. One man just go to the right. This is row.
What was Atiku's vote?
And we want to get into you now. Row 33. You know I like sharp action. So Atiku's votes in row 33. It was 50. Is it 51% in Adamawa in 2019? No, 53%. Yeah.
I'm not.
I have the 2019.
I said
in 2019, I have the results here.
Get my question first. In 2019, what was Atiku's vote compared with APC vote in the same Adamawa state?
You are looking at it right in front of you. Atiku got 53%. APC got 47%.
All right.
In 2019. That's why I was trying to, I knew where you were going to, and that's why I was directing it. I was going there straight. So APC is competitive in Adamawa, and the Christians in Adamawa normally do not vote for APC because APC has always been a Muslim party. They vote Atiku. So for you to tell me that they're going to cannibalize Atiku's votes and take everything away from me, I think you must be joking. That's why it's still going to get like 51% there.
I added to it that Atiku is actually from Adamawa.
He's an homeboy. So, I mean, when emotions don't tally with numbers, I mean, I just get fed up.
Atiku barely won Adamawa in 2019 with
exactly. Exactly.
He almost lost it.
Exactly, and he's still getting similar numbers as he got the last time.
So that means his homeboy factor is not even strong at all.
He won it now. He won it. So.
He won it, but he's still. I'm taking like
7,000 votes.
Yeah. Votes. So if you're going to take away the Christian votes, I'm even taking those votes away from Tinubu, from APC. I'm giving it to Peter Obi. I'm taking it away because I say, okay, some Christians will have voted for APC. They're not going to vote for APC again. Take it away from them. And you know that the most people that voted for APC in Adamawa, they are core Muslims. So I just took away all the Christians that voted for APC and just handed it over to Peter Obi. So when numbers don't cohere, they simply just don't cohere.
One man, I'm seeing a news story here where I think the Actors Guild of Nigeria is attacking RUFAI on his Nollywood comments.
No, I saw that earlier as well. They're asking him to take it back.
Can we go to the topic one man? Because this spreadsheet is making me sleepy.
All right.
The reality is no easy.
Doing this so many times is like every day is like spreadsheet.
They will shock you.
It's numbers now. Numbers versus wishful thinking.
I did so many times now. It becomes boring now. That's just the thing.
They will shock you.
Well, hopefully you are not bored. At least we have a strong viewership, so they're certainly not bored. But there it is. So let me take the window then to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It looks as though Play Summer has no, it was actually Plenty Water that was looking for it, but Play Summer actually found the super chat, and it was super chatting. It says Uptown RUFAI hype to be, pardon me. RUFAI hyped to be to send a message to the cabals to let them know their sabotage will only advantage Obi and not Atiku, and hence Buhari jumped up to campaign for Tinubu in Nasarawa tactical. So there it is. Another that's another wishful thinking from a different quarters. But thank you, Play Summer. So Wema, he comes in, he says RUFAI did not say Obi will take South, you lied. So RUFAI never said that, of course, but people, they have some sort of osmosis thinking. Thomas joins that space. Obi will not get 3 million votes overall. Labour Party, no structure. So he hammers down on the position he takes on the screen. Obi will something southeast. Obi will 5 southeast and 3 SS and no structure. So I'm sure that makes sense in some
it makes a lot of sense
in some Australian space. But thank you for the super chats and the people who were able to use it. So thank you for the super chats. So Saki Fada. So the spreadsheet, they paint a picture of reality of what is to come. And the reason why we often label them is to infuse some reality into the wild things. Nice, but yeah.
The spreadsheet, remember, is just projection, right? I wish we had time. I was trying to argue out a lot of things. I have a lot of things I want to argue out, but then we don't have much time. So I don't want to say, you keep saying reality. I wish Patrick were here when I came. We could have argued something about that Edo State he's talking about, and he will really understand where I'm coming from, So let's.
He been an indigent of Edo State and a senior mind from Edo State.
No, it's not a matter of.
But you are a senior mind from Imo State. You want to argue Edo with?
It's not. No. It's not a matter of being from a particular state.
All right.
It's not just that matter. You could be from a state and maybe you have not stayed in that very state quite well. He was talking about Obi not being known in certain part of Edo State. He said the Obi is only known in Benin City, something like that. And I wanted to ask him whether he knows Ubiaja, whether he knows Ohodua, whether he knows where Uromi is, whether he knows where Ingele is in the same Edo State. And I wanted to prove a point to him of what is happening in those very spaces. I wanted to prove a point where what is happening currently in those spaces now. So those are the things. You don't just come and spin something because you wanted your points to land you on a particular place. And that is always faulty in arguments.
All right, brilliant. So the numbers don't let. We've not heard from you, Femi. Femi, are you still with us? Yes. It's been so quiet. I didn't even know. Femi,
I'm with you guys, boss.
You've been quiet all the way through.
It's now.
Yes, let's hear from you regarding the conversation, Femi.
Okay, what are you guys talking about? Let me know about the topic.
We actually started off with just the RUFAI space and all the Naira notes actually, let me play you this video clip. It might well bring you up to speed. We were suggesting somewhat that Buhari has been brought to heel and it's now jumped on the Tinubu campaign. But watch this.
He is a committed Nigerian, and I believe he will give all he has to this country and the few Nigerians. I thank you very much. Yawancin waɗanda ke wurin nan tanawa ba su jin turanci ni da Hausa. To zan yi magana da Hausa, saboda duk da ni ba Fulatani ne ban jin Fulanci. A cikin Hausa na tashi, kuma Hausa al'ada Hausa ta kama ni ta riƙe ni kaf. Saboda haka yin magana da Hausa ma ina so in yi kwarai da gaske. Don ni ma zan kusanar da ku abin da ya kamata. Na ce Ahmed Bola Tinubu mu zaɓe shi ya shugabanci wannan ƙasa. Insha Allah. Dan ɗan Najeriya ne na asali ya yarda da Najeriya. Fiye da shekara 20 muna tare da shi mu faɗi mu tashi tare a siyasance. Na san shi yana ƙaunar wannan ƙasa. Zai yi duk abin da zai taimake mu gaba ɗaya a kan mu 'yan Najeriya ne. Zai riƙe amanar ƙasar nan. Saboda haka ku riƙe shi da gaskiya. Ku da kuka samu damar zuwa nan don Allah ku je ku gaya ma abokanku da iyalanku. Ku sa mashi ƙuri'a dukan mu za mu zaɓi Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya yi shugaban ƙasa insha Allah. Za gode gore da gaske.
So there it is. So
Yes.
that was in Nasarawa State. So
this is what we want from him from the beginning. This guy did it to you. You also you have to show him the favor. He has done the favor for you in the past. Like if everybody can notice today that in the political space, everybody is silent. They didn't expect this from him. Nobody talk about it. But I like you, Muhammad, that you notice it. This will change the game in the north. If Buhari support him truly with what he's saying, like I read it in like a journalist guy yesterday, he's a political journalist. He said that when the governors met Buhari yesterday, that is on Friday, he said that they discussed with him and he said to them that he has already ordered his foot soldiers that they should be working how will I say it, on the street, like house to house campaign. They are giving him a very, very good progress with their mobilization that Tinubu is accepted in the north, that Tinubu will win the election, that he assured them that Tinubu will win the election. But coming today and him saying this, I believe the guy is true with his information. In my own way, the way I saw it, I see the next election. If Tinubu can, out of the 19 states, if Tinubu can win 10 out of 19, if Tinubu can win 10, I'm talking about this 10, I'm talking about Zamfara State. I hear someone say that Tinubu will not win Zamfara. All the former governors, all the governors of the state, they are in APC. All the former speakers, they are in APC. All the political status in Zamfara, they are all in APC. PDP does not have anyone. Everybody. They want the 25 local governments House of Assembly. They want all the local government. They want all the units in 2019 and 2015 elections. Zamfara is always APC state. They should not take that from APC. If Tinubu can win Zamfara state And I wish Tinubu can win Katsina State. I'm talking about the top 5. If Tinubu can win 4 out of the 5, it should be very, very good for him. That means he's likely to win the election. I am very okay.
Yeah. No, I was going to, but land your point, then I'll ask you a question. Carry on.
Okay. When I look at the interview of RUFAI, people are saying that, why are you wailing? You don't have to do this. But now we see that it's eating a positive output. People are saying it like, if these guys have remained calm, this thing will kill them. Like, we don't want to fight them. We want to solve it internally. This will not help. But saying it out, it really helps the matter today. I wish Tinubu the best. I still believe he's still the winner of the next election. That is the way I see it. He's still the winner. It will be very hard. And someone telling me that the election will go to the second round. Which second round? 25 to have 25% in 24 states. There is possibility. It is very, very sure. It can have it. With this weekend, we have 25 states. We have 25% in River State. I'm sure of that. I'm talking about the 3 governors that APC have in Southeast and South. They will deliver the 25% also. People will be telling me that these votes now, the governor cannot determine where the votes swing to. I laugh in Spanish. This is very funny. How will you be saying that a governor cannot determine how people will vote in the state? You guys are just saying it just to please yourself. But the election is very clear that the governor take decision. They take decision from the unit to the state. And that is how Nigeria system works. People look at Nigeria, that Nigeria has already changed. It is not changed. It is just like how would they say to Peter Obi that left PDP. That people are now saying that Peter Obi is changed. It's like Olosho that changed uniform. Peter Obi changed uniform. That is just it. The people just be saying Nigeria is not changed. You guys will be choked by 25 of February. APC will win. The election is between APC and PDP. We should remove this settlement of religion. All these religious people, they will receive money from them. People are hungry in that country. We should be saying something that is real. We should not be talking about that this will be possible, this can happen. No, politics is not like that in Nigeria. I have been in this space, I have campaigned, I have voted, I have worked with the party people. I know what happened in that country. In my own state, Ondo State, Tinubu will, in my own region, I'm talking about Ondo North, Tinubu will won the 6 local government confidently. Look at my state now, because I look at Mimiko, all the former governors, they're all working for this man. Look at Oyo State. And now Fashola is trying to remember Ladoja that you say that you want to support Atiku, that this Tinubu supported you in 2003 or 2004, around that year. That is the one that fight for you to come back to the state. That you have to pay him back. That is what I believe that is what Fashola is telling him. Almost in Southwest, Tinubu will win all the 6 states, and he will have almost 60% in almost all the 6 states. These are what is very telling him that we have 60%. It's just that we are putting him down, but we just stick with that percentage. I believe Tinubu is our next president, and people saying Obi, there is chances of Obi. I really love it. Obi being in the game is a blessing in disguise for APC. If Obi is not in the election, one man today, I will say Atiku is the next president of Nigeria. Because Southeast and South, Atiku will have 7 million votes, 6 million votes, or like 5 million votes before. But now, Atiku cannot have more than 4 or 3 million votes. And that is a plus for APC. That is a plus. Those 11 states before, PDP used to win all the 11 or 2. They won the 11 or 10. But now Peter Obi will take like 5. It's a blessing. APC can manage to take 1 or 2. And PDP take like 4 or 5 also. Is still okay. We are okay with it. And telling me that this man will win Kano State, Kwankwaso. I don't see Kwankwaso winning Kano State. Ganduje is a strong politician. Shekarau is a strong politician. Kwankwaso is a strong politician. This election, they will split it into 3. And at the last of the day, you will just it will just be like when Ajimobi won 2015 election, late Ajimobi, he won it with how many? I think it's like 4,000 votes. Ajimobi is not the most popular candidate in that election, but it just went to him. That is what will happen to in this election in Kano State. The election the person that will win the election is person that is someone that we don't believe that he won. It can be Atiku. When I look at the northern state, the northern space of the country, telling me Jigawa, PDA, Atiku will won it. All these governors, they want to receive ministerial appointment. They are people like us. They will fight it to the last day. They know what happened today in 2015. They let their guy down, the governors of PDP, and they allow Buhari to win the election easily. And by the governorship election, APC cleared everything. They won't repeat that mistake. It can never. They will not. They know what happened today in 2015. PDP governors let their guy down. They allowed Buhari to win the state. And the next election, the next round, the governorship, APC clear almost, out of 19, APC clear almost 12 states or 13. They have I mean, the Northern have not experienced that before. The Southwest have experienced. Now they know what it means to lose the presidency. It will affect the next election. That is what this man is saying. This Lagos state governor, this Lagos candidate, what is his name? Jando. He said when Atiku won the election, the next election that he won, and it's true. He's saying the truth. The people will swing to him. That's how the game plays. Okay, mama.
All right, Brian. You know that appearance by Buhari in Nasarawa State. Do you think that was as a result of Tinubu's outburst in Abeokuta? And do you think it was there against his will? One. Or do you think this will now see Buhari putting more energy in Tinubu's campaign just to distance from the idea that he's not backing him? Do you think Tinubu has forced him out onto the campaign trail by that commentary in Abeokuta?
Yes, I believe that. That is true. Like if you guys watch the campaign, I mean the rally, he's smiling. From the moment he sat down, he's just smiling. I'm talking about Buhari. He's happy to be in their midst. The moment they praise him, they talk good about him. I look at the man like eulogies. The man just wants they should be appraising him all the time. He's just smiling. And I believe Tinubu outburst really forced him out of his hiding hole, and he does not have any choice. And I believe that he's in support of Tinubu, but I believe those cabal are just telling him that Buhari, you have to be fair to everybody. You don't have to show it to open. That is what they are telling him before. But now these people are forcing. And if we can remember that RUFAI said something that when we are with Buhari, that what Buhari said to them is different from what he said to in public. He said it, if everybody can remember. He said that is what Buhari said to us, that we talk together, that is different from what he said in public. That is how politicians play, but we expect more from him, like the way Obasanjo take Yar'Adua in 2007. That is what we expect from him. But now we see that there's changes now, and we want to be seeing more of this. And now you look at the PDP, they are silent. They know the game is changed today. It has changed all the game. I'm very happy for Tinubu. Tinubu is our incoming president. It will be president-elect by 27th of February.
Excuse me. Nothing has changed, though. You know why?
Okay.
The only thing that will make anything change, if I'm being honest, is if tomorrow I hear that not even there's no longer fuel scarcity. The main thing that will make anything change at all is tomorrow we hear that fuel is now maybe 200 or 300. That is the only thing that will start making change. Whether Buhari campaigns for at the Tinubu all over the place, it doesn't still change the suffering of the people. It's just the truth. So whether we like it or not, it's staring at us. The truth is staring at us in the face. We need to accept it. That's just it, my brother.
I agree with you, brother. I agree very well with you. But this is what I'm just talking about the northern space, because he met
The
with
Northern's buys fuel. Why are you saying the
they
Northern's? They do
buy
buy
fuel,
fuel.
bro. They buy fuel. Let me tell you something. In my local government, when I talk like the way politicians reason, in my local government, we have, let me say in my town, I have like 20 wards. There's one man, one politician, he has been delivering the 20 units for in any election. Anywhere we are, is not, if this man supports you, you should just go home and be sleeping. If you are going for a councillor or a chairman of local government or house of assembly, you should just go home and be sleeping, and go and buy a house in Nakure. This is the way we say it in Ikale in Ondo State. When you buy the ticket, you want the ticket of PDP for House of Rep, Okitupa in a local government. Just go and rent a house in Abuja, because you have already won the ticket. You have won your seat. That is how it plays.
Femi.
Nigeria politics. Some people have been voting for APC since 2015.
Femi.
That they are not ready to change now. These are voters that will not change. Look at what happened in Benue State. In 11 local governments, Reverend Father have 211,000 APC member. How is that possible? Before, they used to tell me that APC have 1 million votes, 1 million registered in the state. Before, I think it is a lie. But today yesterday it shows that these people are saying the truth. Having 211,000 APC member in 11 local governments, that is too much.
Maybe what is let me ask you a question. Because we tend to, one man brought this video, but he didn't ask the very important question. What is Tinubu complaining about? That's number one question. Tinubu is not even complaining about Buhari campaign. It's us that is complaining about it. Tinubu is complaining about two things: money scarcity and fuel. And that is what needs to change if any drastic change towards APC is gonna happen. It's just a simple truth. Tinubu, whether Buhari campaigns or not, that's major two things that needs to change. If that doesn't change, I mean, the whole campaign is really inconsequential. I don't know.
Yes, you are right. Like, if there's no money in the spaces, Tinubu cannot win the election. I agree with you. APC can win the election just because of money buying of votes. There's no reason they can win the election. Apart from that, they cannot win the election. They know it themselves. They know Buhari did poorly in governance. They know that. Everybody knows this. It is Buhari himself knows that he fuck up, but sorry for that. He messed up. Everybody knows this, but this is what for me seeing Buhari campaigning for Tinubu. That I think that is a very good step, and by next week they have to relax the policy in a way that the old Naira and the new, they should work together. They should coexist. If that is possible, I believe. If the money part is set, I hear that the fuel is getting, the fuel price is getting lesser every day now.
Femi, can I ask you a question? Very important question.
Okay.
2 questions. Number 1, in your view, do you think that the level of political awareness has changed between 2019 and 2023? In your view?
Yes, it has changed.
Is it a significant change in your view?
It is a significant change, but it will not. It will just.
All right,
it will not hold any water.
Let me finish. Then number 2. Do you think that 2 weeks to election, that a lot of people have not taken a stand on where they are voting?
There's a lot of people that have not taken their stand. There's a lot.
No. 2 weeks to.
There's a lot. You know why? I say
sorry, Femi. Even the Anand poll that you rely on,
Wait,
they tell us
there's
that.
A lot.
Even your polls tell us on.
There's a lot. Let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
You are in abroad. This is how let me say this.
Let me tell you something.
You ask him a question now. Let him answer. Even if the answer doesn't fit you.
I want to counteract what you said. One man.
Right.
One man. You said even Anapul, I'm praising, right? What I want to tell you is that forget about what they are telling you about percentage of undecided. Those people that are telling you that undecided are not truly undecided. Right. What most of those people do is what I may, they are just trying to contradict the principle of revealed preference. They have a preference, they don't want to reveal it. So they will just hide under the canopy of, I don't know, I'm undecided. Most of them, I'm telling you, and we know that. Everybody here knows that. Most of those.
So you're not questioning the veracity of your own polls because they don't fit your narrative.
No. Most people that are telling you undecided, majority of them truly are decided, but it's just that they don't want to reveal their preference. So, and when they ask those people, what is your preference, and the person doesn't want to reveal, it is very easy for an Apple to record it as undecided. So anybody that is telling you at this moment, even you one man on this platform, if I ask you now, who are you supporting in this election? You will say you are supporting Nigeria. That is what you will tell me. But truly,
that's my candidate now.
No, wait now. I know within you, like they will say ex abundantia cordis, you know, the way you talk, people can infer what your mind is trying to speculate. So whether you like it or not, that you said Nigeria is your candidate, you know, doesn't mean that you have not already taken a stand. Everybody knows that. So forget those things you say undecided. You know, at this point, 2 weeks to election, you know, you are telling me that people have not taken stand. Majority of the
brother, can I come in?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Out of 200 million Nigeria, 133 million in poverty. Do you know the reason? Brother, you are eating very well. I'm telling you, some people does not have 5,000 in their account in that country. Do you know meaning of poverty? Bro, you think that the election is just, some people come to the election, now they believe that this election, I have to receive money in 2 places. That is what is in their mind. People are hungry. I know I'm not supporting these people because I believe Tinubu will do better. That is why I'm supporting Tinubu.
Let me ask you, Femi.
Okay.
Suppose you are hungry, and you know that because you are hungry, if you are giving money, you collect money, right?
Okay.
But then suppose that you also know that even when you collect this money, that there is no way somebody will monitor you to know where your vote actually went to. You know, does it change anything?
Okay, let me tell you something. This is how what you are telling me, it happened in 2015.
Yeah, forget 2015.
2019. Let me tell you, this is how it goes. 2019.
No. Use the current.
Let me tell you what happened. This is how it happened.
Hold on, everybody. Saki, you have to let him answer in his own way. No, even if he doesn't give you the answer you want to hear.
No, not the answer. Use the answer based on the current INEC voting guideline. How the voting is going to be on that day. The guideline. That is what you have to use to answer this question. Because
okay, let me tell you something. This is what really happened. This is what really happened. You vote before you receive money.
Yeah.
This is how it is. You have to, they look at you. And everything we are talking is all about poll. Let me tell you something. In my polling unit, Labour Party cannot have agents. Wait, let me tell you. In my polling unit, Labour Party cannot have an agent. It will just be Labour Party. It will just be APC and PDP agents in that polling booth.
And it's true. Have you seen you don't know the guideline?
You cannot have. When I say something, you have polling agent for only president in an election.
Let me finish.
Forget it.
Have you seen you don't know the guideline?
Forget it. You cannot have it.
No, have you seen you don't know the guideline now, the current guideline? So
okay, what is the current guideline?
There are 2 guidelines. Okay. 2 guidelines you don't know.
Okay.
The current, because this guy appeared to the conversation we had 3 days ago. You know Mike Igini. We had a conversation with him 3 days ago. And there was a very important question that was asked. And Mike Igini revealed something that is very important to us. He said for 2023 election, whether a party has a polling unit agent or doesn't have a polling unit agent, that it doesn't change anything. The polling unit agents as at the current electoral law, they are just performing mere ceremonial function. No, as at today, that it is mere ceremonial function because their presence or absence doesn't change anything. What matters is the number of accredited voters. You know, what matters is the number of people that were accredited. You know, as long as the accredited voters is telling this number, it doesn't matter what it doesn't matter the number that is entered in the sheet, sort of. You know, so even
that has always been the case.
No.
That has always been the case.
Was there anything like was there anything like incident form again?
Yes, before.
There's no longer incident form.
It's no longer now.
So he now said he was telling us, he was trying to tell us that polling unit agents are important to monitor elections when there was incident form and when results were not collated at polling unit level. But he now said that today results are counted and announced at polling units. So even if the polling unit agents of a party are not there, but as long as that the people that voted are right there, observing how their votes are counted, you know, then forget it. That polling unit agents
let me quickly explain the procedure to you. because I've handled some election petitions, even up to the presidential election petition. This is the procedure. The reason why you have those polling unit agents and party agents in a unit is not to really validate the election, but to monitor election, particularly their own part of that election. They want to be ensured that you don't shortchange them, and that is why if you are a political party and you don't have an agent, you may in a polling unit you may run into trouble because nobody protects your interests in that unit. Now, there is this form C8A. It's still there. They still make use of that. The Electoral Act has not cancelled that. So the only thing the Electoral Council is incident form. Let me quickly explain what incident form means to you. Incident form simply means that in case the device, the electronic device they are using fail, then you resort to incident form, meaning go and do the manual voting for that person because the device can't work. And that is what the opposition has been able to fight now, that don't use incident form, let's all rely on beavers, which is the problem they had in Osun. If you could not get yourself done by beavers, you go and wait, then you come back. Here comes overvoting. And that was the reason why that dancing senator was knocked off in Osun, because you have to come back again. And for that thing to synchronize to the database, once you discover that you are voting 2 or 3 times, it becomes a problem. Now, that is that. Now, all those from EC8As, every party agent has their own. You know, it's like a booklet. You know, this booklet we use to do transaction in bank. This our deposit form and slip. You know, it will have original, duplicate, triplicate, like that. So it's exactly like that. So the original, which is white, that is what the INEC officer at that unit would have. Then whatever they record in that then goes down to the last, and they still have that. That's my understanding. So
okay, can I ask you?
Okay.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Suppose we are in a poll, just a hypothetical example, so that you understand it, because I don't think you understand that very well.
Okay.
You know, that is the way I'm trying to explain, the way Mike explained to us.
Okay.
So he said that the procedure now is that after voting, everybody will stay there. Everybody, no matter who you are, once you're a voter, you stay there and allow the INEC staff to collate the results. Publicly. Everybody will be seeing it, they will be counting the results. Then after the counting of the results, they will record the value they counted, right? Everybody will still see them recording that value.
Of course.
Then after that very record, every party agents, you know, we have a copy of this recorded result. Which
That's
every human
the
being
EC8As I just mentioned.
Let me finish. Which every human being there saw when it was collated, right?
It has always been like
then,
that.
Wait. Then after that record again,
they
will paste a copy. In that polling unit, they will paste a copy, one copy in that polling unit, and everybody there will see that very copy pasted. Right? Before they now upload it on Beavers. So tell me how the presence or absence of
there's something you are missing.
Sorry, guys. Sorry for stepping in, but is Saki? Is this from EC8A that they used to rig Osun election in favor of Adeleke?
Let me tell you what he said. Mike Igini again. Mike Igini said, he said, let me be clear. There was no overvoting in Osun State.
Yes.
I'm quoting him. He said, let me be clear. There was no overvoting in Osun State. This is what he said. He now said that the mistake INEC made was that when the other party approached them to collect the data from the beavers, you know, there was a data they collected which they presented before the court. You know, he said that when the other party met them to collect the data from the beavers, that INEC gave them a data that was not yet updated. He now said, this is how beavers works. That beavers, if it is doing accreditation, suppose it was supposed to accredit 100 people, for instance, and then it is doing accreditation up to 50, and then maybe the INEC staff, this thing internet does, like when you are on certain websites and you become like dormant, you become like how do I put it, dormant for like 5 minutes, the internet will cut you off, right? Do you understand what I mean? I don't know how to explain this thing. You understand what I mean? Like there are sites you enter now, you are doing a registration, and then you are active on that site, and maybe suddenly you just remain like silent for like 5 minutes. You are no longer active. The site will automatically say, for being inactive for about 5 minutes, you are logged off. You have to log in again, something like that. So he now said that is how beavers works. That if they are doing accreditation, that it is designed in such a way that if you are doing accreditation, you are supposed to accredit 50 people, and you have a lag. Maybe you accredit like 10 people, and after that very 10 people, the INEC staff, maybe have some lag for like 2 minutes, that automatically, for that 2 minutes inactivity, what the beavers does is to upload the data for already accredited 10 people, right? Then if you now start doing the next remaining people, that it will later update those ones. He now said, but the party approached INEC, and as at the time they approached INEC, the data they collected was the first one that was already collected by the beavers. That they didn't actually collect the data after all the updates that were necessary in the beavers. He said that what INEC would have done is to write that this is a preliminary data or something like that, but INEC didn't do that. And then this opposition, this APC, worked on that loophole. That was why Adeleke, why they had a point to argue on this issue of Adeleke.
No, but that's not correct.
That was what he said.
He is not correct. Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure he has handled. I know he used to be a rec in Akwa Ibom, but I'm not sure he has handled the election petition before.
He totally missed it.
Yeah, he completely missed it. Now, what you are saying about that uploading is just synchronization of data. So what that device does is this: it synchronizes. Probably at the point when you're resting, there's a little gap of time you're resting, then it will resynchronize to the data bank. Now, if you conclude your election, as at the time you conclude the election, I've told you about Form C8A. That your Form C8, every political party agent in that polling unit, from every polling unit, go with it to their secretariat, to the situation room. And from there, they don't need beavers. Because what you have on that Form C is what you should have on your beavers. So what they simply go is to go and reconcile their data. Because that Form C will contain what PDP got, what APC got, what everybody got. Then they find their final figure and say, this is what ordinarily we should have. If you have anything contrary to that in whatever beavers report you are bringing, then there is a problem somewhere. And don't forget that particular Form C still remains the primary evidence that you can have in court. Your beavers report that you are bringing from INEC, it's an electronic evidence you're bringing to court. So I must not bring the original Form C and it will now contradict the beavers. So as at the time, the Oyetola people went to INEC to get that done. What they asked for was the one in your main data bank. And what Adeleke people are saying is that instead of you going for the one at the central data bank, they believe, probably there were still gap for the beavers to synchronize. then why don't you do it the one that Beavers does itself? And that has been the issue up and down. But I can tell you that no court will rely on that evidence if it's not complete. And secondly, INEC will not come to court to admit. I hope you are aware that INEC was confronted with the document in court. And INEC admitted that, yeah, there's actually a problem with this document which they certified themselves. So for me, the point I just want to clarify is this. For me, say-hate is still very, very important in this election. Yes, no incident form, which is another issue on its own. You say no incident form, it means that if I come and let's say, don't forget Beavers is on a mobile network, and mobile network has issue, and you couldn't get me accredited throughout, then it means I will be disenfranchised from the election. That's another issue with Beavers, which I know with time we're going to work on that. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Femi. And Ogbeni, is there any further development as you traverse the landscape of Nigeria? Anything political that you want to bring us since yesterday?
Not really. Rather than to emphasize on I went around today. I love when I go to my town. I love going to take some palm wine. I'm a palm wine lover.
Are you old enough? Are you old enough to be drinking palm wine?
Why not? I'm in my 40s.
Look at that. Carry on.
So I love taking palm wine that we don't get to take in Scotland. So I interacted with the locals. Mind you, where I take my own palm wine is not in the state capital. So I went to some rural areas, the rural dwellers, to have a feeling of what the political temperature they are feeling in the area. And, I met a man, quite an old man, well-read. I think Professor but retired back in his town. And, we got talking. And the man drew my attention to the fact that the reason why Obi will lose this election from his own calculation is still the issue of structure. And I asked him the usual obedient question, oh, you don't need structure, Obi is a movement, Obi is a crusader, The man drew my attention to some things, which I'm not sure Kulata considered this in his analysis. And I think he should also consider that if he's working more on his analysis on that Excel sheet. He said, I should cast my mind back to local government elections that were conducted in 2022 to date, and I should go and check, despite the failure of APC, despite the massive failure of APC, and everybody saying, no, APC, Baba Buhari must go, don't have anything to do again with this man, with this party, and that. He said, do I notice that the political party of every governor usually sweep the whole thing? They usually, before, until now, nothing has changed. He said I should go and check it. He drew my attention first to Katsina, that there is this narrative that Katsina now they are against Buhari, He told me April 2022, Katsina State conducted election, 31 local government cleared by APC, I think out of 34 or something like that. And about 300 and something councillorship. He said, you see those councillors and those local government chairmen, they are the structure. They are the structure. They stand by all their polling unit areas. And they have all the people that voted for them in April 2022 on standby to repeat that thing they achieved in April 2022. He said, power is not something it's multidimensional. And it's something that when people hold it, particularly in the northern part of the country, they don't easily release it.
If that theory is totally correct, then it means Obi will not win any state in Nigeria.
No. And he explained to me the reason why he thought Obi will win the Southeast. And I'll quickly get to that. So he drew my attention also to Oyo. Oyo conducted their own local government election May 2021. PDP cleared everything because of Makinde. OSUN in June 2022 conducted its own. The APC
cleared everything.
And they cleared everything. And 393 councillorship, they cleared everything. He told me, he said, do you know all those councillors are still on standby? All those chairmen of local government are still on standby. They are the one that would monitor this election and have all their people with them. They are the grassroots politicians. Jigawa in 2021 June conducted 27 local government APC cleared everything. Now he drew my attention to Kano. He said, one thing people don't know in Kano is this. In 2019, when PDP was still reigning in Kano, they cleared it. He said, but Ganduje did something in June 2021. He conducted another election and ensured that he removed all those guys, and APC cleared the election in Kano. And those are the guys that are still there to date. Councillorship, local government in those areas. So the man told me, he said he's very hopeful about Obi, but this structure thing, Obi still needs to work on it, because when you are working on a party, or you are striding on a party without local government chairman, without councillorship, it doesn't work like that in Nigeria. Now, he drew my attention to something about Southeast, and he believed Obi will win in Southeast, but he told me he doesn't believe Obi will win overwhelmingly in Southeast. He believed that if Obi will win because of the tribal sentiment, which will not play out in the North. That there is no tribal sentiment for Obi in the North.
And the South.
Yes. So in the Southeast, he said Obi will clear because of the tribal sentiment. And that the reason why Obi will not clear overwhelmingly is because those two other political parties still have their local government chairmen and their councillors still on ground, which they will compete with him and still get some people from.
Can I ask you
to vote for them? Yeah.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Let's take Anambra for example.
All right.
The whole local government councillors in Anambra State are Apoga.
Yes.
The whole of them from beginning to the end.
Yeah.
Apoga.
Yeah.
And as of today, Apoga has their own presidential candidates.
Yeah.
Apoga has the governor in the state. Apoga has the House of Assembly members still in the state. So if this theory is valid, relate it to this condition and then analyze will be in that context.
Or if it's valid, you mean
the theory of a councillor structure.
So
those councillor structure.
It's simple now. So if you go by that man theory, it means that Obi, based on tribal sentiment, will get enough vote from Anambra, but because of those councillorship and
no. If you say tribal sentiment, remember I said Apoga has a presidential candidate in the same election.
Yes.
So does the tribal sentiment not also direct towards the Apoga candidate?
No, it won't work that way. How popular is the Abga candidate in this election?
You are arguing on the basis of councillor structure, and I'm telling you that Apoga has all the 100% structure in Anambra State.
I know. Don't forget the exception.
Yeah.
Don't forget the exception. I said.
Sorry, gentlemen. Can I ask people to push up the like buttons? By the way, we've got really very heavy viewership today. And the likes are not showing anything like. So if you have no objection to clicking on the like button there, please do us the favor of clicking on it. Thank you. Sorry, back to you, Albeni.
Okay, so don't forget I said this man believed that Southeast has its own peculiarity because the sentiment is for Obi based on tribalism. They believe Obi for the first time, they believe now they have a candidate who happen to be part of the major people contesting in this election. An Abga candidate is not one of them. He's very insignificant in this election. So if that tribal sentiment is going to work, it will work in favor of Obi. But if you go by that man's theory, it means that Abga will not just lose out in Anambra. Abga will still maintain its hold those chairmen and the councillorship will still deliver. But because of the overwhelming tribal sentiment, Obi will still get it, but Obi will not get it overwhelmingly, because PDP that has its own structure, Stella Odua, Andy Uba, and the likes, will still maintain their hold. Yes, they will lose a lot of people to Obi. But
do you know what Stella Odua? I mean, do you know what Ekwunife, for instance? Ekwunife is a very popular senator in Anambra.
Yeah.
And he's in PDP, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what he did 2 days ago?
What did he do?
He came out 2 days ago to say, please, Anambra people, I am going to campaign for Obi in the presidential.
Okay.
Vote for Obi in the presidential, but please vote for me in the Senate.
Yeah.
And he said, and he made it clear that he is no longer totally with Atiku in that regard.
Yeah.
Publicly in Anambra 2 days ago.
Yeah. So,
and do you know why he did that?
Yeah, because he doesn't want to lose out because of the tribal.
Because you are saying that PDP has this
Saki father. Yes. See, let me tell you something. What Ogbeni is saying is very right. I don't even put Anambra State and like most of these southeast states in contest, because normally, like what he has said now, this tribal thing is going to really play out in that space. But it doesn't mean that these people will not be able to, these structures will not be effective for these guys. It's going to really be effective. So Okwunife now, she knows that person is from Anambra State, and he knows the heat he will get, or he's getting already. That's why he will make this move he has made, or he made now. So okay, Anambra State is not.
Can I also give you a countervailing argument on that? Let's leave Southeast again. Let's go to South Edo State.
Okay.
You know, Obaseki, you know, converted to PDP just few weeks or few months to election. In this his second term, right? He was formerly
a few weeks to election. A few months.
Yeah, a few weeks to election. He converted to PDP, right?
Yeah.
And then the structure, the councillors, the House of Assembly members they had in Edo State was purely APC structure, right? Right? It was purely APC structure. And then he converted just few weeks to election.
Yeah, few months.
But with all those AP structures of assemblies and the councillors, he still won the election in PDP.
No, you won't use that example. Do you know why? Because there was a crack within APC in Edo State. In fact, Adebanjo was removed from his ward. Don't forget. There was a total collapse of APC in Edo State. And Godwin Obaseki was able to move the structure that he has in Edo. He moved those structures to PDP, and they deliver, and he still validates what the man is saying. If you are on ground and you have the structure, that structure, wherever you move your structure to, they're going to work for you. But Obi doesn't even have this structure. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so
where is local government chairman, councillor that is moving to Labour Party? None. What were the people he has with him? Patu Tomi. Does Patu Tomi control any political weight? No. Kenneth Okonkwo. That one is a Nollywood actor.
Ogbeni, please, can I interject, please?
All right.
Anywhere you see Patu Tomi, Ezekwesili, they are always loser in politics.
Of course.
When I look at them, when you see them they go along together all the time. And forget anytime you see Patu Tomi and Ezekwesili. That is what makes me to be laughing sometimes. That how will you sleep? Like how someone will reason that Peter Obi will win the election when you see Patu Tomi with you? These people they are losing all the time. They used to lose. I used to smile. I laugh at you.
Look at the blasphemous statement you are making on a public platform. Look at what you are.
But is right though. Those guys are losers.
No. Sorry for that language. Well, this is what really happened. Look at their trajectory from 1999. They don't support the winner. They like to be the opposition all the time. That is the way they live. That is the way they do.
No, where was Patotom in 2015, in 2014?
Okay, where is him? Let me ask you.
He
Where
was
is
in APC, but he did not play any major role in APC.
Patotom is not an APC. He is not an APC member. He is not an
in
APC
2015,
member.
he was in APC.
No,
But he did not play any
he
major
is
role.
not an APC. He is not an APC member. Patotom is not an APC
In
member.
2014, he was in APC.
He was.
He is not.
He was.
Even the
He
person that
was the governorship aspirant in Delta now.
He was even the person that he was part of the people that wrote that their, what do we call it? That their
Constitution?
Manifesto. I mean, manifesto. That their manifesto of 2014.
Patotom.
He was part of the people that wrote the manifesto.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Patotomi.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Wait, let me give you a
He's just like the intellectuals. He will use his intellectual contribution.
You said wherever he is.
Patotomi is a theorist. He will just be speaking theory. He lost APC. He lost APC primaries to Great Ogoru. Don't forget.
You said
and immediately after he lost, he came out to say APC will lose Delta governorship. And I think they almost even exploded.
So there was a question I wanted to ask before I forget. Somebody said that once you have a structure and you change to another party, that those structure you have will collapse and follow you.
No, not necessarily. That's not what I said. You are mistaken. No.
Okay, say it again. Let me understand.
I said Edo. I was talking about Edo.
Yeah.
I said in Edo, there was a crack in APC, which Godwin or Obaseki belonged to at a point in time. There was a crack in APC. And I reminded you the extent of that crack, that even Oshiomhole was the chairman, the national chairman of that party, was suspended from his ward level, to tell you the level how deep that crack was. And by the time Obaseki moved, he moved his structure along to PDP. If you remember, those local government chairmen, so many of them followed Obaseki, Philip Shuaibu, they all followed Obaseki, and that delivered Obaseki, plus Wike's weights. Don't forget, Wike really helped him too, plus Wike's weights and money and everything. That helped Obaseki in Edo. And I said, don't just compare, don't isolate Edo from the crack.
Let me tell you what happened in Edo State, and I will keep telling you this. Edo voters are largely enlightened voters, majority of them. Edo voters are largely enlightened voters. And the Edo State, whether you like it or not, Edo State has a lot of their people in diaspora who influences the grassroots. Whether you like this thing I'm telling you or not, just go ask average Edo people. I don't know whether you have had contact with Edo State.
I've handled election 2 times.
Yeah. So Edo State, since these beavers, because Edo State was one of the states beavers was tested. So you see that there is a kind of awakening in Edo State, especially during the time this godfather, Adam Soshomore, almost wanted to frustrate, what do we call him, Obaseki. So the Edo people stood up and said, even if Obaseki doesn't have structure, we Edo people, we are going to be his structure. We will fight for him. And it was that time they started all these, their Niger wars. Their people were awakened. So it was more or less a kind of political revolution in Edo State.
We are saying the same thing.
So Edo people are independent thoughts kind of people.
That's why I told you don't isolate. We are saying the same. I think we are saying the same thing. I told you Edo issue. Was a very peculiar issue. So don't pick Edo as a model. So I think we are saying the same thing. The structure were collapsed and they all followed Obaseki because of the peculiarity of issues on ground.
Let me ask another question. Osun State.
Yes.
Osun State has all the National Assembly people,
yes.
all the councillors in APC.
Yes.
Yet Adeleke won.
Winning. What do you mean by win?
Adeleke
One by wait. Let's put figures. Let's put data like Kulata will always.
Did he win?
Let's
That's
put
the
numbers.
point. Did he win?
Let's put numbers. The court has shown that he didn't win. So why are you saying he won? Oh, you mean the court? You mean the court?
Let him finish in court of appeal. Let's see what.
They will all go, but as today, Adeleke was not the winner of that election.
Okay, let's see what appeal.
And even let's assume without let's assume without conceding that Adeleke even won that election. Let me put figures or numbers to it, like Kulata will always say. Adeleke, with all the crack within APC, don't forget the major crack within APC was between Aregbesola, Oyetola. Aregbesola, a major figure in APC, was not with Oyetola at all. In fact, he was practically fighting Oyetola and Tinubu, and because of that, he moved his own guys away from the structure. And don't forget that most of the people at the grassroots that formed the structure of APC, because Aregbe spent 8 years in that state, he still has his own hold on them. So he moved them away. And that crack helped Adeleke. And even with all the crack, Adeleke had 407,000 or so. I know Oyetola had 370-something thousand. That's not overwhelming election. If you look at the results in Osun 2000 over years.
My argument is not about what margin did he win with. Okay. My argument is that the theory you postulated, we are subjecting the theory to empirical evidence, right?
Yeah, the theory is still
using case study, right? Now let's go to during the time of this guy in Imo State. What's the name again? The former governor of Imo State, Rochas had all the structure.
Yeah.
He had all the structures.
Yeah.
Yet, PDP won that election after Rochas. With all the structures, Rochas had
no. See, I handle Rochas election petition too. You see? Then again, if you go to Rochas Okorocha, there was a serious problem within the party. Don't forget. You see, when I say somebody has a structure, you also talk about stability in the party. Okay?
Is it everything that is having a crack? I'm tired of this.
No, but that's the reality, except you don't follow.
No. What your reality is, everywhere that it doesn't match, you bring up a crack or something happening in the party.
No, because it does crack. They are the structure, they work. Let me tell you the little I know of Imo.
And the northern side doesn't have a crack. It's
There's no crack. Where is the crack in Katsina? Where is the crack in
Tell us the little you love.
Let me tell you the little I know of Imo.
Yes, tell us that, and then round it off with that constitutional thing that you always do. And then I think I'll have to hit my bed.
Okay, I was not able to prepare for that today.
All right. Look at that.
I was in the palm wine joint.
Look at this guy. Carry on.
I'm so sorry for that. Now, I'll prepare against tomorrow before they took light. So now, before they take light, sorry. So now, let me tell you the little I know about Imo. Rochas Okorocha had the structure until he started running into problem. He ran into problem, don't forget, with the Gulag Committee, which happened to be the representative of the national party, the APC itself. That was where his problem started from. Don't forget. The guy ran to Abuja and said Rochas wanted to kill me. And then Uche Ugumba, who happened to be Rochas Okorocha anointed son-in-law, who he wanted to succeed him, had issues with the people in the national at the national level of the party, and even with the structure on ground. And close to the election, don't forget that Uche Ugumba moved out from APC, and they put their structure to, I think, SDP or one party like that they went to form. While Rochas himself stayed back in APC, even like a stranger within APC, and he contested the Senate. And Hope Uzodinma also went to court, and he was fighting both Uche Ugumba and Rocha Sokorocha. So they all had their different issues which make the system within Imo State to crack. So they couldn't unite the way you get Katsina of today, Kano of today, Igawa of today, Oyo of today, and all those this thing. The only problem I may have present now is Osun. The crack is still within Osun because Aregbe has not reunited. I think he's trying to reach out to Tinubu, but he has not been able to reunite Aregbe. If they're able to reunite Aregbe, APC has their fairest chance in Osun because they have the structure. But by and large, and in conclusion, when you look at all this, we talk about chairman, people who move their chairman and councillor, Obi doesn't have any of these. That's the point I'm trying to make here. He doesn't even have a single local government chairman, let alone councillor. He doesn't have a single councillor who can even stand by and say, oh, these are the grassroots supporters for Labour Party. These people are just hanging there, students in campus who, by the time you give them one or two things in their house. And so that's the structural demand try to prioritize. And I'm not saying, yes, I agree with the man, but it's not my theory. It's one of the feelings I got today and from where I went to. Tomorrow I'll go to one or two other places and get their feelings. But I won't just discard this old professor's theory because of his experience, at least, and his analysis. And I won't say because I'm supporting Tinubu, I should accept whatever he's saying 100%. But I see sense in what he's saying because he's supporting it with facts, with figures, and experience.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Ogbeni. The only issue with Ogbeni is he always turns up late. You see, he turns up late and he then tries to hold us hostage with his high intelligence. We know your trick, or we're not falling for it this time around. So gentlemen, we've come to that time of the day, the bed calls. So, and I must hearken to that call. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to wrap it up fairly swiftly. A real delight, by the way, always a delight, because the conversation is just, the level of it is just astounds, it's just so compelling. The super chats are his own comes in, haven't now discovered his wallet. One of the, you wonder why I go on Rudolph's space. Well, this chap, Wema, or Wema, however I choose to pronounce, Wema, let me not put it in that sounds somewhat rude. Wema, he was one of the people that followed us from Rudolph's space. Joel of Nashville, of course, he discovered us by himself, but maybe we want to throw him back to wherever he discovered us. We've not made that decision yet. Play Summer, he is in that space too. Wima continues to enjoy that. And then Thomas joins them. Thomas, of course, Mallam Boy, we know him here. Thomas again and Thomas again. Let's see. And then RB comes in, and then Ayo tops it up just when I was complaining, lament. By the way, Femi, are you based in Nigeria, Femi? Femi?
Hello? No.
Oh, all right, okay. Because you said something earlier on, and I wondered if you were in Nigeria. So yes, Ayo tried to encourage that super chat space, having of course done as he always does. As soon as the session starts, as something as clockwork, regular as clockwork, there's Ayo registering his presence in the Buy the Coffee space. So thank you one and all to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. I love you all. We'll see you again, same time, same place. We do it even more compelling, even bigger. One man went to mow. Good night. Thank you, everyone.